KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Yeah, I got it right. Tuesday.
Yeah, Sean.
Thanks,
Hold
man.
on.
Appreciate you.
Okay.
Give it to me.
We got to bring the bell back a little bit. I started to lag a little bit on screwing up some names. I've been catching myself, but we need to give myself a ding every time I don't.
You went on
names.
you went on hiatus for a few days, and that tends to happen. You know what I mean? Like you go on hiatus for a few days, and then like, oh yeah, we forget to give ourselves the ding for positive things. You know, you were doing really good with the name thing there, leading right up to.
I don't think I haven't done poorly since.
I don't either.
I haven't.
Yeah.
I plateaued. I need to be the best person at saying the right names for the right people.
Best in the
history
world.
Of mankind. Yes.
Remember back like a year and a half ago where we efforted for like 3 days to be the best in the world with this? Yeah, exactly. We're having merch made and everything.
Up on that. We were not BITW in tenacity.
No, we were not. We
need all of you out there to hold us to this. We need to be the best in the world.
Yes.
By what metrics and what standards? Who knows?
Yeah.
We just want to be able to say it, that
Subjective.
we're the BITWs.
Subjective. Now, a team that can say with a great positivity and emphasis that they are the best in the world are the Boston Celtics. They won the NBA title last night. We've got a new champion in the NBA. There are a lot of poor little pre-K kids up in Boston who've never been able to experience a championship with any of their local teams.
It was a long drought. It was a long drought.
5 years.
5 years without a championship for a city that had, like, how many total? Is it like 11 total championships
the Red Sox
in their major sports?
Yeah, the Red Sox had 3 from 04 to 18. The Patriots, we don't need to rehash that. The Celtics had actually gone quite some time, like a little over a decade, like a decade and a half.
Yeah.
Without getting one, and the Bruins won one like 10 years ago. So this is. I feel good for the little ones up there, man.
It is. If Massachusetts residents weren't just such incredibly difficult people to like.
You
there would
understand.
be an inspirational tale, which is that, man, a city that thought they thought they were cursed for decades upon decades. In the previous century, they thought they were cursed.
Oh yeah,
and they turned. If you ever feel cursed, just remember, you could be a Bostonian
that's
yourself.
right. You can be a child. So if you're just getting up, if you missed it last night, Celtics beat the Mavericks 106-88. So the Mavs rolled, and this game was never close. Like the Celtics got up on them early and then just kind of held them with a stiff arm the entire day, like a high schooler holding a sixth grader by the forehead while the sixth grader's swinging and missing. So the Celtics go on historic, maybe overstated. I mean, they're 16-3 in the postseason, and yet I don't know that anybody looks at this Celtics team and says, "Wow, this is the Warriors reincarnated" or anything like. It's a really good. And I guess from like locally here, I look at something like that. A Rockets team that's putting a team together. That I don't know that any of these guys that they've gotten are going to be the guy. Like a best a like superstar, uber superstar on a championship team, but possibly a lot of very talented, good players here. That was this Celtics team. I know Tatum's a really good player, and Jaylen Brown was the MVP of the finals. None of those guys are the guy. They're all-star level players, and yet they ripped ass through the playoffs, 16-3.
They just mowed folks down. They machine gunned their way through the playoffs.
Because they defend.
Yeah, I guess when you start talking about a team that way in terms of not there necessarily being a superstar, I think there's a tendency to sometimes think, oh, you mean kind of like the Spurs? The Spurs were different because they had superstars. They were just very understated superstars.
Yeah, Duncan's a superstar.
Yeah, and they were constructed a lot of fanfare, but they had ethereally great talent at various times. So I don't look at that. I don't think that this is the beginning of a decade-long streak or anything.
With the Celtics, although the East is very winnable for the time being. Honestly, the biggest thing, like to localize it, when I was watching last night, watching the celebration, so I was thinking about something similar this week with A.J. Hinch. Like, is the Astros, I know they're bad this year, but as they've had all their success since Hinch left, because, Luno's wife was probably the one that made me think of this with all the tweets lately at the Astros. But, Hinch is probably, watching the Astros. And then they played Hinch this weekend, too, probably made me think of it. But, if Hinch had not gotten fired for the sign stealing, if he just stopped the sign stealing thing, he's probably putting together a Hall of Fame resume right now. And similarly, Ime Udoka, he would have been in year 3 or 4, so it's premature to say Hall of Fame. But if I'm Ime Udoka and I'm watching that celebration last night, that would have been him. Joe Mazzulla's the coach. It's not like they went and got whoever the latest Phil Jackson is to be the coach after they fired Ime Udoka. Ime Udoka would have been celebrating a championship last night.
You know what I mean? He's got nobody but himself to blame.
Correct.
So there's got to be that part of, man, that's a lesson learned. That's a big lesson learned.
Yeah.
And maintaining tunnel vision, I suppose.
Yes. Yeah.
Ignoring the
it's out there. We know what happened.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I'm any better than anybody else at any of that stuff. It's just it's tough being a human sometimes.
Choices, man.
It's
really
hard being.
It's really hard. I sat and thought about that yesterday. Like, man, this job is hard. What, radio? No, being Sean Pendergast. It's brutal sometimes.
Being Sean, it is.
It's not
just
easy.
Just like Tom Brady said to a cheering crowd of 75,000 people, life is hard.
Yes.
Somehow Tom Brady had to be the one to deliver that message that life is hard. Yes. I know how hard it is to be Tom Brady. It's you poor cursed soul. I feel so bad for you, Tom Brady.
It's because I quit football. That's why. I was told about. Tom Brady told me this weekend if I play football, things are going to be a whole lot easier. That's what I heard.
That is true.
Yeah.
You hadn't. How old were you when you quit football?
I quit football. I didn't play in high school. I quit after junior high. Yeah. So 8th grade.
I quit when I was 32 years old.
So you got some.
That's why I allowed myself to think I was quitting.
When I was,
I looked down at my decrepit knees.
Boy, that is
that nobody wanted to touch with a 10-foot pole in case they were contagious.
Like when you put it that way, though, it's funny when you put it that way. I quit when I was 32, because 32 is a super young age, and yet you had a 10-year career, man. Like you had a good long run in the NFL.
Yeah, it's one of those things that like when to have some perspective and can look back on an NFL career, there's so many things you can take from it that, like other people might perceive as negative, but that are such incredible positives, including that you go through an entire life cycle of a career by the time you're 35 years old. If you do it by the time you're 30 or 32 or what have you, if you've gone 10 years, and you learn some lessons there. If you take money out of the equation and everything like that, just kind of the blow to your ego, having to reassess things. Like you go through a midlife crisis and a retirement and everything else like that at a relatively young age.
Yeah.
So then you get to kind of have a second. You get to kind of have a second life with maybe a little bit more wisdom accrued than you otherwise would have had.
No doubt. No doubt about that. Hey, along those lines, you and I were workshopping this before the show as a possible side hustle for you.
Yeah.
Neither you nor I were aware that Jeff Van Gundy was a consultant behind the scenes for the Celtics. I had no idea until I saw Frank Isola's tweet congratulating him. Frank Isola, who's on ESPN, congratulating Jeff Van Gundy for finally winning a ring. And I'm like, wow, he won a ring for – and it turns out he's a front office consultant for the Celtics.
Well, kind of similarly, Rudy Tomjanovich maybe he still is, but he had worked with the Lakers forever in their analytics department.
Yeah.
And it flies under the radar. Vic Fangio was working for the Eagles when they went to the Super Bowl. Like all these things that you don't really know about. Yeah, there are a lot of these jobs out there for ex-coaches to work in an advisory or in a consulting basis.
Do you think that you could pick up a consulting gig on the side with an NFL team and still do this show?
I think I could con my way into it.
Hell, yeah. Doug Gottlieb is coaching a Division I basketball team and doing his show on a daily basis. I do think,
let's see, what would be harder? I think I could talk my way into getting a head college. I think I could do either. I could con my way into getting myself a head coaching football job, because I know all the right buzzwords, and I know how to give administrators pep talks. But also, I think I could work my way onto a team as like a director of human performance or something like that.
Yeah,
I would really sell. I would kind of do what Jack Easterby did, frankly, there is a lot of value in a lot of the stuff that Jack Easterby wanted to do. But there's a psychological angle to it. Mm-hmm. Kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? The group psychology. I would probably have this nailed down better before I went into the presentation.
Well, it's okay. You just thought of it 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. No, I was actually talking with Nick Caserio in general, not angling for a job, but about how when you get these young guys and they're 22, 23 years old, organizational psychology is the word that escaped me.
Yeah.
But when you get these guys when they're 22, 23 years old, their prefrontal cortexes are still developing. Mm-hmm. Their brains are not actually mature yet. And a lot of them come with a lot of baggage, just like all of us do, based on the way we were raised or the experiences we had. And you can re-engineer, and I've seen it happen firsthand a lot of times. Guys that have bad attitudes or what have you, if you catch them when they're young, you can kind of pivot their whole life around. You know where you see this, Sean? You know the kids that were complete jackasses in high school, but then they enlist, and then you see them like 4 years later, and you're like, like you physically, you put on like 20 pounds of muscle, you're perfect posture, you've got a wife and 2 kids, and like you're on track for a completely different life because they got some structure in their life.
Yeah, dude.
And I think sometimes people are too quick to give up on a 22-year-old when you can actually redirect that guy if you do it the right way. You just got to have the right influences on him.
It's crazy. Like some of the people now, and Facebook, you see now all of it play out. 30 years ago, you'd been like, I wonder what happened to Kevin Doan. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and now it turns out he's got a Learjet. I walked past him smoking pot in the parking lot every day for 4 years, and now he's got a jet,
I've been thinking about that a lot, like with my younger relatives and everything, nieces and nephews. And the kids that are like, quote unquote, troublesome kids, but they've got a certain juice to them where you can tell, like, this kid's going to be all right.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. The parents never receive that encouragement as well as it, because they're pretty stressed out about the fact that their kid's been suspended a couple times.
Yeah.
But you're like, nah, listen, trust me. I know people. This kid's going to be all right.
I see it in there somewhere.
He's going to be a CEO of something at some point.
He's got leadership qualities. That's what that is.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, we're off and running. Boston Celtics are your NBA champions for the 2023-2024 season. Congrats to them. Astros back at it tonight. No Astros last night. Astros back at it tonight. Big reunion. Which reunion are we most excited for? And how, in retrospect, we'll go back and revisit some of the audio himself at certain points from the Jose Abreu signing in his press conference on Friday. How good a job did he do, if that was part of his goal, distancing himself, rightfully so, from the Jose Abreu signing? That is next. But first, LeafFilter. Oh, man, it is getting hot outside. And I know the last thing I want to do when it's hot outside is anything outside, especially work. Climbing up on the roof, jamming your arms in your gutters, and cleaning out your clogged gutters. It has to happen. They got to get cleaned out. You have to have empty gutters so you don't get all that damage from clogged gutters. The roof damage and the rotting siding and the foundation issues, all those, those little things that happen when you got clogged gutters. LeafFilter is here to make sure you never have to DIY that thing ever again. You never have to get a ladder out, climb up on the roof in 100-degree heat, and risk falling on your head to get your gutters unclogged, because LeafFilter is a permanent solution. It's a solution that's going to take all that stress out of your life with the gutters, man. They do everything from start to finish, LeafFilter. It's a great system. Free inspection, estimate, lifetime guarantee. They're going to come out, clean out your gutters, realign everything, seal them, and then they install LeafFilter. Check it out. Learn more about it. Learn more about the deep discounts you can get. Protect your home and never clean out gutters again with LeafFilter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Do this today. Schedule your free inspection and get up to 30% off your entire purchase at LeafFilter.com/Sean. That's a free inspection and up to 30% off at LeafFilter.com/SE.
Warranty details, promotion of 20% off plus a 10% senior and military discount, 1 discount per household.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I don't think Today.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, some last week and over the weekend we'll get to in just a little bit. Astros in Chicago tonight. I think it's safe to say that if they don't win this series, then there's some major problems with the Houston Astros.
The hapless White Sox.
Yeah, this is a bad baseball. This is a baseball team where Corey Julks not only starts but routinely bats third. And I love Corey Julks. U of H, great guy. He shouldn't be a three-hitter in Major League Baseball.
They can't even get a mock All-Star game voting done properly. Yeah, campaign. Boy, I'm having a rough time with the words this morning, Sean. That's tough for a radio host. But yeah, so for those of you who don't know, there's a grassroots effort to try to get Maldonado, who's one of the worst hitters in baseball yet again, elevated to the All-Star game. The top 10 results were released yesterday, and Maldonado was not in the top 10 for catchers. So White Sox fans are hating themselves even more even when they tried to make fun of themselves. They're not able to do that properly.
Here's the issue with that is that he's not even the White Sox representative on the ballot. Corey Lee is,
right.
You actually have to, write in. You actually have to take the effort to type in the name Martin Maldonado in whatever write-in section they have.
That's a difficult part.
It's a lot of effort, man. Yeah, that's a lot of letters. Martin Maldonado. Yeah.
Hey, if you submit 30 ballots, do you have to fill out the whole roster for each one?
No,
or
you don't.
Go in and select. You can just select.
Yeah. You can just pick which positions. You can be like, you know what? I don't think any of an All-Star game. I shan't vote for any of them. I will merely vote for one Jose Altuve, and that is it. He's the only player. This All-Star game should be Jose Altuve standing at second base by himself. That is it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the Astros have three guys in leading their positions.
Yeah.
And the pitchers are voted on for the managers, so there's a really good chance that Blanco makes it in. Just in recognition of for a guy that doesn't have a lot of fan recognition outside of Houston, he's got recognition outside of in baseball.
I hope he does. It's funny. The odds came out, and by the way, the three players leading are Altuve, Jordan, and Kyle Tucker's third for outfield. So you need three of them. So he's one of the leaders there. They put out odds yesterday on the MVP and Rookie of the Year, Cy Young. And Ronel Blanco isn't even on the board for the Cy Young Award in the AL. Fromber is. Fromber's 75-1. But Ronel Blanco is not even on there. I wonder if the suspension hurts him when it comes to stuff like that. There's only the season is barely 2 months old, and he's spent 10 days of those 2 months suspended for sticky stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, you know what? And it's true. I misspoke. It's not the managers directly. It's a group effort between the player ballot and the commissioner's office.
It's not fan voting though.
For the pitchers, right? So for the commissioner's office, especially, I'll be honest, I don't think the sticky stuff has really been that huge a deal with the fans. I think other than a way to kind of talk smack about an opposing team or something, it's been a controversy that other scandals in baseball.
Oh, no. And by the way, he's come back and pitched just fine. I mean, he threw scoreless no-hit innings over the weekend, so he's good. So we get a little reunion. Maldi, a lot of Maldi reunion pieces yesterday, Seth. I saw Greg Rajan had one. There's one on MLB.com. A lot of chatter about the Astros getting to reacquaint themselves with the heartbeat of the clubhouse the last few years.
Well, whereas I don't know. It's always been a little bit dismaying to me that sometimes it's way too easy for fans to just cut ties and all of a sudden start hating a guy that was a big part of championship runs and whatnot. And with Maldonado, or I'd even say, even though there was no championship involved, Matt Schaub. It feels like it's taken a full decade for people to stop hating Matt Schaub because he was so bad in his final season for the Texans. With Maldonado, I guess he still comes up in discussion regarding current events, I suppose. So it's a little bit tougher, but he's an all-time solid dude and good teammate, was very, very good for the pitchers. I don't want to let the final season put too much of a blemish on how I feel about Maldonado.
I don't think it does, and I don't think Astro fans, to be clear, I don't think there's been this groundswell over the last 24 hours we got to see this guy again. I think most people have, by and large, very positive feelings for Maldonado for a couple reasons. Yeah. One, you did win a World Series with him behind the plate. He was a huge part of that World Series. They were great offensively, but he had some big hits at times in those postseasons. He got beaned by a ball right before Jordan's 3-run home run to turn the game upside down in Game 6. So he was involved in the most important sequence of that World Series. He was very likable. I'll tell you this, right? I think Martin Maldonado is going to be a manager someday, and I think Astro fans would drive Joe Espada to the airport right now and make Maldonado the manager tomorrow if they could. Mm-hmm. And that some of that may have to do with how they feel about Espada right now as much as it does Maldonado. But I think I felt all along Maldonado is going to be a good manager someday. Most often catchers like him make good managers. And there's nothing about last season and his inability to hit that make me feel differently about his acumen for the game. I like Maldonado a lot still.
Yeah, I don't know if in terms of, we've been seeing this with the NFL with various coordinators. It seems like more frequently coordinators like Ben Johnson for the Lions are just taking themselves out of the mix in job searches because they just don't see the right opportunity. I wonder if Maldonado would be very, very careful in exactly which opportunities he took. And I wonder how he looks at the Astros right now. Given that the pipeline is depleted such as it is, and I mean the current Astros, there's just so many injuries on the pitching staff that just throw everything into disarray. Yeah. I wonder how he would look at it as a job opportunity.
I think probably. Well, he knows Jim Crane's going to spend. There's still some decent sort of a core for the next few years. I think the Astros. It's not the job it was when. I was going to say when Dusty took over. Dusty took over at a specific moment in time for the Astros, and it was a bad job because they were about to get pummeled, for they're getting punished for sign stealing.
Yeah.
But as far as the construct of the team, I mean, look, Dusty took over a ready-made World Series contender at that time. That's not this anymore. They're not. I don't think they're that anymore.
No. Yeah, Dusty was. Dusty was in a win-win situation there. Yeah. I don't think if things had gone south that first year, I don't think people would have blamed him.
Yeah.
And they did go south to a large degree, and there was just nobody knew what to think about anything during that period.
True.
Of the lockdowns and whatnot. Yeah, I would be very, very intrigued in getting Maldonado back in as a manager at some point.
I would too.
I like seeing Hank Conger out there at first base coach. He's yes. You see how trim he is? He is trim as hell.
Is he really?
Yeah, he is. Blum noted it on the broadcast. He's really slimmed down.
Who's he? He's
got kind of a pudgy face, but he's he's very, very trim right now.
Is he with Minnesota still?
I believe so.
Okay, yeah. Conger. How good a job did Dana Brown do distancing himself from the Abreu signing? There were 3 cuts where I thought he kind of referred to the past, referred to the Astros in the third person, maybe distanced himself a little bit. Maybe somebody. I don't know that Dana Brown goes into press conferences with like specific intent to get any. Like Dana Brown is a shooter, man. Like he just shoots from the hip. Here was Dana Brown on how difficult the Abreu decision was, given the money he was owed.
Yeah, very difficult. I mean, make no mistake about it. It was very difficult. But ultimately, throughout this game of baseball, we all make a lot of deals, right? And we hope that these deals will work, and they don't all work out. And sometimes you have to try to make adjustments to get them to work out, like sending a guy down and doing different things. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But it's difficult when it doesn't work out. But ultimately, they've made a lot of good decisions here in Houston. Jim has made a lot of good decisions as well before I even got here. So, it's always tough when a deal doesn't work out, but it just didn't work out this time.
Okay, so I'll say on a distancing scale of 1 to 10, that's probably like a 3.
I don't know. I think he pretty subtly just he's basically saying like I don't hold. I don't look at Jim Crane as a bad decision maker because of this one awful decision he made.
They made bad decisions.
A whole lot of they.
Yeah.
A whole lot of third person there.
Yeah.
And everything he said is 100% true.
Of course.
Where I give the organization a little bit of a break on the Jose Abreu stuff is that I do believe that the analytics people wouldn't have predicted that this was the most likely scenario. Like Jose Abreu just fell off a cliff. And I'm guessing they looked at historically what guys who have performed at this level in their late 30s have done, and how there's probably a gradual decline over the course of a few seasons. But Abreu being as bad as he was, I don't think that the Astros should have foreseen that.
No,
I think they were. I think they definitely should have foreseen that there was going to be a decline of some sort, including especially based on the second half of Abreu's season in 2022.
Yes,
there was a trail off there, but it's more so the management and the unwilling to let go of the bad decision that started to get really frustrating.
You nailed it. I mean, I'd be a hypocrite if I were to say, I told you not to do this. Like when they made the signing, I thought it was a little expensive. I thought the deal was a little long. But I also thought the Astros are at a stage where you know what? You've got a little leeway to do things like this. So go do it. You didn't re-sign Verlander, so that was at the time you didn't. So you had an extra $40 million to play with, so go make some moves. And they did. But yeah, the gross mismanagement, 3 weeks into the season, his first year here, and he's still batting cleanup when he's batting 110. It's okay. It's okay to move him down to 6th in the lineup, Dusty, that kind of thing. So, yeah, the gross mismanagement of the asset. All right, these I think are a little more distancing by Dana Brown. What is Jose Abreu's legacy?
Yeah, I don't know if this is the end. Last year Pujols got released and he ended up with the Cardinals and, did a pretty good job there. But as far as his legacy in the game, I mean, the guy was an MVP. That's very hard to do in the Major League. When you guys signed him prior to me getting here, I think this guy was on the market. There were a lot of teams that liked him. And so ultimately, a first baseman he had close to an 850 OPS for his career. And so, he had a good run. He had a really good run, signed in international, the international signing. And so
that's good.
I had nothing.
That's good. When you guys, not even when we signed him prior to me getting here, when you guys signed him prior to me getting here. That's a 9 on a scale of
9 or so, yeah.
Yeah,
if he had said the Astros, it would have sounded even worse, I
you
think.
Guys,
but, yeah.
You, McTaggart, when you went and signed, sitting in front of the media, when you guys signed him, that was great.
I was just looking at Craig Biggio's OPS plus through the years.
Yeah.
Like, when he was at his heyday, he was consistently at 130 plus on OPS plus.
30% above everybody.
Yeah, so OPS plus, the average baseball player in the league is a 100.
Yep.
So anything above 100 is good. When he was 35, he had a 111 OPS. 36 and 37, he was actually below 100. But then when he was 38 years old, and 39 years old, he was back over 100 for a couple seasons. Hey. He was hovering around an average baseball player in his late 30s. And it wasn't until he was 40 and 41 that he started to decline. So when you're looking at a great baseball player, and Abreu, I know he's a different body type than Biggio, but also wasn't, playing first base, you're not being asked to do all the athletic things that Biggio. He's very steady and consistent and out there. I don't think they could have ever imagined. They could have imagined it, but they didn't think it was a very likely scenario. I don't think anybody in baseball looked at Jose Abreu and thought, "Oh yeah, he's going to be one of the worst hitters in baseball
Correct.
over the next couple of years."
Yeah. No, I absolutely. One more from Dana Brown. What can be learned? We're rating his ability to distance himself, Dana Brown, from the Jose Abreu signing. What can be learned from the Abreu experiment?
Yeah, I don't think there's like a teaching moment here. I think the deal here is ultimately you were looking at Jose Abreu when he was signed before I got here. He had really good numbers. There were a lot of teams that were in the market for first base. And so, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of these deals work out. And Houston did good things before I got here. So, I can't come in here and start being critical toward the Houston Astros. The Houston Astros has been a successful organization. And to try to pick them apart, it would be like, throwing rocks from a glass house. So I would say that, there's some deals that work, there's other deals that don't work, and when a team has consistently been a part of winning,
That's
I think
good,
to
man.
pick
That's
them.
Yeah, he's basically designated 2 eras of Astros baseball.
Yes.
There's before Dana Brown, the BDB. So at minus 1 BDB, then that was when, I guess 1 BDB is how we would call that. There's a lot of stuff, BDB.
Yes.
There are a couple World Series titles there, BDB.
Did a good job of pointing out there are 2 distinct eras of Astros baseball.
Yes.
BDB and ADB.
Yes. And right now we're in ADB.
We are year 2 ADB.
It's hard, man. I'll tell you, it's hard following something like this when you sign on to be anybody in this organization. Yeah. My friend Jay Fiedler was the quarterback for the Dolphins the year after Dan Marino retired.
That's tricky.
Yes.
Yeah, that's tricky.
It helped that Dan Marino was just a complete mess of a quarterback in his final season, so it wasn't like he went out on top or anything.
No.
But yeah, that's a tough spot to be in. There's not much you can do to fill those shoes.
Nope. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Let's get to headlines. Astros in Chicago to take on the White Sox. We got an update on the All-Star balloting. We've got a new champion in the NBA. We know who's going to be on Hard Knocks in season now as well. Will the Texans make an appearance? We will have all that for you coming up in headlines. That is next.
The waters are warm in the Atlantic. That means hurricanes, right? I don't know why.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, welcome into headlines. If you're just getting in your car, Astros, no game last night. They're in Chicago to face the White Sox. I know there's been certain series where we're like, well, they got to sweep. Or like when they went to the West Coast to play the Angels and the Giants recently, Seth, you and I were like, they got to sweep one of these. They swept neither of them. This is one they do have to sweep this series. You can't lose games to the White Sox are like clearly the worst team in the American League. They're freaking terrible. They've won 19 games this year. You got to sweep this series.
It's just a cesspool up there in Chicago right now.
Got to take care of business.
This is you got to take care of business. Yep. There is no more. I mean, I don't know when we stop talking about playing down to the opponent because the Astros have put themselves in a spot where you're in the conversation of those teams that there's no like, oh, don't relax. Boy, I'm afraid they'll relax against this bad team. Like,
yes.
No, you're not nearly in that position where you can get away with relaxing.
Hoping they don't play down to the Astros level when the two teams play later this month. That's where you are right now. You're the team that's being played down to.
Since the All-Star game of last year, you're a sub-500 baseball team.
Good way to put it. Yep.
You're a losing baseball team, and you got to get it back on track.
Jose Altuve is leading the All-Star balloting at second base, as is Yordan Alvarez at DH, and Kyle Tucker is third in the outfield. The first phase of voting ends on June 27th, so what happens is the top two at each position and the top six in the outfield go to a runoff of sorts, and actually not of sorts, a runoff where the winner of that runoff gets the starting nod in the All-Star game. So the Astros, for a team that's not a great baseball team, I think they're going to get at least two, maybe four into the All-Star game. If you get those three guys in, Altuve, Yordan, and Tucker. This stretch here where Tucker's been out has hurt him in the MVP race. I don't know if it ends up hurting him in the All-Star balloting, but he's missed 2 weeks now, and it's going to be more.
I don't think it's going to hurt him in the All-Star balloting. I think that if you look at the MVP race, I compared. I did the little baseball reference comparison tool yesterday with Juan Soto and Aaron Judge versus Kyle Tucker, and they've got substantial advantages over him right now.
Yeah.
Early in the season, it was like, hey, man, Kyle Tucker's actually better than Juan Soto in a lot of respects. Those two are just on an absolute tear.
Yeah.
And now
their team's good.
We've seen Yankees players and teams and Aaron Judge himself fall apart come summertime. So there's still plenty of time for Kyle to spot if he ever comes back from this bruise on his shin.
Yeah, dude. At what point with Kyle Tucker? I was thinking about this yesterday because
should have put him on the IL.
Well, he's on the IL.
Or he is on the IL.
Yeah, he's on the IL. But like, at what point is this like possibly like a hairline fracture of his leg? You know what I mean? Like he had. You and I were right there. You and I were 15 feet away from him fouling that ball, and it was nasty. But it's a bruised shin. Like there's a bruised shin.
Yeah, but it's a bone bruise. I think that's a different thing than just. It's not just like some little flesh wound. You get there. There's no protection right there on your shin. So it's I think it's a bone bruise.
You're a former player, so you're the closest thing to a doctor on this show.
I basically have a medical degree.
Right.
I basically went to some South American medical degree factory. I paid for a degree.
There you go. Two former Astros take home hardware yesterday. NL and AL Players of the Week were J.D. Martinez and Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa has been on a tear for the Twins of late. The Astros responded to this news by releasing his brother from the organization. They're like, fine, we're not going to let the Correa family have a great day. Carlos, enjoy your trophy. JC, get the hell out. They cut him.
JC Correa, one of the, I guess, where is he in the pantheon of great athletes' siblings who have played in the same organization?
Okay, I like this.
I was there, like Derek Watt played for the Steelers while T.J. Watt was there, and I think Derek Watt had a respectable NFL career.
Yeah, Watt was actually
Derek Watt might be.
He was on the equivalent of a major league team. Yeah.
Yeah. If we threw sons into it, we could have Kevin Biggio and Will Wagner is in the Will Wagner.
He might be the starting third base.
Kobe Clemens was in the Astros organization.
That's a good question. I get all the Clemenses mixed up. I'm not sure which one was in the Astros.
Well, there's Kobe, there's Cody, who's currently with the Phillies.
Yeah.
So Cody's probably
he's the most successful.
the leader of those four kids.
Yeah.
They all started with K.
Yeah.
For strikeout.
Yes. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. You will be a baseball player when your name begins with K, because it stands for strikeout, and your dad's Roger Clemens. Will Wagner.
Reed Ryan, I think, might be at the top of the list.
And he probably handles it better than anybody else I've ever met in my life. Like, that would be really hard to be in the shadow of Nolan Ryan. And Reed Ryan is a highly successful businessman, you know?
Reed Ryan was part of turning the Astros into what they are now.
Absolutely, he was.
So Reed Ryan might be the leader in the clubhouse.
Yep. Celtics win the NBA title last night. They win in 5 games over the Mavericks. They destroy the Mavericks last night. So congratulations to them. Jeff Van Gundy gets a ring. I had no idea until an hour ago that he was a consultant with the Celtics. Seth, I had no idea until a few minutes ago when Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted that Jeff Van Gundy is going to be the lead assistant on Ty Lue's staff with the Clippers. So Van Gundy goes from consultant with the Celtics. He is back into the coaching game now.
Yeah.
He will be holding a clipboard next year, Jeff Van Gundy.
How's Van Gundy going to be as an assistant? Boy, I bet he's going to be awesome.
He'll be fantastic, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know he'll be a good coach and everything. I guess I'm wondering about his personality as a podcaster was much, much, much different than his personality as an NBA coach. But now he's got perspective, age, wisdom, all that stuff. He's going to be a great asset for Ty Lue.
Big time.
Really good asset
happy
for him.
Do we think, did he keep his house here in Houston? I like to claim Jeff Van Gundy as a Houstonian still. I love Jeff.
Yeah, I would
Van Gundy.
imagine so.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
he's so deeply ingrained with a lot of the charities that he works with. He loves the Houston club, or whatever that thing is called over there. Yeah.
Yeah, he loves the Texans. Big Texans fan. Jeff Van Gundy.
Is it the Houston club? Or the Greenbrier?
Are you talking about the one on Westheimer?
Yeah.
The Briar Club.
The Briar Club.
The one next to Whataburger right there. Yeah.
That's what they're known as.
That's what they're known as for me. That's great.
That's what they put on their fancy business cards.
Yes.
Next to Whataburger.
Really fancy stationery with a gigantic Whataburger logo on it. What is this? Hard Knocks. We know the in-season Hard Knocks. Well, let me back up. There's an off-season Hard Knocks that covers this past off-season that's going to cover the Giants. There's the conventional Hard Knocks preseason training camp that's going to cover the Bears. For the last few years, there's been an in-season Hard Knocks that has typically picked out one team to cover. This year, NFL Films, HBO, and the league have shifted gears, and they're going to cover an entire division from the middle of December through the end of the postseason, or through January at least. And that division will be the AFC North.
Has the one that covers the Giants, has that been running already, or did they release it
that's a good question.
During this dead period? Because this is, and tell me if this sounds familiar. Brian Daboll, former Patriots coach, who's got a reputation for maybe being a little too rough around the edges, a little too brusque, blow-ups, volatility, all those things. He's reinvented himself. There were no blow-ups during off-season training activities or during the minicamp. Does this sound like Bill O'Brien? He's turned a new leaf. He's a new guy completely.
Okay, here's what I need to know. First of all, July 2nd is when that Giants Hard Knocks starts. So that one's going to roll right into the training camp one with the Bears, it would seem.
Yeah.
Is he lighter than he used to be? It's not me fat-shaming. Brian Daboll is heavy. Right. I will believe it if he's actually in the process dropped like 30 or 40 pounds. You know, like if he's reinvented himself and taken it like the full mantle. You know what I mean? I'm
looking at a picture of him right now. You know what? I think he did lose some weight.
Okay.
He looks almost a little bit. He looks like he could be a retired special ops guy.
Okay.
More so than a classic dumpy football coach.
He definitely did not look like that the last couple of years.
Because he's got kind of his face looks a little leaner. I mean, he's still a heavier guy, so that's where the retired part comes in. But he's got a tan, and his beard is really trimmed.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like he could just slide into working undercover in the Middle East somewhere.
Seth, you got me excited for this offseason Hard Knocks coming up. I can't wait. Texans will make a brief appearance, I would imagine, in this in-season Hard Knocks because they play the Ravens on Christmas Day. So I'd imagine the Christmas Day games will be a big topic on this Hard Knocks covering the AFC North because you got the Steelers and the Ravens playing on Christmas.
That is just a little bit of a montage from some in-game action, with some music playing in the background.
Maybe some CJ trash talk, though, on there. I could see that.
Oh, that's true. That's true, yeah. Somebody will be mic'd up. Good.
Yep. Speaking of CJ Stroud, how good is the Texans' young core that they are building? Well, one outlet says it is really good, and it's because of these 3 guys. We will tell you who the 3 guys are coming up next. I'll tell you the one guy, and one and only. He is one of one. He is Dr.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Text message. This middle screen, I think, sent this one in. I wonder if Hard Knocks covering the AFC North is going to show Deshaun Watson as the guy who's working hard to overcome adversity.
Yeah. Hey, where are we on did the NFL stay mostly hands-off with, should get a chance to see, because the Joe Flacco, I bet Roger Goodell was subtly happy that it was Joe Flacco making that run at the end of the season.
Oh, yeah.
Than Deshaun Watson. They still don't quite know how to handle all the Deshaun Watson stuff.
Could you have imagined, though, Deshaun Watson in a playoff game at NRG Stadium, what that would have been like last year? I mean, that place was already off the chain. Can you imagine if it was Deshaun quarterbacking the Browns?
If he had turned in the same performance as Joe Flacco.
Yeah, 2 pick sixes. I'm so excited for the season, man. I can't wait for the season to get here. In no small part because the Texans appear to be, and we'll see, but like they look like they're on the way to being built to last here. Like this is not, a bunch of spending in free agency to try to catch lightning in a bottle. Like this is a foundation thing. And to that end, Pro Football Focus did their best players born in the 2000s. Kind of a Pro Bowl,
So how old are these people? Like 12, 13 years old? I can't possibly be old enough that these guys are actually in the NFL now, right?
They can't drink yet, can they?
Yeah.
Yes, they can. They've been able to for a while now, Sean and Seth. Best players born in the 2000s. And the Texans get 3 guys on this team. It's basically like the equivalent of like a first-team All-Pro for guys born in the 2000s. And I think you could probably predict which 3. The Texans are second in terms of number of players. The Lions got 4 guys in this thing. The Lions, man, they have done a great job of building that squad. The Texans get Will Anderson Jr. and Derek Stingley Jr. onto this thing. And I think getting the quarterback is big, obviously, getting him on there. But, man, that Stingley played well enough in the second half of the season to now put him on the same squad as Sauce Gardner in an exercise like this, Seth.
Yeah.
When 2022 looked so bad for that sequence of picks for the Texans, taking Stingley at 3, misses almost the whole season, or felt like that at least.
Yeah, he played 11 games.
Yeah. And then Sauce, he played 11 games last year or his rookie year?
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, this past year. He played 9 games his rookie year.
Okay, so he got half the season.
Felt like the whole season.
Yeah, because he was out for the whole second half of that season. And Sauce was literally first-team All-Pro. Stingley has closed the gap a little bit on that, I think.
He's closed the gap. I saw, it was an NFL player tweeted out a couple days ago that Stingley was robbed of being an All-Pro last year. He played 11 games.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he missed the games at the end of the season. He missed all those games at the beginning of the season. And the way Derek Stingley played last year, in terms of perhaps being under-recognized or unheralded, I don't expect a guy that misses that many games to be all-pro or to do any of the other stuff. But, I mean, everything he did when he was healthy was worth getting really excited about. And then especially when they started having him track Amari Cooper all over the field, do those things that you really need your number one lockdown guy to do. A lot of stuff for D'Amico to do. When you've got a guy like Derek Stingley, you can say, okay, yep, we'll just put this dude on their best receiver, and then we'll help everybody else out. That goes a long, long way. It's just that with Stingley, I can't enjoy it because the injuries have been a thing every single year since 2020. Every single year. It's not just some fluke at this point. It's that these injuries have plagued him, and he works his butt off. There's a point where I almost start to worry whether he's got premature J.J. Watt syndrome, where he's a guy that works so hard. He's out there after training camp, every day after training camp, no matter how hot it is. He's out there with some young wide receiver working on releases and hand fighting, all these other things for a good half hour out there in the heat. He works and works and works. I just hope that he's figured something out in his personal preparation that keeps him healthy moving forward.
Yeah, it's when we talk about the offseason, and Nick Caserio will say on this show or when he does press conferences, we've got 30 and 40 guys that are in the building every day. I'm talking in February and March. Stingley's one of those guys. Stingley's in the building every day. He's one of those guys. I think too, maybe the instructive thing, and I'm not breaking any news here. This isn't a eureka moment or anything like that. But it does go to show you, when you get top picks, cash in on them. The Texans had 3 top 3 picks. They've had 3 top 3 picks in the last however many years, because when they finished poorly before, traded their picks away. They traded a pick to Cleveland, in the Deshaun Watson trade that wound up being Denzel Ward. They had traded other picks that wound up high before, and for good reason. They had a nice little run there for a while. They had 3 top 3 picks. It's these 3 guys. It's 3 guys who might be all pro at their positions here in the coming years. So it's not a killer if you don't get one of those picks right. It's not. Look, the 49ers literally traded multiple firsts for the right to draft third, and the guy they picked is a backup quarterback for the Cowboys now. You know what I mean? Because they were so good at doing everything else. But, man, the margin for error that getting Stingley, Stroud, and Will Anderson Jr. correct, wildly correct in the top 3, it gives you a little bit of cushion, especially the quarterback.
The Lions forever were a team that had squandered some of their top picks. And then they turned it around. They didn't turn around as an organization completely, obviously, but starting with Calvin Johnson back in 2007, they ended up getting. So I guess this would be the cautionary tale. They got Calvin Johnson correct. They got Matt Stafford correct. They got Ndamukong Suh correct. They drafted those 3 players in the course of four drafts.
Yeah,
that's pretty damn good. And yet they never capitalized on that. There's a lot more you got to do right. But the Lions were the cautionary tale for, in previous iterations where they had drafted a Charles Rogers, a Joey Harrington. There's somebody else in there. They'd messed up some high draft picks early on. But it's good to get those right, but then you got to fill out the rest of the roster.
You do, and they're doing a good job of that. I just think when I think of getting the top picks right, I think of the Astros, and there's a lot that went into There's a lot that went into building the Astros. I get it. The Latin American pitchers that they got, guys already there in George Springer and Jose Altuve. But you get that stretch of 2012 through 2015 where you're picking in the top 2 or 3 or 5 every year, and that yielded Carlos Correa, Alex Bregman, and Kyle Tucker. And that's a sport that's a whole lot more fraught with guys picked that high in the draft that don't turn into anything. I
would say, for the Texans in their history, if you go over their very, very top picks, their top 3 in the draft picks, you've got David Carr, not successful. Mario Williams, I would say that was a success.
That was a good pick.
And I mean, he didn't end up playing for your team for 10 years or what have you, but he's a career sack leader. Or up there in the career sacks.
Yeah.
Jadeveon Clowney would be the one that he was a good player. It wasn't what he lived up to in terms of expectations of being a number one overall pick. If Jadeveon Clowney had been picked 10th overall, I think he would have been viewed as a very solid pick.
Yeah.
I think he never turned into a top sack producer, but he was very, very impactful versus the run and a better pass rusher than the sack numbers would suggest. So it was just the fact that he went number one overall. They squandered that when you look at the other guys they could have taken instead of him.
For sure, and sometimes too. You're right, Khalil Mack was 4. Sometimes too, it's how you come in. Mario Williams came in, and he was a little bit not a mystery. I mean, people watched him play at NC State, but that was the Reggie Bush and Vince Young draft. Like, Clowney was viewed like people use the word generational with Clowney coming into the NFL. Like, he was, he was the anointed one from the time he signed with South Carolina coming out of high school.
Mario was a weird one because he got his production unconventionally. It wasn't like he routinely destroyed offensive tackles, but he was so long and so athletic that he could make a lot of plays where, you'd watch how teams game planned for him, and they didn't have an issue leaving him with a tight end or, sometimes a running back to block him. But that he would still, because he was so long, he would still make plays and cause fumbles and accumulate sacks, but without being like a Julius Peppers style of pass rushing.
Yeah. Someone texts in, Aaron Donald was in the Clowney draft also. He was picked 13th. Like, there's a certain number of picks that you need to be within the guy we're talking about to where I can blame the Texans for not taking so-and-so. Like, when Aaron Donald goes 12 picks after Clowney, should the Texans have taken Aaron Donald? Sure. As should the next 10 teams that picked after the Texans. You know what I mean? To me,
Aaron Donald, when you look at when you go back and watch Aaron Donald's college film, he was awesome. He was incredibly good. He was not the specimen that he became. And I could see where he was plenty of Hall of Fame defensive tackles that are 6'2" or shorter. But I know I can see where some of the reservations were with him and going in the top 5 or the top 10 even. I don't worry about it that as much. Just it doesn't. He's not an example of the Texans and the Texans alone being idiots. And
right.
You're right. There was the Khalil Mack. You could have more discussion about that because there were a lot of teams that like Khalil Mack more than more than Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, I mean there were certain points during that process where there were mock drafts with the Texans taking Khalil Mack. That was the thing. I guess if we're to go back and look at that and rehash and say who should they have taken, I mean the 3 that went after Clowney, Greg Robinson, Blake Bortles, and Sammy Watkins. Like those weren't good football players. Now then you got Khalil Mack, Jake Matthews, and Mike Evans. God, the draft is so wild, man. Clowney goes number 1. Clowney, good career. Good, solid career. Still playing, right? I mean, he's still playing a decade later, and he's productive. He had almost 10 sacks last year. And then 3 guys that bust out pretty much. Watkins had an okay career, but Mack, Matthews, and Evans are Pro Bowlers.
I would say, though, this too, Sean, in terms of, obviously don't get too far ahead of yourself because all these guys have not proven really anything in terms of being genuinely great NFL players over a duration of time. They all have to prove that over time. CJ knows that. Will knows that. Derek Stingley knows that. But the big knock against Derek Stingley was his injury history and whether he could stay healthy or not. So a lot of talent evaluators that looked at Derek Stingley, and if he had been healthy the entire time, they totally 100% would have liked him over Sauce Gardner.
Yep.
But those are a big thing. And you can't ignore it. That's a known thing. These are not flukish instances with Derek Stingley because he'd been injured the 2 previous years and had health concerns. So that is still remaining out there as a big variable into whether how we end up looking at the Derek Stingley pick.
I get in these wormholes when I open up these old drafts. Like Zach Martin was in that draft. Remember that was going to be the Johnny Manziel pick, and then the Cowboys select Zach Martin. And now he's a Hall of Famer.
They had to take Jerry Jones. They had to pry his finger off the nuclear button.
Yes.
He was about to go Johnny Manziel. Can you imagine how bad it would have been for Johnny Manziel in Dallas?
Oh, he's talked
with
about
all
that.
His buddies from home and college and from the underworld, right there.
He's talked about it.
All the temptation. Oh, it would have been beautiful. It would have been a beautiful disaster.
Oh, yeah. No, it would have been amazing. Brandon Cooks was in the first round of that draft. Jimmy Ward, I didn't know Jimmy Ward was a first-rounder back in the day. Mm-hmm. Jimmy Ward, first-round pick. Bradley Roby. Man, a lot of Texan ties in this thing. All right, I got to close this. People are not tuning in to hear me.
Really, why don't you read a box score next, Sean?
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Yeah.
All right. The Charles Barkley announced his retirement earlier this week on TNT. I'm a sucker. I take people for their word. I'm like, oh, Charles Barkley. It's sad he's going to retire in a year.
He said he was retiring from television.
Yeah, let's hear exactly what he said. TV the other night.
You know, there's been a lot of noise around our network the last few months, and I just want to say, I've talked to all the other networks, but I ain't going nowhere other than TNT. But I have made the decision myself, no matter what happens, next year is going to be my last year on television. And I just want to say thank you to my NBA family. You guys have been great to me. My heart is full with joy and gratitude. But I'm going to pass the baton at the end of next year. I hope the NBA stays with TNT. But for me personally, I wanted you guys to hear from me because I'm not doing any more interviews. Don't y'all be calling me. Nobody calling me. I'm not talking about this again.
Okay, there is a theory now, Seth, that Charles Barkley announced his retirement as part of maybe an effort, like a Hail Mary, to kind of push the NBA back to TNT. For those who don't know, ESPN, the NBA is typically have multiple broadcast partners. Amazon is all locked up and ready to go once this round is up after 2025. ESPN is all locked up and ready to go. They've got room for one more, and NBC has been the leader in the clubhouse throughout this negotiation. But TNT does have, I believe, verbiage in the contract that allows them the right to match. They get the best and final, and they're in major debt right now, like $40 billion worth of a lot of money. So there was a theory floating around yesterday. It was Mike McCarthy of Front Office Sports pointed out appropriately that Charles has intimated retirement many times before in his life, both as a player and a broadcaster, and never follows through on it until the one time he was really forced to retire from playing because his quad ripped off the bone as a rocket in 2000, or whatever the injury was, some bad leg injury. But that this is maybe Charles, who loves TNT, loves working for Turner, trying to see if the NBA wants to voluntarily create a life in the NBA that does not include Charles Barkley. You know what I mean? Like the NBA's like, fine, Charles ain't going to work for these other networks. That's not going to impact us. We're still signing with NBC. Does the NBA go, man, we want Charles to be a part of our coverage because he's such a great ambassador and he's so entertaining that we're willing to maybe take a little less from TNT to make sure that Charles sticks around, and they kind of call his bluff on this retirement right here.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Ooh,
it's a good chess move, right?
It's
maybe
five-dimensional chess.
Yeah.
I wonder, if you look at it from the NBA's perspective too, you know, with the sports leagues, they're always trying to figure out, okay, how do we cater to our very valuable middle-aged customers because they buy products and advertisers love the men 25 to 54. But you still also want to appeal to youth. I feel like Charles Barkley has an appeal to all age levels because I would imagine teenagers and people Barkley like a lovable older uncle that they actually enjoy his jokes at Thanksgiving, unlike your annoying uncle that does pun after pun after pun. It makes inappropriate comments about his nieces and all that. Like that's not who Charles Barkley is. Charles Barkley is a lovable uncle.
Yes.
And that's very valuable to sports leagues. They got to be able to cut through with multiple different age groups. Yeah, I could see that perhaps. Now, I don't know though. That also then becomes honestly, if there were a memo that said exactly. If there were a memo floating around between the NBA and TNT that said exactly that, that's probably grounds for an antitrust suit of some sort because then you're altering prices and competition and all that. So I don't know. I feel like that might be a little too far out there.
Yeah, normally my response to that would be, I don't know. Charles just doesn't seem like somebody who wants to get involved in the negotiations to that degree. that he wants to be a chess piece to go like, hey, Charles, how about you threaten retirement, and maybe that'll get the NBA back to the table with us here at TNT, and they'll accept our deal. Like, Charles strikes me as someone, man, y'all just go do your own deal, like that kind of thing.
It would be bad business by the NBA if you're going to say, like, all right, we're going to screw over ESPN. We're going to give a lower price to this one entity that's not nearly as strong as the rest of you financially or in terms of non-NBA viewership. I'm skeptical of that.
I am too. But the thing that makes me argue with myself on the point I just made about Charles just not wanting to get involved, every interview I've seen, he is very emotional about I'll call them the little people involved in seeing people. I mean, there's literally 200 people behind the scenes that are part of this product that probably find another home somewhere within Turner, I would guess, but there's going to be some probably that'll be without jobs. Charles is very cognizant of the working class folks in every job that he's in.
Maybe they'll split off TNT into a separate corporation.
Something.
Just spin it off into TNT basketball or something. Sell off the rest of their assets.
I tell you what, Barrett Sports Media had an article with the people that, hey, these are the people that could replace Charles if at TNT, or just replace the void left behind by Charles in NBA coverage. And I read the list, and I come to the conclusion that nobody is going to replace Charles Barkley. The best name they gave out was Draymond Green, and I don't even like Draymond Green.
Yeah. Did you like Charles Barkley?
Yes, he was my favorite. Yes, he was my favorite player from the time the Sixers drafted him in '84.
It's hard in Houston sometimes to.
I love Charles Barkley.
There's a different history in Houston with Charles Barkley.
Mine goes back to the '80s. I was a Sixers fan. He was my favorite player, and then when the Rockets traded for him, I was over the moon. Yeah.
If there's one thing I've learned though too is you can't judge a guy's personality as a player and expect that that's what it's going to be as a media member. Like Randy Moss has become one of the more popular NFL media figures, and I don't think anybody would have necessarily predicted that when he was playing.
Agreed.
There's probably some dark horses out there that might end up being just delightful as broadcasters.
I think Draymond will be good. I just don't think I don't envision him. He's
they
put it this way.
Replace him with Tim Duncan.
Or a cardboard cutout of Tim Duncan. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Payne and Pendergast with you. Chandler Parsons, former Rocket, he was on his FanDuel show with Michelle Beadle and Shams Charania. I didn't realize there was this drama going on right now. I knew Klay Thompson was looking like he's not going to re-sign with the Warriors. Chandler Parsons takes what is a current trend with athletes and lays it out here as if we're all now discovering that this is what athletes. I'm a little surprised that Chandler Parsons is laying this out in such a way that he thinks the audience isn't aware of this phenomenon that Klay Thompson is doing right now with the Warriors, who he unfollowed on all his social media.
As stupid as this whole topic is and how crazy social media is, and I hate it, this is definitely something. You don't just unfollow your team. You don't just accidentally do, you weren't hacked. This is something where if you unfollow, and again, this is so wild that we're talking about this, that this is a story, but this is the world we live in. There's something here, and I definitely think he's up to something. You don't just unfollow the Warriors and follow Paolo, the best player on the team that there's rumors that you're going to go to and get a big offer from this summer. So this is definitely interesting. You don't just do this and Klay Thompson doesn't just do this for clicks. There's clearly some sort of animosity or anger or some sort of disconnect here where this is happening, and then deleting the pictures of him and Steph and winning the championship. This is almost like you're with your girlfriend and you're starting fresh and you're moving on. So as little as it is, it's pretty big.
Yeah, and he's like the 1,000th athlete to do it.
I don't know. You know what? I guess maybe he's trying to make it into more of a point than it is. Except that I do feel like there was a period of time where athletes would do it and you wondered, and because usually they would dismiss it as well, no, I have a social media manager that was just cleaning things out or whatever, where now it has become standard practice. I guess maybe that's where do you feel like he was being tone deaf to the fact that everybody else is already in on this, know that it's notable and
now that you're talking it through, maybe I should give him credit, because sometimes in this business of broadcasting we're told hey man, lay things out not for your smartest listeners, but lay them out, and I don't mean intelligence-wise, I mean sports
most dialed in.
It's dialed in. Yeah. Lay it out for the people that are in the meaty part of the curve, not the hyper invested part of the curve. So maybe that's what he's doing there.
I don't know if it's probably only 3 years ago where I started actually really taking it seriously when people were unfollowing this guy or that guy. I guess unfollowing the team account is a go-to move now.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's I just never have felt like it's a notable enough thing that's worth disenfranchising yourself from the fan base. It's one of those things that maybe there are other ways to send messages to like station than to do it publicly, where we've seen this with Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons, there's no need for him to publicly say, well, yeah, who knows, there's a good chance I'll be gone next year, or whatever he said last year during the season. There's ways to get that message across to the front office that, hey, you mean business, but perhaps because of the world we live in, that it just feels that much more real. It's more of a shot. It's a shot across the bow.
Yeah. That
you do mean business, that I'm not going to be some schmuck, and you can't use some of these high school Harry tricks where you try to question my loyalty or something like that. But I don't ever feel like it's what I would advise my client to do if I were an agent.
No.
Let me be the bad guy.
Yeah.
Let me tell them that you mean business, and that's all we need to do. You just keep everything else just smooth sailing publicly.
He unfollowed the Warriors and followed Paolo Banchero. I feel like when it's followed up, when the unfollow has a corresponding follow where dots can be connected, that you're leaving a relationship to enter another one, that's pretty next level right there. Klay Thompson.
If I unfollowed you on social media
and followed somebody, right?
Yeah,
followed Granado.
Followed Colin Coward or something like that. I saw Nick Wright was on Colin Coward's podcast the other week, and he cited something I had told him a long time ago. So he told he gave me credit for the point he was about to make, and then Colin wrote something down after he said my name. He looked off to the side and he wrote something down.
Oh.
I'm like, no, Nick, I don't need this. I don't want no. I don't work Colin Coward.
Dude. I could see you. Oh, you would handle that real well. Sitting on that little couch as Cowherd menaces over you like a gargoyle while he's interviewing you.
Right. Like I'm one of his minions.
Yeah. Oh, that'll go really well. Actually, you'd be fine. I think you'd be fine.
I don't know. I don't like the format of television sports talk. I can't sit there with that serious look on my face, or then you just get completely irate about, 10 years ago, maybe I would have liked it already. It's just too much. I can't be constantly fuming about some nonsensical thing. Klay Thompson is going to lead to the ruination of young athletes everywhere with his social media tactics.
Yes.
Yeah.
I need this. I need you 2 days a week in L.A. 2 days a week, and as long as you can still do the show. Of course, you'd have to get up at 2.
I can't multitask that enough. I like my life, man. I like my life.
You'd have to get up at 2 in the morning to do the show from L.A. I just remember back to Vegas when we were there. I was mush by the end of the week from doing the show at 4 in the morning local time out in Vegas when we were there for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Oh, that was for the birds. Fun trip.
I thought I had a good time. The only thing I didn't like was walking through the casino at 2 a.m. stone cold sober.
Yeah,
exactly. It's just with I felt like a casino worker. I was like, there was no envy in me, because at 2 a.m. in the casino, you're looking at some pretty pathetic souls at times.
I know.
And then when I would take a break after our show, the 7 a.m. in the casino isn't much better, or whatever time it is local.
Pathetic souls that were playing blackjack and getting free booze. How are you not jealous of those people? I don't get it. All right.
There's some that are having a good time. There's some that are on their 25th hour of being awake and just not having a good time.
And I'm jealous of all of them. Yeah. Tristan Casas, a young Boston Red Sox player, on a Father's Day night, had a great story. Red Sox playing the Yankees, I believe, and had a great story, Little League story. It's a really heartwarming story that maybe some of you have experienced with your dad and Little League back in the day.
So I'm in coach pitch, and, I'm so young. I don't really know what's going on at this point still. I'm still just playing baseball just to burn calories and get out there and get some sun. Right. And, I get out one day, and I come back to the dugout crying, pissed, and, that's what a 6-year-old does. He sits on the bench and he cries and he doesn't want to go out there when his team's playing defense. So my dad, being the dad that he is, trying to teach me the lessons that he did in his own special way, came into the dugout. He actually grabbed me by my shirt, dragged me to the line, and Looney Tunes style kicked me out onto the field. And actually had one of my best friends that I went to high school with later. He ended up playing pro ball. His mom actually called child services on my dad, had him arrested at the field. No, for real. This is no joke. At the field, I see my dad go away in the cop car, gets arrested, sent the night to jail. But that day, my dad taught me a super valuable lesson that not a lot of people know, and it's that I had a responsibility to my teammates. I had a response. The parents showed up that day. All the fans who.
Okay, we're good, man. That's good right there. I'll cut it off. All the fans. He's in coach pitch. I had a responsibility to all the fans out there of our coach pitch team. That made me chuckle.
I'm trying to hear the fans who would have my father arrested.
I don't want to bury the lead. His dad got hauled off in a cop car, but that was funny to me.
I'd love to hear the follow-up to all of it. Like, okay, I'm supposed some parenting classes were involved afterwards and everything. Like, I wonder if his father softened a little bit. I don't know what the display. Like, there's no way from knowing from that situation whether the woman was in the right or not and calling the cops. I have zero clue. And people are going to take from that story what they want. I don't want to get into all of that. But I would love to hear the follow-up as far as, like, okay, what were the tactics afterwards?
The key here is, what did the Looney Tunes style kick look like? If he was just kind of dragging him by the back of his jersey out to the line and then gave him a nudge out onto the field, like, get out there, then calling CPS is probably a little over the top. But if he legit, like, wound up and gave him a kick to the butt, like, legitimately, like, kicked him, then I'm not saying I would call CPS in that case, but you're putting your welfare, you're putting the chances of you getting hauled off into the hands of way too many people if you, like, physically, if you could hear the kick, that kind of thing.
I wonder if, Looney Tunes style could mean a million different things, too. Like, did he drop a piano on his head?
Bad stuff happened on Looney Tunes, man.
Did he? Well, if it was Looney Tunes style, what I'm thinking of is if he were Daffy Duck, the bill would be on the back of his head. So maybe, like, the bill on his cap ended up facing backwards. That's what would happen to Daffy Duck when he took a wallop.
I know, that was good stuff.
It's interesting, too, that the mother of the other child, her son would go on to be a professional baseball player. So it's not like the different the different parenting styles, like can have different results for different kids.
Yeah, it's management styles, man. Some kids need the Looney Tunes style kick, man.
I wonder if his dad's cool with that story being told. It's just, man, that's a pretty heavy deal, man.
Seeing your dad get taken away in a cop car?
Getting taken off in a cop car, from a Little League game.
Yeah.
That didn't have to be out there for the masses, you know?
It didn't, but as you know, I've been watching Sons of Anarchy. And if my dad were Jax Teller, that would probably not be the first time I watched him get taken away in a cop car. You know what I mean? Like, maybe Tristan Cassis' dad had several petty crimes along the way, and seeing him get driven off in a cop car was like watching him take an Uber somewhere.
The only time I had experience with Child Protective Services was, I think I must have been like 5 years old. And, it was my father was a colorful individual. There was an issue. And he wasn't abusive whatsoever or anything. It was a custody thing. He just decided not to send us back home one summer. So I got woken up in the middle of the night and and the cops were there somewhere off in, like, bum bleep, North Carolina. And they took my sister, my brother, and a trail that we were living in a cop car. And I'll say this. My dad, as complicated as a person as he was, he couldn't have been a better father in that specific moment. Like, now, sure, he should have maybe sent us home to our mother when he was supposed to, but it was by legal,
right? That would have been
legal decree. Sure. But it was about, like, he made me look at it like it was an adventure. He kind of talked to us and was like, he wasn't arguing with the cops or anything. He kind of he understood that, like, all right, this is a messed up situation for these young kids, and he kind of gave us a pep talk about, the nice police officers who were going to take us to see my mom and everything.
Where did you? So did they bring you? Where'd they bring you? Like, to the airport?
I think they took us to the police station.
Okay.
Where my mom and my uncle were.
Oh, okay.
Because, like, my mom was, like, sitting up 1,000 miles away, kind of waiting for the kids to show up and never did. So she had to
She flew to North Carolina.
They drove down to North Carolina. We had no money for flying, Sean.
My bad.
And and then we drove back up to. It was a fun adventure. My mom and my dad. Well, my dad didn't do it. My mom was really, really good about, like, no matter how many weird, crazy things my dad did, my mom fought her ass off. And I think she drank a lot of wine coolers and smoked a lot of cigarettes. She fought her ass off to not bad talk my dad in front of us.
Yeah. It's a big key in divorce, man.
Yeah,
yeah.
And it was my dad and his various wives were not as good at it, but like it was something as an adult, I really appreciate just how hard it must have been for my mom to do that. But she took a pretty bad situation and tried to make it bad.
Yeah. How old were you?
I'm probably 4 or 5 years old.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was at an age
They
too.
didn't put me in cuffs or anything.
No.
You know?
No. That would come much later. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
But that's good though. That's a good tactic. Like that's 4 and 5. Like that's the age where you're in like pre-K and kindergarten, and they're teaching you like, hey, these are your friends, the firemen, the policemen, and all those things. So you're getting put in a cop car. Like you're getting to go with your friend, the policeman, right here.
They were nice police officers.
Were they?
As far as I can remember. Yeah.
Someone said
my sister was crying. I was like, "You're not going to last a day in the clink. You better get your crap together." I grabbed her. I said, "Listen, you toughen up right now. You go in there, you beat up, you pick out the toughest SOB you can say. You find whichever 3-year-old in there needs an ass whooping.
Yeah.
And you take it to her."
Seth is the first 4-year-old to ever slip a shiv to his sister in the back seat of a cop car.
I did. I grabbed a plastic knife on the way out of the trailer and sharpened it.
Headed to the slammer.
He's gonna go in the clink. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, for all of the it's early, hey, it's a 162 game season. For all that chatter, the Astros are 9 games back. This is the furthest back they've been all year. If this is who they are, what are the reasons to watch the Astros when the dog days of summer really roll around in July and August? I've got a few. You can write them down in case we need them. That is coming up next.
Are you a team home? Something nicer than the shanty I was hauled out of.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Text page. My mom was a champ like yours was too, Seth. So a little fist bump from the text page.
Didn't talk any smack about her ex.
Yeah.
Your father.
Yeah.
It's tough, man. Swallowing your pride in a divorce situation.
It is. It is. Not easy. Not easy.
I would talk so much smack. You hear me, Brandy? I would talk so much smack. Let's start a campaign.
I like to ramble on and tell dumb jokes.
First salvo's been fired, if we're being honest.
Yeah, I know. She's been psychologically torturing me for decades now.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, so I think it's safe to say, like, I don't know, for me at least, I can deal with the people when the Astros are starting 7-19, and they're like, hey, it's early. Hey, it's 162-game season. Like, all right. I mean, that's a really bad start, but that was the start for the Astros, 7-19.
Sean.
We ain't there anymore.
I was on the radio on a station in New York yesterday, and we were laughing about how the last time I'd been on this station, I was trying like hell to explain the Jack Easterby situation and everything else that went along with it as succinctly as possible. So we went through that and we were laughing about that. We talked about the Texans and the Bills. This is actually in Rochester, New York. Mm-hmm. The Bills for a little while, and then after we'd been laughing about how hard it was to explain a really tough situation with the Texans to an outsider back in the day, he's like, so what's going on with the Astros? And I'm like, Seth, we got a minute left. What's going on with the Astros? And I'm like, I'm trying to think, like, should I try to name off all the injured pitchers? Where am I going to screw the slow starts to Bregman or any of the, I don't know. I don't know where to begin. Well, because it's not. I just gave him a little bit of Jose Abreu talk because that was the a name they could latch on to.
Yeah, it's tough because it's not just injuries. It's not just conventional poor play. Like there is some odd mystery. I don't know if dysfunction's overstating it, but like the whole construct. You know.
Yeah, realistically. I would say if it comes to dysfunction, if this is just something that's weird or wrong, the Jose Abreu stuff it just reeks of something where, all right, there's decisions being made at a higher level, or there's just something that doesn't feel quite right the way they're handling all of this. The rest of it, really, at the end of the day, I think if this team wasn't a team that was coming off of 4 World Series appearances and 7 straight ALCSs and all of that, I think that combination of bad luck and underperformance and curious decisions by a manager that become more glaring because of the situation. Yeah. Espada's been stuck between a rock and a hard place in a lot of respects with where this roster is right now and what his options are at every given point.
Yep.
And you can second guess. There's very good reason to second guess a lot of the decisions, but the sum total of it all, Espada hasn't done anything that makes me feel like, if you were managing the team 2 years ago, it would, they would have been a bad baseball team or they wouldn't have been as good.
Correct. I agree. So if this is who they are, and the further we get with all these weeks where they're like, we went 3-3 in these 2 series, or we took 2 out of 3 from this team. But you went. If this is who they are, if they're a team that's a below 500 team or a hovering around 500 team, we're going to have irrelevant baseball in September for the first time in a decade. Even during the bad COVID year, September was important because it comprised half the season.
Right, right, and they were on a run.
They made the playoffs.
They'd been awful in the first half of the season. The COVID season right now is our greatest hope.
Yeah,
is it just you keep reminding yourself like, okay, they underperformed. It was blah 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 blah. Yeah.
Right. So, but if this is who they are, if we get to September, and it's like they're not 9 games back, they're 12 games back. Then what are the reasons to watch the Astros? I've got 4 for me. If you want to text in 713-572-4610, Seth, I want to see what you think of these. Number 1, Hunter Brown. The organization views him as a future foundational piece of the starting rotation. And in his last 5 starts have all been quality starts, and he has a sub-2 ERA. Capped off by out-dueling Skubal on Friday last night, the Cy Young favorite in the AL right now.
Yeah, and I think that it's followed a nice progression of, he had a very, very slow start to the season.
Very.
I'd say if you even just make it arbitrary and go back to from the beginning of May to now, which would be 8 starts, he's got a 2.58 ERA.
Really good.
Batting average against him of 195. He's been a very good pitcher since the month of May rolled in.
Yep.
And the addition of a sinker to his arsenal made a huge difference. He's doing a lot of things. He's starting to show a lot of signs of just pitching like a veteran pitcher, knowing when he's got to throw strikes, knowing when he can flirt with the zone, all of these other things. I feel very good about him. So, yes, I eagerly anticipate watching Hunter Brown for the rest of the season.
I will still make time, even if the Astros are out of the race, to watch Hunter Brown starts. I will make time to watch Ronel Blanco starts to see if the clock strikes midnight. Very different case than Hunter Brown. He's in his early 30s. Hunter Brown, he's in his 20s. Hunter Brown is your classic, this is a draft pick we got right, and he's going to be a big part of our rotation. Ronel Blanco is like a $100 bill that you found between the cushions right now. Like, holy smokes. So does the clock – I will also be making time to watch Ronel Blanco starts, but look different prism than Hunter Brown. Like, does at some point – is this the real Ronel Blanco, basically, is what I'm asking? Or at some point – is there a regression lurking around the corner with him?
Right. Yeah, I don't. I feel very confident in Ronel Blanco. I'll be, and I will be again, partly because I feel like he speaks for my people, the heavy sweaters. I'm personally invested in him. When I see Ronel Blanco out there performing well despite losing, probably if he didn't drink enough fluids during a game, I'm guessing he'd lose at least 10 pounds in a game. Maybe 15 or 20. Yes. It's a triumph. It's a triumph of will every time that he comes out of Minute Maid Park, which these days seems to be consistently 80 degrees.
Yeah.
No matter what.
I guess Blum was talking about that on the broadcast the other day about how hot it is inside of Minute Maid Park.
Was he
these
complaining?
Days. I don't know. Somebody texted in that he was talking about it.
Apparently the policy at Minute Maid is that the way their system is set up, it has to be. They can only set it for 20 degrees cooler than whatever the outside temperature is. And given that it's 90 degrees or over just about every single day anymore, I guess it's in the high 70s there more often than it's been in the past.
That's fine, but this is the first year I can remember it being an issue. You know what I mean?
I know, I haven't heard so many people complain about it before this year.
Okay, the third thing. So Hunter Brown 1, Ronel Blanco 2. These are reasons to still watch the Astros if they're out of the playoff race in, say, August. Contract triggers. If Ryan Presley gets to 50 games, his contract is $14 million. Vests. He's at 29 games right now. Presley's not been good. I don't know. I think most Astro fans probably are possession arrow pointed against wanting Presley back next year.
There is with Presley. This is the hard thing. Like, there's legitimate things and legitimate issues. He's talked about this, like where like some of it is like he's had bad luck. Like there have been like his batting average on balls in play is way higher than it should be given a period of time. That should swing back the other way, but he's also still partly responsible for it. I'm still looking forward to the second half of the season for Ryan Presley.
Yeah.
I do think the luck will balance out. I think that it was probably the appropriate move at this stage in his career to move him off of closer. And I'm not going to like make excuses that he's not as good in the eighth inning as he is in the ninth. It's just that I do think that there's reasons for optimism there.
At this rate, he's going to sail past 50 games. The other one is Justin Verlander's 140 innings. That if he gets to, his player option vests for next year, so he would have the option of sticking around for $35 million next year, half of which will be paid by the Mets, half by the Astros. Or leaving if he wants to. I can't imagine he's not going to opt into $35 million next year.
This is where I am with that. Like right now, as of now, he's not on pace to get that number, but that's because that includes all of his injury time early in the season. If he hits that trigger, it's going to mean that he's been pretty healthy the entire way.
Yes.
And I don't expect him to have a Jose Abreu style fall off. So I think that I'm looking forward to that in as much that if he hits that trigger, then he's been pretty healthy and presumably pitching pretty well.
Last one, Breggy farewell tour, Seth. Alex Bregman farewell tour. Last couple months of the year.
If it's going to be a farewell tour, how likely are you to participate in the standing ovation in the last home game?
I would participate in it. Alex Bregman's been a really good Houston Astro, and he's been a big part of the most successful stretch that any professional sports team has had in this town. 100% I would stand and give Alex Bregman an ovation. If we knew he was leaving, that's what Carlos Correa got, right? Carlos Correa got ovations at the end there when we knew he wasn't coming back.
I think both Correa and Bregman handled it really well. They haven't made divisive statements. They've talked about the business side of things, but not in such a way where it sounds like they've got an axe to grind with people or anything like that. I mean, Garrett Cole, everything would have been fine with Garrett Cole if he just hadn't had that moment at the end of their World Series departure where he just sounded bitter and was like very, like in a moment where every other Astros fan was also in pain. He made it very clear that he was in business for himself at that moment. Like that was the sticking point with Garrett Cole. Everything before or since, I think that Astros fans would have just been fine with Garrett Cole because the business is the business. But it was just that one moment. So barring a moment like that, I think Bregman is still beloved.
Is watching NFL football about to get a lot easier for fans? And for this one as well. That is coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln. I just got done talking about West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. There's the original West Point Lincoln.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You know, the subjects about broadcasting in the NFL, I always wonder, like, okay, what's the wide-ranging interest? I think people are super interested in who call and things like that. The Sunday ticket thing is interesting to me. Anytime, this has been a big story the last couple of weeks. It's been a story for a while, but it's been a bigger story the last couple of weeks because it's now in the courtrooms. And if you're wondering what it is I'm talking about, there's a class action lawsuit going on right now against the NFL because of the Sunday ticket pricing. And the lawsuit contends from the plaintiffs that the NFL has been inflating the cost of Sunday ticket to essentially, well, you know who I'm going to let explain this? Mike Florio, who was on with Pat McAfee yesterday. I know there's a lot of you out there that either subscribe to the Sunday ticket, which used to be exclusive to DirecTV satellite customers. Now it's on YouTube. So it's available to everybody if you're willing to pay for it. It's been historically at least a few $100, right?
$349 per year right now, I believe, is the current offer.
Yeah, so it's not cheap.
It's pricey, but you get to watch every single NFL game that's out there, whether it's showing locally or not.
Yep.
So if you want to watch a Chargers game, you know, because you don't like the 4 o'clock game or the 3 o'clock game, then you can do that. So but it's valuable for those of us who like to consume a lot of the league.
Yes, valuable. There's a lot of folks where $349 is too expensive. So I would tell you, if you're in that group, if you're like not from Houston, you like watching your other team, but you can't afford Sunday ticket, take a listen here because things might get a whole lot better for NFL fans from a pricing standpoint if this lawsuit happens. Mike Florio laid this out yesterday.
It seems like no one's paying attention to this. And I don't know, prioritized it yet. We haven't taken it seriously. I think it's good that people like you are seeing, hey, whoa, Goodell testifying, Jerry Jones testifying, maybe this is something we should be paying closer attention to. The fundamental question is this. Is the NFL forcing the Sunday ticket provider, previously DirecTV, now YouTube TV, to overcharge in order to ensure that a certain number of people won't get it and that they'll watch the CBS and Fox games made available to them in their local markets? It's a premium product. And there's plenty of evidence that's come in already that the NFL doesn't want it to be too cheap. It doesn't want it to be something that has a huge subscriber base. And the argument is it's trying to protect CBS and Fox. That's the core of the case.
Okay, so it's a strange thing, man. It's almost like they're trying to manage cannibalism. You know, like we want people to buy the Sunday ticket, but only a certain number of people, so we're going to overcharge for it so that our broadcast partners, CBS and Fox, they're really the only ones impacted by it.
Yeah.
Because all the other games are nationally, you know, like prime time or Thursday night games.
If I'm in my local market and I think there's a better game on it, my team is like, let's say if my team is having a 2-win season and I'd prefer to watch somebody else, and there I go, off I go. They don't want it to be too easy to do that.
Right. They don't want to damage the local ratings for CBS and Fox is what the plaintiffs are alleging. That's what the plaintiffs are saying. And apparently they found some documentation.
And this is where it gets, like, the reason nobody's talking about this is that these days, man, it ain't like back in the day when you had an antitrust case against Standard Oil. Like, it was easier to understand. Well, like, hey, I'm paying too much for oil. Why is that?
Right.
Everything with intellectual property and antitrust lawsuits these days, I can't follow any of it.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, what? It's price fixing, right? They're basically saying, look, the NFL isn't allowing this person they have a contract with to actually set the price they want to set.
Yep. The potential
they might want to set.
Right. The potential exposure. Yeah, correct. Like YouTube TV, like, no, you must. Hey, YouTube, we want you to charge this.
Yeah.
And YouTube's like, well, we could charge this. Yeah. Potential exposure for the NFL. $7 billion is the amount in the lawsuit, but the judge, I guess, in an antitrust case has the option of tripling that if they want to.
Tripling it?
So potentially $21 billion. Yeah, tripling. Yeah. $21 billion, man. The upshot of all this is that it could get better for consumers because the big thing that people have requested through time, and the big reason why people won't pay $349 is they go, well, look, I moved to Houston from Cleveland. I only want to watch the Browns games. I don't need the other 10 games on that Sunday afternoon. I only want this. If the Browns are off that week, I don't even need the Sunday ticket for that week. That's the one team I want to watch. Florio says this could work out great for viewers.
Why do I have to buy the whole thing? I care about one team's games. Why do I have to buy every week if the team that I want to watch has a Monday night game that week and I'm not going to watch any out-of-market games this weekend? So however this plays out, it could force the NFL to really change the way that games are made available to consumers, and that's a win for all of us, regardless of the verdict, regardless of what happens on appeal. This could rattle the cage enough for the NFL that they say, maybe we need to change the way this is. Maybe we do need to make it cheaper. Maybe we do need to let people buy one team at a time, 1 week at a time, one game at a time. So I hate to say it, but it's true. If the NFL loses, there's a chance that all of us win.
I think that this is where you try to see the forest for the trees without getting too deep into the legal side of things. Like, all right, the judge is going to decide whatever he decides. I think, for us, especially people listening to sports radio who are more ardent sports fans, it's really good if you think about the ability to just not have to pay that much to be able to watch the Texans, whether you're traveling. We've got a lot of listeners who live outside of Houston, grew up in Houston, don't live here now. It would be awesome for them. One of the things that's made the NFL so strong as an entity, though, was when they made all the TV deals into a national broadcasting thing. And that, that you can watch, that there's select games that you can watch in any market at 4 p.m. or on Sunday night or whatever. And it's one of the things that allows them to funnel a lot of revenue back into every team with the revenue sharing. And market size just doesn't matter as much in the NFL when it comes to competitiveness. The salary cap goes into that too. So, or New York Giants, the difference isn't, even though the markets are vastly different, you can still put a pretty competitive team together and say Kansas City.
Absolutely.
Year in and year out. That's where I think the NFL, aside from like the immediate money grab side of it, they're going to fight it, and they're not going to want to do that. They want to try to create more of just a mass appeal for the entire league, more so than people being able to just become fans of just their specific teams.
Yeah.
But as a consumer, they traded one evil for another, because forever I wanted to have Sunday Ticket and I had to have DirecTV. There were things about DirecTV I did not like, both from a technological side and a customer service side. Now, though, to get the NFL Sunday Ticket, I have to have YouTube TV, which, you know what I can't get on YouTube TV? Astros games.
Yeah.
So I'm double dipping on my service provider for television, so I can have, I got reminders in my phone set up for when to sign up for YouTube TV in July, so I can get back on the NFL Sunday Ticket plan. That part of it sucks.
Yeah.
So if I could have an a la carte option where I didn't have to have YouTube TV and I could just get the packages on YouTube of the Texans games, that would be awesome.
Yep. The other sports have moved in that direction. Like the other sports, you can get team-specific out-of-market games. Hell, the NBA, if I'm not mistaken, they've got an option where you can pay. I mean, this is them taking advantage of my people, the gamblers. They've got an option. If I'm not mistaken, they did, or I know it was being discussed, where for like $2.99, like $2.99, you can go watch the fourth quarter.
And honestly, it's one of those, there's no way to predict what the right way to, how all of this is going to unfold. When it comes to stuff like this, no matter how smart you are, you can't predict exactly what the best way moving forward is. I think that the NFL, as much as possible, they don't want to make it super a la carte. They want to, they know that there's a lot of demand, and they want to try to force the entire league on you as much as possible. So, I have zero clue how a judge or how this will be argued legally or anything. From a purely selfish standpoint, I hope it's more a la carte. Even as I whine and complain about how many a la carte options and things there are, like with baseball, how many different services you have to sign up for, and then set an alert to disconnect afterwards.
Yeah, you and I mean, we don't get a ton of Sundays where we can just sit and watch non-Texans all day, especially the last few years because they played Sunday at noon literally every weekend. We're going to get
you do a post-game show.
My situation is different. Right. But it's rare that I get a Sunday. I'm going to get several this year because the Texans are playing Wednesday, Saturday, Thursday, blah, blah, blah. My preference still is Red Zone. I still like to just put the Red Zone on the big TV and just let Scott Hansen take me around the league. I am perfectly cool with that.
I used to feel like with Red Zone, I was just trying to be a purist about it, and I was like, well, yeah, but then you don't actually get the full context of what's going on. And then I remembered, oh yeah, I'm not going to watch 16 NFL. Yeah, give me the highlights, give me the big moments. That's all I really need.
Yep. And look, I'm a bettor. I'm a fantasy football player. Like that's set up for people like me.
But you also live in the market where your team plays too.
Yeah.
Where because the NFL has done such a good job of creating such mass appeal for all this, there's fans spread out all over the place that still desperately care about their own local team.
And there's no commercials.
This all started when a bar called the Mucky Duck
in
San Francisco sued over how much they had to pay, I guess, for. My brother-in-law owns a sports bar. Well, no, it's a bar and grill, but they got a lot of TVs. And he was explaining to me just it gets complicated sometimes when because they've got a separate deal for for
bars.
They have to because they're going to be they're doing that thing that you're warned not to do, rebroadcasting it to other people and everything. So they have to get a separate deal to be able to rebroadcast it to all these different people.
Yeah, it's way more expensive. We have a Mucky Duck here, right over off of Richmond. There's a Mucky Duck.
Is it a chain or is it? I know that Mucky Duck's been there forever, and it doesn't look like it's part of a chain.
No, it doesn't at all. And they get good country music there. It's a good spot. It's walking distance.
There behind Academy Sports.
Yes,
right?
It's walking distance from where I live. It's great. I can stumble home after some good country music. I like it.
That's on the shady part of River Oaks, Westheimer, though. It feels like you're walking out of a dark alley, kind of almost.
Yeah, I don't think that's considered River Oaks down there. They're like right near.
It's not River Oaks, but it's
Kirby.
Kirby, excuse me. Yeah, not Westheimer. Kirby leading up into the River Oaks.
Yeah, it is.
Everybody's got the street smarts that you have, Sean.
It's tough, man. I've been there 4 years now.
To be able to walk in the quote-unquote bad part of Kirby north of 59.
100%, dude. I'm glad you're acknowledging that. Appreciate that. Appreciate you acknowledging my street toughs. The hard scrabble life of Upper Kirby. Yeah. Hey, this was making the rounds.
You are basically where you live on where like they try to optimistically call things River Oaks, this or that, there and that part. You're not technically in River Oaks. You're on the other side of the tracks. Really.
Right.
You grew up on the wrong side of town, basically.
I did.
Those kids, they would look down on you if you tried to date their daughter.
I don't live in River Oaks, but it says River Oaks on the side of my building.
You know what? You've always said that you always wanted to be the bad boy, but you've never been the bad boy.
Yeah.
You kind of are.
A little bit.
And these, that's kind of like, when you're dealing with a frilly crowd, you can be the tough guy without being all that tough.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Kind of like being around all these rich people. Feel tough. Yeah.
So it's like all those literary types back in the day were just terrified of Ernest Hemingway because he was just an actual guy. He knew how to box a little, and he had a big beard, and he liked to shoot guns.
I love that.
Like, oh boy, watch out for that Hemingway. You just pick your battles. Hemingway was smart. He was a bully in that environment, in that sphere, because he was just so much manlier than the rest of them.
People weighing in on this. People have feelings about the Sunday. I would love them to make Sunday ticket a la carte, but I would also like them to not flex games. It makes it hard for when we travel. I don't know what I'm going to do about the Green Bay and Texans game right now. I think you're safe on that one. That's week 8. Game. And I don't know what the primetime games are that weekend. Flexing feels like more of an issue second half of the season than it does first half of the season. So I think you're okay there. On the flexing. That's a game to go to, though. If you're going to go to a road game for the Texans this year, Green Bay is my recommendation. It's tremendous.
Are hotel prices super expensive for Green Bay games because there's just not that many hotels out there?
Yeah, they are.
And they've got such a national fan base.
Yes, and we when Amy and I went to a Green Bay game a couple years ago during the bye week, the Texans bye week, we stayed in Appleton, which is like
Appleton, Wisconsin.
Appleton, yeah, and I think that's where the team stays, if I'm not mistaken. But we stayed in Appleton, which is like a 30-minute drive. It's not a bad drive, and that's late. That's mid-October, so you're probably. The weather will probably be fine for driving. We went in second week in November. It was snowing a little bit. It's not a big deal. But yeah, Green Bay, of all the road games, Green Bay would be the one that I would recommend.
What TV show was that with? It was called Cousins. Was that the name of the TV show where the guy pronounced it Appleton, Wisconsin?
Was that Perfect Strangers?
Perfect Strangers. That's what it was. Yeah. Perfect Strangers.
Balky?
Belky.
Yeah.
Belky was the lovable, like some Eastern European of some sort, like a fictitious nation.
Yes.
Fictitious Eastern European nation who went to live with his cousin in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Bronson Pinchot was the name of that actor.
Whatever happened to Bronson Pinchot?
I don't know.
These days, whenever I ask that question, it turns out they've been like on a hit A&E
Yeah.
series for the past 8 years. He's
Actually
won 19 Golden Globes.
No, he changed his name to Jeff Van Gundy, and he just got named the assistant to Ty Lue in Los Angeles.
Ooh, Bronson Pinchot's aged well.
Has he?
He's got a little bit of like a distinguished older gentleman vibe to him.
How old is he? How old is he? Does it say?
He's 65 years old.
Okay. That's a distinguished age right there, man.
He is still best known for playing Belky Bartakamis on the ABC sitcom Perfect Strangers.
Yeah, Perfect.
Oh, remember he was in Beverly Hills
I do, yeah. He was the fruit stand guy.
He gave him the banana, right?
The banana in the tailpipe. Yeah. He literally gave it to him for free. No, take it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So is this prominent wide receiver?
He went to Yale.
Yeah,
not the receiver, but Bronson Pinchot.
No, he's from Connecticut. He's one of the.
Oh yeah, everybody in Connecticut goes to Yale. I forgot.
I'm just saying he's one of like the 6 famous people from Connecticut. A wide receiver. Could this wide receiver, who's in the magical 3 or 4 that are looking for $30 million, could he be on the move? He was telling a former teammate yesterday that his team doesn't want him anymore. We will let you hear it, tell you who it is. That is coming up next. Oh, the Yellow Rose Distillery. So today is
Liable. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I appreciate the millions and millions of you correcting me. You're right. And I've watched Beverly Hills Cop no fewer than 25 times in my life, but I got a little mixed up. Bronson Pinchot was Serge, the dude who was in charge of the art gallery, or he worked at the art gallery at least.
He was the employee of the gallery owner who was friends with Axel, the Eddie Murphy's.
Jenny. Jenny ran the art gallery that was owned by Victor Maitland, who was the villain of Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. Serge was the one who asked Eddie Murphy, "Would you like it with the lemon twist? You want it with the lemon twist?" Damon Wayans, as long as we're talking about random dudes who became famous who were in cameo roles in 1984, he was the fruit buffet guy. He was the one.
And that was before In Living Color was a thing too, right?
Yeah.
So it wasn't like the Wayans brothers in general were anything at that point. A time where nobody knew what a Wayans was in America.
Yep.
Okay.
Then along came In Living Color.
Before they became omnipresent. Yes.
Yep. I love stuff like that, like people who eventually became famous, like in little roles that they were, like Samuel L. Jackson in Coming to America. He was the dude robbing the McDowells there. Like he was.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that was before he became Samuel L. Jackson, man. Like the Samuel L. Jackson, you know.
Bronson Pinchot was in Risky Business too.
He was.
He must. What was he? One of Tom Cruise's friends?
He was. He was one of Tom Cruise's buddies. Yep, one of his high school buddies. Yep.
We go back to I remember like John. You remember John Cusack had like a really minor role in 16 Candles.
Yes, yeah, he was one of the nerds.
He was one of the nerds. That's right.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast. I'm glad we took this trip.
This is what we're going to do for the rest of the show. Everybody.
80s cameo roles that turned into really famous people. Yeah.
Clear your schedule. Okay. Cancel your 9 o'clock. We've got business to take care of.
I love when people refer to appointments by the time that they are. Cancel your 9 o'clock. Brandon Ayuk. So yesterday, he's sitting on a couch, presumably with his girlfriend next to him. He's got a very vocal
girlfriend who just has to inject herself into all of these potential contract discussions or anything. Yeah. It's a bad move. But yeah, she's there. She is there. She's posting things about whether or not they're going to be back with the team. So yeah, she's there. She's the voice you can hear in this saying, "I'm going to have to vlog about this. I'm going to have to vlog about this."
Yeah. So this couch, and he pulls up Jaden Daniels on FaceTime. They're FaceTiming each other. And here's what it sounded like. Take a listen. The money quote is about midway through where Brandon Ayuk lays out what he thinks is going to happen between him and the 49ers.
Bro, look in the cam, bro. Look at the cam.
He got me vlogging this
Bro, what?
What happened, bro?
They said they don't want me back.
The sun.
I swear.
This morning.
Okay. They said, that was Brandon Ayuk saying, they said they don't want me back. Presumably talking about the San Francisco 49ers, right? Gotta be. Yeah.
Presumably.
Yeah.
So is Brandon Ayuk going to end up, is he going to get traded to Washington and become one of Jaden Daniels' targets?
That's the question. And this is going to be fascinating to watch play out with Ayuk, with Jamar Chase, not so much. Ayuk is getting to the end here. Like, he's heading into his 5th-year option. Jamar Chase is 3 years in. Like, if they don't extend him this offseason, same thing happened to Justin Jefferson last year. So Jamar Chase is the least dramatic of all of them. You know, T. Higgins, his teammate, just signed his franchise tender. So there's, other than maybe them trying to give Jamar Chase a deal and they just can't come to a number, there's no real drama there. CeeDee Lamb, a 2020 draft choice, and Brandon Ayuk, is he a 2020 as well? I think he is because he's heading into his fifth-year option. Both former first-round picks, CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Ayuk. These are the ones that are fun for me because Justin Jefferson, I think, has set the bar for wide receivers at a level that I think both CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Ayuk think they should be at. And I don't think either of their teams either think they should be there or maybe in the case of the Niners have the stomach to pay them to that level because they have so many other guys. Well, CeeDee Lamb, too. They got to pay Michael Parsons and Dak Prescott.
Right. Well, and the 49ers now are also in that uncomfortable position of paying Brock Purdy at some point potentially in the next couple of years. You know, whether they're in the whether they believe it or not, or whether it just that's a whole separate argument and topic. The 49ers might just look at those numbers and and Ayuk has established himself as a guy who's not afraid to be a headache about it. I think that's whether you love it or hate it, the reality of the modern NFL is that, man, you've got a lot of leverage if you also are not afraid to have you or your girlfriend kind of make vague comments or criticisms or what have you.
Not even a joke.
That's the world you live in. You can accelerate the process by being a headache publicly and by putting things out on social media. So I think that's where they are with Ayuk right now is, do we want to live through a season of escalating discord from Brandon Ayuk and all of this stuff, a potential holdout, all that, or do we just want to go ahead and see what we can get for him right now?
You're the Commanders. The Commanders have the third most cap space in the NFL right now for the upcoming season. They have $37 million in cap space, and obviously you can structure the deal. He'll make $30 million a year, whatever it is, but it'll be structured in a way where it's not going to be nearly a $30 million cap hit this year, I would guess. If you were the Commanders, who were just picking second in the draft last year, is this a stage in your rebuild where you should be trading, say, next year's first, which is probably going to be a pretty high pick if you're the Commanders, for the right to pay Brandon Ayuk, somebody who Jaden Daniels has history with? They were at Arizona State together at one time. I mean, that's who he's FaceTiming with in that thing right there.
Listen, Cliff Kingsbury is their offensive coordinator, and he's not
amazing.
He's not an NFL offensive coordinator. They made some stabs and some efforts at some good things at times in Arizona there, but that's who they have as their offensive coordinator, and they have a young rookie quarterback that so let's get past that. I have deep reservations about Cliff Kingsbury as an NFL offensive coordinator. But getting past that, it would make sense. It would make sense that if you want to give everything you can to a young quarterback and you've got all this cap space, to trade away a future first or a hefty package of seconds or second and third round picks or whatever it might be, and just give him the going rate. I think that would make a lot of sense.
Philosophically, would you be more of a I'd rather trade away a marquee wide receiver and get a bunch of picks, or trade picks, pay a wide receiver guy? Like, which side, or does it depend on the wide receiver for you? Does it depend on the
first option?
The first option, well, like you see these teams that have traded away the wide receiver to get the picks. And then obviously on the other end, you have the team that's trading the picks for the right to pay a guy,
So, this is the problem, is that everybody thinks that they're going to be the Minnesota Vikings, and they're going to trade away Stephon Diggs, and then I'll just draft a Jamar Chase. Yeah, there we go.
Justin Jefferson,
I think, but by the same token, just because you trade away, just because you get those picks, so if it's not such a slam dunk guarantee that you're going to be the Vikings and draft Jamar Chase. Mm-hmm. The Titans thought they were going to do that, and they drafted Treylon Burks, who might not even make the team this year.
Yep.
So there's that. I'd rather get if I'm in the position that Washington is in right now, I'd rather be the team I'd rather be Washington than I would be the 49ers. It's just, there's no guarantee that it's going to be a really high pick from Washington, and there's no guarantee that even if you get a really high pick that you're not going to get a good football player back. But the 49ers are in that kind of uncomfortable for good reasons position, which is that you've had so much success that you just can't retain all these guys.
Yeah.
It would make sense, but it's more fun to be Washington than it is to be the 49ers.
Before you just sit here, not you, Seth, but the audience, before you just sit here and go, well, they're automatically trading a really high pick. Guess who people were saying that about last year? who had just taken an overall pick in the draft, the Houston Texans. And I'm not saying Washington is exactly set up the way the Texans are to flip it around, but they might. I don't know if they're going to go 10-7. They've got the Eagles and the Cowboys in their division, but I could see them. They make that trade. They trade for Brandon Ayuk, give him a big deal. You got the cap space to do it. His game is probably going to age pretty decently.
It got uncomfortable with Deebo Samuel when he was angling for a new contract, and it looked at times like, oh, Deebo Samuel's out of here. And the irony of it all is that Deebo Samuel deal might be one of the things that contributes to not being able to sign Brandon Ayuk, even though Brandon Ayuk, I think, is a superior receiver. Like more of a total overall, that's what you want as your guy. But that might all things being equal, and if you could go back in time, they should have traded away Deebo Samuel so that they could give Brandon Ayuk this crazy money. But it looks like it's not going to work out that way.
The Commanders, this is according to overthecap.com. The Commanders have the third most cap space, $37 million. The 49ers are sixth with $32.7 million. So, I mean, they've got, at least according to this, they've got room for what it's worth.
2025.
Yep. The Texans are at $19.8 million in cap space. So they're like middle of the pack right now for what it's worth.
Yeah, right. So what about 2025?
Oh, for next year? Yeah, I don't have let's see here. Let me click on it. There it is, 2025. The 49ers are way down. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the third year.
For 2025,
for next
right?
year,
It's never, like, this year doesn't tell you a squat about where they are. Like the Texans last year, people were there were some people that were kind of alarmed that the Texans didn't have that much cap space because, like, look at the roster. But it was in future years it opens way up, or at the time it was opening way up.
Texans $5.6 million over the cap for next year. 5.6 million. This has been a while since that's been the case. Now the Commanders, $71 million in cap space for next year. So they're set up to absorb something like this. I hope they do it, man. It'd be fun. It's hard for San Francisco to keep all these guys. I'm still amazed. And you're right. Boy, that's a great point about Brock Purdy. Their feet are going to be held to the fire, the truth fire coming up in the next year or two with Brock Purdy.
And I know people are going to be upset about anything I say about Cliff Kingsbury. The thing you have to look at it is the way it went with his offenses is that by the second half of the season, typically, defensive backs around the league would know exactly what was coming and how they were going to do it. And when they did have success, it was a combination of Kyler Murray's legs and, just loading up on pick after pick or free agent after free agent of just trying to stock wide receivers as much as possible. But there are a lot of things that he just did not do at an NFL level when it came to attention to detail. I mean, you talk to defensive backs who'd be like, yeah, you could tell exactly which guys weren't involved in the route. And just it was astounding in some ways. And I'm just floored that he keeps getting jobs. I'm floored that he got the head coach job to begin with in Arizona. And I'm floored in the NFL.
Same.
I think some of these teams just flat out don't know what the hell they're doing.
They like a good face and a set of washboard abs and a laid-back McConaughey style, man.
I guess so, yeah. They've just watched too many Matthew McConaughey movies.
Yeah, that's it. Or
watched too many of his commercials. His commercials, very motivational.
Very, very. Just while being super laid back. It's just,
I've never felt so good about paying my power bill. I just feel like, hey, sometimes life's gonna sometimes life charges you, sometimes you charge life.
That's it, man. Hey,
I
want a Lincoln. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast. You know what? This pops up yesterday on my time feed, on my Twitter feed. Something that told me Seth Payne, I think, is a former teammate of one of the most famous people in sports and entertainment and somebody who is a prominent part of this show on Mondays. I could not believe this when I saw it. Does Seth Payne remember this former teammate? That is next. But first, Prize Picks. Oh, man, Prize Picks last night.
Condition. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I couldn't believe this yesterday. Now, those of you that listen to this show know that on Mondays, we do a segment at 7:20 called Acknowledge Me. Where
Acknowledge Me.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, we acknowledge the people that had big performances over the weekend, the past week, and when we announce their name, we play Roman Reigns, longtime WWE Universal Champion, just lost his title at WrestleMania this year after a nice 4-year run. We play him saying, "Acknowledge He's the me. Tribal chief." That's what we've got to do. He's the tribal chief of the bloodline. We've got to acknowledge him. Seth, yesterday, just flipping around on the X yesterday, and for some reason, an account called @JaguarsTreasury. Their name is Random Jaguar of the Day. I bet you've been on here before. I bet they've named you the Random Jaguar of the Day at some point on here. But
what an honor.
The Random Jaguar of the Day on @JaguarsTreasury. And this is, I don't follow this account, but it probably popped onto my timeline because the Random Jaguar of the Day is a former WWE wrestler. His real name is defensive tackle Onaway. He's better known as Roman Reigns.
Acknowledge me.
He was on the Jags. In 2007, the Jacksonville Jaguars signed him in August 2007, only to release Onaway less than a week before the start of the 2007 NFL season. He did go on, as this Twitter account points out, to have quite the career with WWE. He's the biggest star in the world right now, other than The Rock, who's his cousin. But so my brain started spinning here. I'm like, hey, my co-host and friend Seth Payne was on the Jaguars. Not once, but twice. He was on from 97 to 2001 before he became a Texan. And then in 2007, during the summer, where he was looking for a place to ply his trade, on August the 18th, I'm told by the internet, Seth Payne signed a 1-year deal with $200,000 guaranteed to the Jacksonville
Guaranteed?
You were guaranteed $200K.
I got to check to be sure they gave me that money. I can't remember.
Now would be a good time.
Yeah.
But you were there, and you ended up not playing for the Jaguars that year. But you were there in training camp for a couple of weeks at the end of August, which seemingly would have overlapped with a guy, Leati Joseph Onaway, a.k.a. Roman Reigns, who was signed in August and cut before the first week of the season. Do you remember being teammates with Roman Reigns?
I gotta be honest with you, no. Okay. I don't. I don't, and I feel like maybe because of the timeline or the time lapse there. Maybe I don't know. I got cut on the final cuts. It would have been right when he got, unless I was signed pretty late in camp. Maybe he was released before I got there. I usually remember the Polynesian guys because I always enjoy talking to Polynesian guys. But I think that. No, in a football context, Sean. I'm not like on the internet.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah. I think I do. I think I remember him if I search the memory banks. Okay. Because there was what I would do when I signed, because I signed late in camp, was the first day they signed me, I sat down and I went through the playbook and I learned the defense, which is it's not that hard for a veteran defensive lineman to learn the defense.
Who was the coach at that time?
It was Jack Del Rio.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And the defense coordinator was Mike Smith. But after practice, the defensive line coach would take the rookies to run through the defense and everything. And those first few days, I stayed after with the rookies just to go through everything and get more mental reps at it. And I talked to the rookies a lot, so he was probably one of them.
Okay.
He might remember me better than I remember him.
Maybe.
Just from that, where he was at his stage in his life and where I was. Obviously it's much, much different now.
Yeah.
He is by 1,000 times the greater celebrity. But yeah, he might remember me if we were indeed together.
We used to get a lot of wrestlers up here in studio back in the day when they'd come to town. And certainly, I guess the best opportunity that might present itself would be if WWE trotted some guys out to Radio Row. I think like that. Maybe if Roman Reigns was making, I need to be sitting with you and Roman Reigns to see if he remembers it. Because I'm with you. I think there's a much better chance he remembers you than vice versa.
Right.
Yeah,
I feel like a jerk though if I'll feel like a jerk. Hopefully, maybe if I see his face, I'll. Can I see his face anywhere, Sean? No, I was looking for pictures of him as a rookie with the Jaguars, and I didn't find a headshot or anything.
He had much shorter hair when he was a football player. Like he's got really long hair now. He still looks pretty similar. So yeah, man, I got to find this out.
I was the one thing that I always tried to tell the rookies. My dorky thing that I did was that I carried around the little cones, the agility cones.
Yeah.
No, like traffic cones, but not the flat ones that have like a hole on top just so you can stack them up. And I carry them in my backpack because I realized about midway through my career, look, it doesn't matter how book smart you are. You need reps when it comes to doing something. There's something you can know things intellectually, but it's different when you got to carry it out in a high stress environment. So whenever I would study like game plans or plays or just drill it, I'd have these cones and I'd lay them out on the floor. So like that first day that I stayed behind with the rookies, these rookies were all looking at me. I'd been there all of like 12 hours, and I'm going through the whole defense and all the checks and everything. They're like, how'd you learn that so fast? So I tell them about the traffic cones, and you just drill. You can get in 100 mental reps in 10 minutes if you just drill with these cones, and it's a lot easier during training camp when you're tired and everything than sitting there trying to focus on a playbook. So maybe is
to practice his
act
his
at
finishers.
All now.
Yeah,
has he ever like set up traffic cones around somebody who's about to jump on?
Early in his career, he did, and it didn't help him get over. When he got rid of the traffic cones, he became much more popular.
He walks into the ring with a backpack full of traffic cones.
This is a strange gimmick. The guy's got a physique like he should be somebody's.
What's his signature move?
He like a spear, like a shoulder, like just a gore.
I taught him that.
Yeah, I bet.
I did. I was like, hey, listen, you guys ever try this move?
Yeah.
I'm going to sue him for copyright infringement.
It's basically a football tackle is what it is.
I remember it clear as day now. Now that you mention it, hey, Ben, delete that last 5 minutes where I was saying I had no memory of Roman Reigns whatsoever. Because everything's coming back to me now.
Honestly, you've told the story about the cones and things like that before, and I think that's all. I think it's great that you do that. To me, if I were a rookie, the most impressive thing that you did in that time with Jacksonville is walking away with $200,000 for a couple weeks' work. That's impressive. I thought to
myself, someday, I wasn't sure whether I wanted to play football or anything, but I thought someday I might have to be paying out-of-state tuition at the University of Oregon, and that $200,000 might be good for about 2% of
Bingo,
that.
yeah.
So let's just go ahead and get that $200,000 locked in.
Dude, you've brought that story up before. Like you and I have talked before about like how much money NFL teams just seemingly throw away. And
I felt guilty about that for a while because I was shot. My knees I was coming off an ACL. It was my third ACL surgery in like 5 years, and I was shot. And I did. There was a part of me that for a long time, until I saw Tony Baselli one day, and he's like, shut the hell up, Seth. Yeah. Do you realize how minuscule that is in terms of the total budget of everything else? Stop being an idiot. They took a chance. You're a roulette wheel chip. You're nothing more than that. You were something that they gambled on, and the gamble didn't work out. It's not a big deal.
You're a smaller version of what Dana Brown was talking about with Jose Abreu. We make all these deals. Some of them work. Some of them don't. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Yeah.
My biggest weakness was feeling personal responsibility for things
what
in
do
my
you
life.
think?
But luckily, I'm done with that.
You got done with that. It was funny in doing my research for this very important story of you being teammates with Roman Reigns yesterday. Yeah. I found some old articles because I was trying to find the date that you signed with the Jags, and of course it pulled up all these old articles. There's an article from Jaguars.com. It pulled up like Seth Payne coming back home. Welcoming back Seth. He's just fit in seamlessly, blah, 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 this and that. My favorite part was when someone asked, like, so how did you feel? How did you look that first day of practice? And you said, ask Lageman. I guess Lageman was on the broadcast team at the time, and he was out watching practice, so that was your answer. You're like, ask Lageman how I looked. I thought that was pretty funny. That's your guy.
I felt like crap. That's how I looked. I got out
a way of saying, if you look good, you would have said, I feel amazing.
For those, a lot of you will remember this part of the whole dynamic, but this was where I screwed up. Is that like I was living in Jacksonville at the time because we still had a house there, and so it was easy. That was the easy decision to make. but I was coming off these surgeries. I had a rough go of it, and I was in my 30s by this point. Tom called, and he said, and his plan for me was that I wouldn't even touch the field until that I'd be on the PUP list, and I would do nothing but rehab until midway through the season.
Giants coach at the time for people.
Yeah, the Giants. Yeah, I should have explained that. He was the Giants coach at the time.
In 2007.
So, and I thought, like, I'd rather just get out there and go to training camp and everything. Like, actually, like, what should have been really appealing to me, given where I was in denial about just how much rehab I needed. They would go on to win the Super Bowl that year. I like almost assuredly would have made the team because they had zero plans for me to even compete during training camp or even practice. And like once you make that opening day roster, your contract's guaranteed for the year, and I would have been a Super Bowl champion.
Dude,
whether I played well or not. Yeah.
No, and not to make you feel worse about it, but think about that D-line room you would have been in. Michael Strahan, Justin Tuck, O.C. Umenyiora, like that's
well. You know what, the biggest part, this is where I learned the lesson, honestly, of just, like, not overthinking things. I had a really good meeting with a defensive line coach, Mike Waffle, for the Jaguars at that point. And, like, his methodology and the way he taught defensive line and had you play was different than anything I'd ever really been exposed to. And I was intrigued as hell, and I was like, I'd love to play for this guy. And and that was my gut feel, is like, I should just do this right now, back in May or whenever I was talking to Tom Coughlin about it. I had just like, I loved that guy, loved him. And he showed me his whole, this guy was I believe he was a former Marine, and then when he started off in coaching, he went around and basically just shadowed all these great D-line coaches and came up with the most out of defensive linemen. And I went against my gut, and all I got was a measly $200,000 out of it.
It's not bad. It's not a bad parting gift. It's better than a home version of the game. Like, here's the board game, NFL football. You got $200,000. Yeah, it's not bad.
I'm joking when I say measly, everybody. Yeah. I don't mean to act like that's nothing.
No. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
I mean, it's gone now. It's gone.
into the night. And then the real estate ventures came along.
I got to buy an airplane.
All right, the Celtics are your NBA champions. 3 localized Houston angles to the Celtics NBA title last night. That's next.
Bayway Chevrolet. Boy, you want to stretch that money and actually get bang for your buck, but you've been dreaming of a Tahoe or a
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, the Boston Celtics are NBA champions. They beat the Dallas Mavericks last night. Celtics just tore through the playoffs. They were clearly the best team in this thing. I would have loved to have seen them play Denver, but Denver did not oblige. But Celtics win the NBA championship. They go 16-3 in the postseason this year. A few local Houston thoughts on the NBA Finals. Seth, my first one was watching the celebration last night.
Yeah.
And thinking to myself, man, Ime Udoka, who just coached the Celtics in the finals 2 years ago against the Golden State Warriors back in 2022, was let go by the Celtics, not because of his coaching acumen or his coaching skills. He was let go because some things went on behind the scenes there.
Unfortunate relationship.
Yes. Yeah. Some bad decisions. He's back here with the Rockets, and we're thrilled that he's the Rockets head coach, and I feel great about the future of the Rockets, not only because of the players, but because of Udoka himself. He's a huge reason, maybe the biggest reason, why they went from 20 wins or whatever it was 2 seasons ago to 41-41 this past season. He's the biggest reason. But in watching that celebration last night, I couldn't help but try to put myself in his shoes for a moment and go, man, if I had just shown some restraint, I would be probably looking at in my first 3 years as a coach with an NBA title already, with a nucleus that is locked in, and young,
I think
and set to go.
Yeah, I think that it's probably not an awesome feeling, and yet at the same time, I would imagine he doesn't feel like he got screwed over or anything in Boston. No. So, like, it's something that's very much in his control. So it's very easy to turn whatever, either envy or regret over that into motivation. It's not like he's sitting in some bar without a job, like wondering about what might have been. It's more, if anything, kind of like proof in the pudding that, yeah, he could be on that track, and that could be him. It's just, you got to get it done with this squad here right now.
Yeah. And I think, like, AJ Hinch to me is a similar. I was thinking the same thing about Hinch this weekend when the Astros were playing the Tigers. Obviously very different circumstances surrounding his firing than Udoka's, different sport, obviously. But I think a similar dynamic in that, look, if you're going to be considered the best of the best at what you do, a lot of it is what gets put around you as far as a roster goes. There's a lot of great coaches that have not had great coaching careers because they haven't had the talent put around them to win at a high level. And if you're a coach, I would imagine, being mentioned in a conversation about the Hall of Fame someday is a goal. It would be for me. Like Hinch, I thought about that. I'm like, man, Hinch has probably watched 2020 through 2023. Like, man, if that gets tacked onto the resume I already had with the Astros, I'm on the short list from the era of baseball.
Well, and with Hinch, unlike with, Hinch, can't be completely and totally excused for things that went on while he was manager.
Yeah.
But there are things, and people have talked about this, the dynamic of a major league manager is different than, a college football coach. And the veterans on your squad, especially the guys that you brought in like Carlos Beltran to be the leaders, those guys have a lot more say and a lot more sway, and aren't necessarily, no matter how many times you smash a clubhouse monitor to try to show your disgust with what's going on, that doesn't necessarily do a whole lot. Yeah, he might feel like, man, if it just had not been for a few little things, if that memo had actually been if that memo that was sent out to the league had actually been distributed to the players by Jeff Luhnow the way it was supposed to, that maybe none of this would have happened, and we'd just still be cruising on to greatness, and I would have been the manager for a second World Series.
He'd have been the
victory,
manager. Luhnow's probably still the
in his
GM.
mind, maybe he feels like, and actually, maybe we probably would have won one of those World Series too, an extra one,
Yeah, maybe so. So that's number one. What is Ime Udoka thinking watching that? I agree with you. I think he's probably he's motivated to make sure that celebration he was watching happens here in Houston someday, which brings me to my second point. This isn't just about the Celtics, but just the NBA in general. it does feel like we're kind of heading into a period here where things are a little bit more random. Back when the Rockets were really, really good last time, you were living in the same world as the Warriors. You were screwed. It feels less like you're screwed this time. It feels like if this nucleus develops the way they can, if they put the finishing touches on it, and Udoka is who we think he is as a coach, the Rockets have a good chance of putting themselves right into the mix here with these teams.
There's not that evil empire out there in the form of one team that's just that you can't get past.
Yeah.
It's wide open. There's a very good chance that you could be. It's anybody's position to have if you just go out and seize it. Yeah.
Like the Celtics aren't a super team. I know they had a record in the postseason that would be indicative of a super team. I think it was more like they faced the Heat without Jimmy Butler. They went against the Cavs, who never get it done in the postseason unless LeBron's on their team. Tyrese Halliburton was gone when they were playing the Pacers. They had a lot of injury. Luka was kind of banged up in this series too. They had a lot of injury luck along the way.
Who's the? Are you excited for playoff Jalen Green? Are you?
I don't know.
I mean, that's if we want to start, thinking about, all right, who could potentially be the. Who could potentially be the Doncic or the Kyrie Irving or whomever else that
on this team
falls apart? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The
we don't even know. We don't have a clue. We haven't come anywhere close to anything like this.
No.
In terms of, all right, who's built for crunch time or not?
The team wants it to be Jalen. I feel really strongly about that. They want it to be Jalen.
Falls apart?
No. That's the guy.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the guy. I think they want him to be the guy.
If you want Jalen Green to be Doncic in the NBA Finals, I don't think that's what you want, Sean.
I don't. Yeah. Boy, it'd be fun to get to the NBA Finals, though. That would be really cool.
That would be a good time. Kyrie Irving was worse than his box score would suggest. He was, 5 for 13 last night?
He was 5 for 16 last night.
5 for 16.
Yeah.
And I think he made 3 shots in the fourth quarter.
Did he really? Okay, yeah. Anything after the first quarter is garbage to me.
Yeah, it wasn't a great effort.
No, not a great postseason for Kyrie. Not a great finals for Kyrie Irving.
Honestly, I've been watching this in like as the worst possible human being. This NBA playoffs, I loved watching James Harden fall apart in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I just absolutely collapse in the playoffs. I loved watching Doncic and to fall apart in the finals. I'm all for people having their hopes and dreams dashed by somebody who's not as perfect as everybody thought he was.
I'm 100% with you on that. Half of my football watching during the season is, the Jets are on. Well, the Jets, a bad example because Aaron Rodgers played 4 plays last year. But I promise you this year, when the Jets are on all those primetime games, I will be rooting for the Jets to fall on their face. That's fun, especially in seasons past. I probably got more in tune with doing this, Seth, when it was just so futile rooting for the Texans for a few years there. I'm like, all right, well, I need a reason other than gambling to watch some of these games. All right, who can I hate? Well, it turns out I hate Russell Wilson. Turns out I'm not real fond of Deshaun Watson or Aaron.
If it comes to the Schadenfreude scale of like, okay, who do I eagerly anticipate failing? It's tough. This one's tough because I really admire Lamar Jackson's game. And yet at the same time, especially after, 1 week after getting destroyed by the Ravens, it was kind of fun to see playoff Lamar Jackson, even though that game was way closer than you remember it, and even though it was a wide receiver drop or fumble that really was the thing in that game. I did love seeing Baltimore Ravens fans have to deal with their team not being as good in the postseason as they were in the regular season. I kind of enjoyed that because we'd had to listen to a whole lot of smack talk from the Ravens after that game about how C.J. Stroud wasn't as good as everybody thought he was, or all of this, that, and the other.
Yeah. We'll get to play all of them this year again.
Who are the NBA? Who are the NFL? Are there any guys that jump to mind that you're like kind of hoping for their playoff collapse more so than?
In the NFL?
Yeah.
In the NFL, for sure. I root against quarterbacks. So yeah, Aaron Rodgers for sure. You know what? Sean Payton. This era of Denver Broncos football that we're about to head into here, where the Broncos are abysmal, is going to be fascinating and fun to watch for me. Not a big Payton guy. Not a big Payton guy at all.
No, Sean Payton. When you just hear about what players say or just whatever. like, I think Drew Brees probably doesn't get enough credit for working with Sean Payton as well as he did. I think Sean Payton can be tough on his quarterbacks. And I wonder, with young quarterbacks especially, I wonder how that would have gone with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't even trying to be snarky towards Sean Payton. I think it was the perfect blend of circumstance there with C.J. Stroud and with a guy from the Shanahan system, where there's just more of a and with Bobby Slowick and his personality. I think Bobby's not. He's built like a good baseball player. I don't think he's ever going to get too high with the highs or too low with the lows. You just kind of see problems and you just methodically go through them. I thought that the way they handled C.J. Stroud right from the onset and having him at least feel like he had to compete for the job and everything else, I thought that they handled him perfectly. I don't know if it would have been as seamless with Sean Payton.
Yeah, you had pointed out when they drafted him, like even before, like I think it was not when they drafted him, when we were talking about CJ leading up to it. It might have been before they even hired Slowick, possibly, although that would have been in February. But you made a point multiple times like about what a great system fit CJ was going to be in this thing, and it worked out exactly that way, man. Oiler girl, not Houston Oiler, Edmonton Oiler. I'll be honest with you, Seth, I don't even know what the score is right now in the Stanley Cup Finals, but I'm still all about Oiler girl, and you know who I'm talking about because I know you complained about her popping up on your Twitter timeline out in public from time to time.
She was after a big Oilers victory in the playoffs. She lifted her shirt up and flashed the ice, and it was captured on video. And then it was popping up on my timeline, like blurred out or anything.
Yeah.
So I'm just like sitting next to a little old lady at the doctor's office, and that popped up.
Right.
And I know what you're thinking out there. Well, Seth, the algorithm knows you. I don't think so, because this is the only situation that happened. Like, I don't have this issue anytime else other than this one woman who kept popping up on my timeline. So, yeah, I saw her a lot. And she was a topic of conversation for a lot of people.
She was. OnlyFans reached out to her to see if she wanted to maybe start an account. Cam Soda reached out to her because that's what Cam Soda does. They're really good at glomming on publicity-wise.
They make public offers for employment to people that most people are never going to accept it.
Right.
It's like, hey, Dick Cheney, you want to be a porn star? And all of a sudden it gets a headline like Dick Cheney offered a OnlyFans account or a Cam Soda account. Yeah.
Apparently, okay, now I can see why she popped up yesterday coming at the internet. Apparently the internet's coming after her, and I'm guessing it's because her Oilers are down 3-1 to the Florida Panthers right now. So I'm guessing that's why. So the Florida Panthers lead the Edmonton Oilers in the Stanley Cup Finals 3-1. Here is Oiler girl. Now to set the stage, she's standing like underneath a huge bridge, like on some grass.
Yeah, it looks like a place you might go to score some meth.
Yeah, or whack somebody, you know?
Right, so when she describes this as the way she does, I was kind of surprised.
Yeah.
This looked like the industrial side of town that you go to dump a body.
Yes, yeah, here it is.
Oilers girl. Actually, my name's Kate, but long hard about what I wanted to say to everybody. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm at one of my favorite places right now. Come here to do some thinking, we'll call it. But I just wanted to say, you could be the most perfect, godly person in the world. You could save kittens from a river if they were drowning. Someone's still gonna hate you. So you know what? At the end of the day, I got drunk and whipped my out at an Oilers game and they went viral. You if you don't like it. Woo! Go Oilers!
Go Oilers! Yeah,
that'll stop any negativity on social media right there. That's what we've been waiting for on social media is an admonishment. And now finally the toxicity will stop. I don't even know. Like, has she faced that much criticism? I think people are mean online, and the more clicks you're getting, the more mean people are going to show up. That's the way it works.
I didn't see anything worth criticizing in the video that was out there.
I would say after seeing this video, I thought it was more of a middle-aged lady when I saw the video, which I was like, oh, good for her.
Yeah.
It's like she got some new cans and she's showing them off to the world. Good for her.
Yeah.
And now it looks like maybe by this video, it looks like she might be more in her mid-20s or
like
so.
Younger, yeah.
Yeah. I think also, okay, like I question a little bit what her motives in doing that video are, because she said two things. First, she opened up with long and hard, and then she said, "This is where I go to do some thinking, if that's what you want to call it." It looks like a place. It looks like something you would see in a movie, where like in a car, in a car. So I don't know what her deal is, but I know the negativity is going to stop now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Oilers girl.
Yeah.
And good luck after Amy Adams Strunk sues you for using Oilers in
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Glad we got Oiler girl out there. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. Big reunions going on in Chicago tonight. Dana Brown, he looked like he tried to distance himself a little bit from Jose Abreu. I would say maybe in addition to distancing himself from Abreu, maybe take a bow for some of the things going on off the grid with the Astros right now. We'll explain coming up next. But I want to tell you about the Men's Tea Clinic, and that's where I go every Friday.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Well, no, I mean, I led this thing myself. Ultimately, as a GM, I always talk to my owner in terms of, giving him my thought process. And, I talked to Jim, but I pretty much led the process.
That was Dana Brown on Friday talking about releasing Jose Abreu. So Dana Brown is taking ownership of the decision to finally cut him loose. I think it's safe to assume this was a group decision, given all the people involved in bringing Abreu in. As Dana Brown, as you'll hear in a moment, Dana Brown pointed out, this is a transaction that took place before he took over as the general manager.
Right, yeah.
But very much a process in unloading Jose Abreu that Dana Brown probably, hey, guys, hey.
At some point, everything was complicated. Who had such a nice stretch in September and October of last year. I think that's at least part of it. It's that, man, if he had never had that run at the end, then it might have been a lot easier to say, all right, well, all is lost.
Yes.
The other part of it that made it kind of difficult is that this was, in terms of declines at the end of a career that aren't really specifically tied to injuries or big injuries, even though he's been banged up a little bit, it was a drastic decline. And I think that Bagwell was probably correct when he said that the analytics people were on board with signing Jose Abreu last year. Now, I don't know if they were on board with the numbers or anything else like that, but I will partially excuse them for not anticipating that the decline would be this bad. Now, sticking by him when he was really just not showing any signs of improving after the West Palm Beach experiment and all of that, yeah, Dana Brown is he's attached to that. I don't know how much of a driving force he was with all of that, but he's attached to that.
Yep.
So he can't distance himself completely from it.
We played multiple clips earlier in the show of Dana Brown to various degrees, I think, pointing out that of the Abreu signing preceded his becoming general manager here. I'll just play the one that I think most indicates Dana Brown, pointing out, hey, I don't know, man. I wasn't here when they signed Jose Abreu.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the end. Last year with the Cardinals and, did a pretty good job there. But as far as his legacy in the game, I mean, the guy was an MVP. That's very hard to do in the major leagues. And so, when you guys signed him prior to me getting here, I think this guy was on the market. There were a lot of teams that liked him. And so ultimately, a first baseman he had close to an 850 OPS for his career. And so, he had a good run. He had a really good run, signed in international, the international signing.
We're good, Ben. We're good. Yeah, when you guys signed, that just
did he pull out a baseball card and look at the back of it?
It tickles me. This is going to do some serious damage. This whole sequence of events the last couple weeks, really the last couple months.
Yeah.
And by months, I mean years, are really going to do some damage to the back of that old baseball card right there.
Tops the industry itself, Sean. I think the Astros have done irreparable damage to Tops, and I expect a lawsuit at some point.
Class action lawsuit for any
devalued the back of the baseball card.
That's it. Now Dana Brown. I mean, some good news in the system here. I think if there were if you look at Dana Brown's background and you go, okay, what's the reason why Dana Brown got this job as general manager of the Astros? I would say it's his ability, this Atlanta Braves baseball team, which is one of the most talented in baseball when it's fully healthy.
Yeah.
Even when they're not healthy, they're still super talented. They're missing Spencer Strider and Ronald Acuna, and it's still a really good baseball team. Dana Brown had huge in putting that team together in the scouting and the drafting of that team. And he's had one draft to be the GM of the Astros, and so far so good. As Astros Future tweeted out, Seth, there's several guys here that are already at AA from their draft class, and they're putting up pretty big numbers right now.
From the 2023 draft class, Bryce Matthews, Jake Bloss, John Williams, and Ferreras, that kid.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys, they've so far been good draft picks. And I think a lot of I don't know if you go into the Moneyball, dynamic of old school scouts versus analytical dudes and everything. It's not nearly as big a divide as it once was, but there is still a little bit of that. And I do think that Dana Brown falls more into an old school scout who does a lot of the old school things, but he also has an appreciation of and utilizes the analytics. I feel like if you're an old school person, there's probably something about Dana Brown just simply drafting well and recognizing prospects that can elevate quickly that you got to feel good about. But taking that long-term view of like, hey, yeah, boy, 2 or 3 years from now when all these draft picks start potentially reaching the major leagues, then that's where you're really cooking. We're impatient with that because we feel like we're still in the World Series window for these Astros.
Yeah, that's what,
at least we did. At least we did not too long ago.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you. Like, do you think Dana Brown wants to be a buyer at the deadline this year? Because on the one hand, if you're a buyer, it means you're relevant again. But on the other hand, if you're a buyer, it means that what I think he probably views as his putting his fingerprints on the future of this organization.
Well, he had actually mentioned in one of his clips that he wasn't gung-ho about trading prospects.
Yeah.
For obviously you can't trade picks, but trading prospects for a current player. It would be a player-for-player swap of some sort.
Okay.
It's what it sounded like.
Yeah.
And I mean that makes sense. And honestly, that's where this team is. It's hard, and I fall into this trap. For years, the Astros pipeline would be ranked pretty low. But meanwhile, like guys like Jeremy Pena weren't in the top 100 prospects. The people that put together those rankings and ratings were ignoring guys like Framber Valdez or Christian Javier or Jeremy Pena, and the Astros were just kind of evaluating guys on a different basis. I think everything has kind of closed in now to where, all right, the pipeline deficits are way more real now than they were before.
Yeah, the rankings match what reality probably looks like.
Yeah. So it's a plea for the long play that's never feels as good in the moment. You know,
No.
Hey, don't worry, everything's going to be fine 3 years from now.
No. Boy, and yet a Pete Alonso trade would get me pretty fired up right now. Getting that bat in the middle of the lineup would be good. But might cost you a couple of these guys that you just named that got called.
Alonso, I mean, the whole thing with Alonso too is that he's not having an awesome year, or if Goldschmidt perhaps, like some of the names out there. I like the idea of Alonso, but it comes with, hey, all right, yeah, he's been kind of slow, but maybe this spark of coming to this team is going to be what turns him around. So I don't have an insatiable appetite for Pete Alonso.
I need to see how many of his fly balls to left field would have been home runs in Minute Maid Park. That's what I need.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a website somewhere that will tell me where I can go find everywhere that Pete Alonso's fly balls were caught this year, and then I can do an overlay of Minute Maid Park and go, wow, well, 8 of these would have been home runs at Minute Maid Park, and now all of a sudden we're talking about Pete Alonso being in the home run derby and having big numbers. I don't know. The ballpark is nice and tailored to him, but
it's not like he's been bad or anything. He's got
No.
he's not playing at an all-star level necessarily.
No.
He's got a 781 OPS, but he's also he's 29 years old. It's
Yeah.
not, I don't think he's going to all of a sudden age into a decrepit old man the way Jose Abreu did.
I don't either. He's a rental, though. Like you have him for the rest of this year, and then he's a free agent after this year. And that is one thing Dana Brown mentioned as well on Friday about, he started, the conversation shifted from Abreu to, okay, where do we go from here? Yeah. He pointed that out. He said, look, even the Verlander trade last year, we traded 2 really good prospects for Verlander. It's because we had him under contract for 23, 24, and if he hits 140 innings, 25. At a nice rate because the Mets are footing the bill for it, for most of it, half of it, a big chunk of it.
The big question will be, all right, we went over John Singleton's numbers yesterday of how he did while Jose Abreu was down on his rookie league assignment. Mm-hmm. And very much, he was putting up basically Pete Alonso's numbers during that break. So the question is now maybe over these next few weeks, you start to see how John Singleton does, and if he sustains kind of that performance when he was getting more regular at-bats and playing time, then you can solely focus perhaps on a starting pitcher. Especially if you start thinking about, man, maybe Yiner needs to play some more first base, and because catcher trying to do both hit and catch might be, at one point it was harming the baseball side of thing. Now it looks like it might be harming the catching side of things.
Yeah.
So in my heart of hearts, like, forget compensation and everything else like that. A starting pitcher would be really, really nice. For sure. Yeah, no, definitely that, and that's the. That's the double whammy in the decision to try to stick it out another month with Abreu, is you may have had a solution at first base that was totally viable, and you it's like you're sticking a pin in a balloon, and now Singleton is having to ramp back up to get back to being a 787 OPS guy. It was really looking like Singleton was taking to the at-bats, Yeah. So that's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. All right, Payne and Pendergast. It's one of the great tragedies of our time, Sean.
Really is.
It'll be in history books.
Shakespearean, for sure.
The uncensored ones, yes.
Shakespearean. That's what did I hear Shakespeare? Oh, it was last night. Amy and I got watching the 30 for 30 about June 17th, 1994. Bronco chase. And on that same day, like the Stanley Cup Finals in New York parade was going on, and the Rockets were playing. It was like the World Cup was going on in the United States. It was like the biggest day of sports, especially when you throw OJ into it. And they had a lot of the NBC footage on there of the Bronco chase. And they're cutting over to Tom Brokaw from the NBA Finals. Costas is tossing it to Brokaw, and he's like, "Thanks, Bob. And over here we have a tragedy of Shakespearean proportions playing out on the freeways of Los Angeles."
Oh, Costas.
Yeah. No, it was Brokaw doing that. Yeah.
Oh, Brokaw, okay.
But Costas is probably pretty jealous. Shakespearean. I wish I'd used that.
I have no idea. Is that Shakespeare? I guess it is kind of like probably. There might be a little bit more folly involved with Shakespeare. There's nothing funny about the OJ chase, really.
No. But you know what Brokaw knew? 97% of the people aren't even going to think that deeply about it. They're going to be like, "Wow, yeah, big word, Shakespearean." You know what helped me out when I got into college, and I was kind of dabbling around, like taking some English classes and stuff. Was like at a certain point I realized, like, oh, all these highfalutin like wannabe intellectuals, they're doing the exact same thing me and my buddies do, which is like quoting Fletch or quoting Caddyshack or whatever. Like, they're just doing it with different source material. Yes.
It's like, oh, okay, I'm awesome at this. I can drop in a catchphrase like nobody's business. But then people think you're super smart if you do it. You just got to read the actual stuff. I cracked the code. It was no different than quoting Caddyshack.
It's the same thing. I'm just quoting smarter, stranger versions of English here. Yeah. I like that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. There is a college football coach who is hopping mad right now at the school he used to work at. He's suing them right now. He's suing them for wins. We'll let you hear this. If I had to pick a coach who's doing this.
That was downright Shakespearean, Sean, the way you did that. Yes,
Shakespearean.
I appreciated that.
Bordering on Machiavellian. Yes. We'll tell you all about it next.
Hey, I got to talk to you about something super important. Your financial security. When you imagine your retirement, what do you see? And I bet each one of you has different goals, and different goals require their own unique plan. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come in. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan.
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And twice this week now, the really weird rule that the College Football Hall of Fame has where they won't let somebody in if their winning percentage is below 60% has come up twice now. Mike Leach yesterday. Mike Leach over the weekend. I don't know, that's been something for a while now where Leach's, the late Mike Leach, his winning percentage is .596. You got to be at 60% to get in. So there's a lot of people, saying, hey, man, like, how about a little leeway? He's an innovator. Like, there's a lot of these offenses out here that trace their roots back to Mike Leach and Hal Mummy and the air raid and things like that. This one's a little different. Les Miles, who we'll hear from here shortly. But Les Miles, best known for his run at LSU where he won a national championship in 2007, made it to the BCS title game against Alabama in 2011 and lost. He had a nice run at LSU. He was very successful. However, in 2023, the school, as a punishment from the NCAA, vacated 37 wins for Les Miles from the seasons 2012 through 2015 because of some impermissible benefits given to the father of a player on those teams named Vidal Alexander. A former booster gave money, impermissible benefits, to the father of Vidal Alexander. So the school vacated all of those wins for those years. If you go to Les Miles' Wikipedia page, Seth, and it has the back of his college football coaching card, so to speak.
Yeah.
0 wins on his Wikipedia page for those 4 years. They don't even have the real number on there. They have the vacated number on there.
0 wins, but also 0 losses. But still,
the losses are still there.
They're all yeah. Sorry, yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
So all the losses. That's the big whammy there. Down below that 60% winning percentage that you need to be eligible for the College Football Hall of Fame.
Yes, by an even narrower margin than Leach. This knocks Les Miles down to .597. Now, Miles had a run at Oklahoma State that was pretty good. That got him the LSU job. And then he got fired at LSU in 2016. He was out of coaching for a couple of years and then hooked on with Kansas, which is really what probably did just as much damage as vacating wins. His 3-18 run at Kansas over a 2-year period from 2019 to 2020. That was a bad Kansas team that he was.
That's one thing. I wonder if there was anything that he was even really conscious of or aware of or thinking about during that time. Somebody must have pointed it out to him at some point, right? Like, hey, if you don't turn this around, or if we have a bad season again next year, you're actually going to knock your way out of the Hall of Fame.
because the wins didn't get vacated till 2023.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so he's probably like, I got plenty of cushion. I can collect my $4 million from Kansas, and I'm in easily. This is important to him.
It's not an issue for Mac Brown. Mac Brown has gone and done very well for himself at UNC.
Yeah.
So but now he hasn't had any of his old victories vacated.
Right.
Who suffers from this as well? Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll's not eligible for the College Football Hall of Fame.
His is a different rule. It's because he only coached in college for 9 years, not 10. You have to coach at least 10 years. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So
these are all such weird, arbitrary, stupid
for
things.
A sport that decides everything, like it's crazy. They have selection committees to decide the playoff. But so Les Miles is suing LSU. He's suing everybody. As they said back at the Jerky Boys, sue everybody. And he's suing LSU. He is suing the NCAA. He's suing the National Football Foundation, which manages the College Football Hall of Fame. He wants his wins back, at least a few of them, just to get him over the top to put him in the Hall of Fame.
I wonder if so all of these various organizations, I feel like I'm always intrigued by when colleges get sued because I always just assume they've got like this huge, like this team of super lawyers that'll work pro bono to defend their alma mater. I don't know. That's probably not the way it actually works, but that's the way I envision it. Like their whole law school staff has to work on the side to come up with the best arguments against them. The NCAA, you know what, Sean? I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to confess to something here.
Okay.
How is the NCAA doing right now? like financially, it seems like they just take hit after hit after hit.
Well,
and yet college football itself and NCAA football is incredibly popular.
Yeah.
So I have no idea how all of this turmoil from the last few years has actually affected the business side of the NCAA.
Well, I don't even know what the recourse is. Like, is Les just looking to get the wins back, or is he looking to get money because he can't get into the Hall of Fame?
The pain and suffering that he's going to have from not getting into the Hall of Fame.
All the autograph sessions he'd get where he could write HOF below his name, below his autograph, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
College Football Hall of Fame isn't nearly as big a deal as a lot of the pro.
Oh no, the classes every year are like 20 people. No disrespect to anybody who's in the College Football Hall of Fame, but it's not as exclusive.
It's not like it's not like an extra income stream in retirement, I don't think. Like
No.
the thing that matters for college coaches was the alumni from that college where you succeeded.
Yes.
And those are the people who want to hear you speak and want to pay for autographs and everything.
Yep. Success as a head coach and the Heisman Trophy. Those are the two gravy trains that sustain you after you're done doing either of those things.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I would give Les Miles. How many wins does he need to get back to 60%? Probably like 3 or 4. I would give those back to him right now, just based on this exchange. When Rich Lord and I were recording an interview with him for the Texas Bowl back in 2015, when LSU came here and played in the and I don't know who the sponsor was back then, but the Texas Bowl, we were recording an interview to run on the Triple Threat, and Rich asked Les a question that he did not like.
Coach, I know you've got a lot on your plate getting ready for this game, and the last thing you needed this week was to answer questions about a possible job change. But it seems like every few years, and I think this is like the third time in the last 6 or 7 years, at this time of year specifically, you've had to say, no, I'm not leaving LSU to go to Michigan. I know you played there. I know you coached there. I would imagine heading into the meat of recruiting season, this can be a little troubling at times. Did he hang up?
No.
Oh, Coach, I thought I heard a click. I thought you really didn't like that question.
Oh, I think you're right.
Yeah, does it become something?
Do you have to understand, I am preparing for a great bowl game. I got a wonderful team, and I am taking my own time to do this. So you want to continue this interview, then let's do so, and you edit, because this is being taped, and let's go. And don't ask that question. It's one of those things you should have asked me before we got on the air.
No problem, Coach.
Okay, I'll wait.
Had you gotten instructions not to ask about that?
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah, we had. We definitely had not. Otherwise, we wouldn't have done it.
Part of being a college coach is that you're always recruiting. So like him saying like I'm taking my own time to do this. Like no, that's why college coaches are better interviews than NFL coaches, because college coaches are always recruiting.
Yes.
So I don't buy that from them, that like I'm taking my own time to do this, and you asked me a question that I totally have an answer at the ready for. Like
I'm taking my own time to do this interview on the most popular sports station in one of the biggest recruiting hotbeds. So you better edit this and let's get going, okay?
Yeah,
Richard Lord?
yeah.
I side with Rich on that one. I didn't even think Rich put the question in a way that set Les up to look bad.
It sounded like, honestly, Rich asked it in a way that almost sounded sympathetic towards him.
Yes.
Like, oh, it sounds like it sucks, doesn't it, that you have to do all this stuff. I didn't think it was like a hard-hitting gotcha type of scenario.
Could have said, this is what comes with success for for our program and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And instead, he got mad at poor Rich Lord, man.
I'm always surprised. Now, for the most part, Les would usually have good answers.
He's having a bad day, maybe.
I'm always surprised, though, when coaches get to the end of a successful season, and after years of growing up watching sports and being in the coaching business for usually a good amount of time, that sometimes they seem so capsized by that question. That like it's so easy to give a non-answer about focusing and staying straight ahead and whatever, my agent handles anything else like that. There are 10 different ways that you can deflect that question. And yet, I guess it speaks to the stress of the coaching profession, I think.
I guess.
The stress of coaching, recruiting, all of that going on, that sometimes they just snap.
Well, and Les was on his last legs as the LSU coach at that point. I think if I'm not mistaken, he got fired midway through the next season, I think, in 2016.
Well, that season would have been when they almost, like, it was all but a done deal that they were going to fire him. But the LSU, the plan to hire a replacement, they didn't have enough ducks in a row.
Oh, yeah.
And they kind of, remember? They backtracked on it. It was just, it was an ugly scenario there for a while.
Yep. So, So, yeah, that was text message. There's that gotcha journalist, Rich Lord.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know.
He's known for that kind of thing.
My favorite thing about Rich there was just how easily he rolled with punches like that.
Oh, dude.
I know that probably didn't affect his day one tiny iota afterwards, did it? There was no part of him that was like, should I? Oh boy, I shouldn't have done it. I should have done it differently.
Zero.
Yeah.
Zero.
Like even in that moment, I don't think it was really. There was no part of him that was like. Yeah, all right. The next question.
On to the next one. Yeah, and then probably walking out of the studio, and I was like, man, Rich, how about that moment right there? And Rich was probably like, bleep that guy. Hello, gentlemen. Brandon Scott and John Lopez are here. What's happening?
And I liked and enjoyed Rich, but he wasn't like a rabble rouser to me. Like he was fun and enjoyable, but I didn't feel like he was necessarily trying to shake the table. So it was shocking that Les Miles, also somebody who wasn't necessarily the super serious figure, would act like that. I was real surprised by that.
I do think Rich liked asking hard questions of interview subjects sometimes. Like I think
he was good at it.
I do think he enjoyed that. Yeah,
he was good at it.
Yeah, probably most notably Ted Johnson pointed this out when he was on with us. When Ted and Rich were both on for 610 Day last Monday. And Ted, who of course arranged the relationship that the station sustains to this day with Lisa Ann, Ted set that all up to begin with back in 2017. And this is back when Rich was like super. This is before Lisa Ann became Rich's favorite person on earth. Once he met her, like butter. You know what I mean? But Rich was super skeptical about using her as our fantasy football expert.
Mm-hmm.
So the first time we ever had her on, Rich started peppering her with obscure questions about like third string receivers.
Oh wow,
and stuff.
testing her.
Oh, to try to expose her.
But not even like saying it was a test. Like Rich, like we would ask about Deshaun Watson. Ted would ask about Tom Brady, and then here's Rich asking about Sterling Shepard. Or something. Yeah, nailed it. So, anyways, that was pretty funny. How you guys doing?
Oh, awesome, man. I mean, what's there not to feel good about?
I don't know, man. We got the little Stros, a little reunion tonight.
Yep.
With Maldi. I said earlier in the show, I think Astro fans would drive Joe Espada to the airport if they hired Maldonado as the manager this week. I think people like Maldi still, and I think he's going to be a manager.
In that role,
someday.
I think you might be right.
I think he's going to be a manager someday.
Is that as much about Maldonado as it is about people just being exasperated with the Joe Espada experience so far?
50-50 both.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. Like, aside from, Maldonado calling a great game and everything, part of that as a catcher is just knowing the psychology of each individual pitcher that you're working with.
Especially
that's the part that's intriguing, where he, I think Maldonado, and working through with either Framber or a guy like Framber or a guy like Verlander, who are very different in a lot of ways mentally or psychologically, maturity, all those things. Maldonado knew how to be enough of a chameleon to handle those different guys, and I think that would probably filter over to managing really well.
I actually think today's kind of sad. Like, you remember when the Astros and White Sox used to have like actual relevant and epic battles? Like, this feels so lackluster between the two of them. Like
two old fighters.
Oh man, they played in a World Series.
I mean, the White Sox are on track to be one of the worst teams ever.
Yes,
and then the Astros are obviously one of the disappointments in baseball. Much to our chagrin, obviously. But man, I wish that there was more fizz,
more juice
with this one. I am excited to see Framber try to, and what that's going to look like. But I wish that there was more fizz between just 3 years ago. Just 3 years ago, they were in the playoffs against each other.
What if the White Sox, in an effort to salvage something, bring back an all-time great in Jose Abreu, and Jose Abreu trots out there tonight and cranks out 3 home runs?
the Jose Abreu Martin Maldonado overlap. They were teammates last year, but the fact that they took ours and we took theirs is kind of an interesting.
I'll tell you what, the
parallel too.
The releasing Abreu avoided quite the awkward moment, because they would have given him a video tribute in Chicago.
As they should have.
Oh, yeah. They probably did. They played last year.
But I mean, he would have been welcome.
They love him.
He would have had like a standing ovation. One of those things that they do in baseball where they let it breathe.
And the Astros would be like rubbing their forehead going,
Yeah, because there's like Springer still gets one when he comes here, doesn't he? Okay.
I think so.
Yeah. Some kind of acknowledgement.
Yeah. And Abreu was above that line for them. He won an MVP for them back in the day. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and butter to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know why I went to the butter cart. But you're listening to KLT HD2, an Odyssey station. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Do y'all think that Ime Udoka is online?
Oh, sure.
Do y'all think that Ime Udoka is online?
He certainly has access.
I could see how maybe he wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Like he wouldn't be like me. I'm chronically online as part of my job.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think that Ime Udoka, you think he's online?
And if you... Yes, last night.
Yeah.
And this morning.
If he wasn't, he was last night because dude was trending. I thought this was going to be a topic for us later in the show, maybe on Localize It. I was going to bring the Ime Udoka angle to the show, and it turned out to be the thing that everybody was talking about.
Wasn't quite as unique as you thought it was.
No, not at all. Not at all. Like immediate. But
man, I got a great idea.
Ain't that the worst? Hey, you be like, oh, I got a unique idea.
Hey, wait till y'all hear this.
But and
that's why I planted the flag in it 5 minutes after the game on Twitter.
Exactly.
Dude, and I had multiple ways.
Nobody's talking about this, but just you wait.
You know, I feel like I had multiple ways that I could attack it and talk about it, but it did seem like everybody was talking about it from different angles, from the basketball side of it and the pop culture side of it. I mean, you got to admit, like, he fumbled twice in a couple of years here. Obviously, the personal side of it, which I don't get into as much, but that's a public figure. Nia Long was his wife. He fumbles Nia Long, and then on top of that, fumbles a championship.
Fumbles a championship.
That was Ime Udoka's title to win last night.
That could have been a dynasty for him, man.
Oh,
I mean, at the very least, it's one championship he could have won.
Could have been a second.
Oh, it's not like they replaced him with Phil Jackson or somebody like that. Joe Mazzulla, one of his understudies, one of the guys that was on the back of his bench, replaces him, and they win the title. That should have been his title. He's here now. I gotta wonder how Ime Udoka's feeling.
Oh, don't wonder. I can tell you right now. No matter how happy he is here, no matter how much he's put things behind him, how bright he thinks the future is, how much more control or whatever he has, thinking about and probably regretting not getting that title. I mean, there is no question about it.
He had Jaylen Brown.
Yes.
Now he's stuck with Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Dude,
yeah, Jason Tatum, man.
He traded Jalen's.
and it's not exactly the same. I mean, think about it, man. You go from that to this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gotta be less than ideal, man. And the big thing about it for me is that it was so unnecessary.
Yeah. Oh.
So unnecessary. Like, it was a downgrade in both senses, right? You lose Nia Long, and then you go from the Celtics, all due respect to the Rockets, to the Rockets, man. Like, to me, it is. I mean, the NBA Finals from a localized lens is an Ime Udoka story. It's like, man, look what you could have had, and look what you got now.
Man, the comments were off the chart last night and this morning. I was two of them that I remember is like, hey, Ime, this could have been you if you weren't freaky.
Did y'all feel like this was one of the more boring NBA Finals of all time?
Absolutely.
Y'all agree with that?
Yes. You don't?
Yeah. I feel like it was disappointing. Like, I was entertained by the star power in it. Like, I felt like every game, even though the games themselves weren't very good, had like enough players in it that made me want to watch it.
I feel like,
I do feel like it was a disappointment.
I feel like it was some excitement, but on the lomp side way, where it was just a complete blowout.
Yeah.
Where, like by the third quarter, I'm just like, man, this game is over. I could do something else.
Hey, I swear.
Start playing the video game.
Dude, I blame Dallas.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I blame Dallas at every turn on this. Like, it is the Mavericks' fault. Like, they are the reason why this series was not competitive, why this series was not compelling as it should have been. And I'm going to be honest, I picked the Mavs to win the series.
I thought they had a chance.
I actually thought that they would win it because I thought that they had beat better teams than them throughout the playoffs.
Yeah.
I thought they were like uniquely positioned to do this.
I thought they had the better coach because I'm not a fan of, I got to walk some of that back now since he won, but.
Oh, no, you don't have to.
Mazzulla, I just wasn't a fan. I felt like he was just a guy in the suit and just with a talented roster.
First of all due respect, I'll give you that, Figgy. I'll agree with you. I mean, you're 35 years old, 35.
Yeah.
And you win an NBA championship. Yeah. I don't care if you're back into it, you inherited it, whatever. That's a hell of an accomplishment.
Yeah, salute.
But yeah, absolutely salute. But when you look at him and where they're going to go from here. I mean, do you think they're going to get better with Joe Mazzulla? I mean, he got him there. Give him credit. But he just doesn't do much. Man.
No,
talk about somebody who doesn't move the needle.
No, but they do have young stars.
They have young guys
and a deep roster. I think that they're uniquely positioned to continue this success, especially in the Eastern Conference.
Yep.
So I actually think they have a chance. Like, his whole job was
don't screw it up,
and don't get out of the way. Speaking of, another localized angle on the NBA Finals. They got the right average Joe. The Celtics did. Celtics got the right average Joe to come in and just keep it steady, don't shake the table, and hey, you've already kind of got a championship infrastructure
So who are you talking about here, B. Scott?
But the Astros, their average Joe, their understudy, their guy that stepped up, doesn't seem to be necessarily equipped to do the same thing.
Man, that's a great point. But they
got the right average Joe. But the Celtics did. They got lucky with their average Joe, and the Astros did not.
I think that's a great point because it's obvious the Astros did not. But I think the bigger point on that is, they had Brad Stevens, and there was no questioning who was in charge. Whereas the general manager here, there's a lot of question about whether he's in charge. So when you have that dynamic of a guy that calling the shots versus that, in tune with the coach, that's a big difference.
Yeah, and we're going to get into this later on in the show, but I do want to, and I'm, by the way, B. Scott, Figgy Fig.
Oh, yeah.
John Lopez in the loop. How about it? Hey, we're going to be in for the next 3 days, and so we'll get into this later in the show and maybe even some more throughout the week. But I do want to focus in a little bit on management around town. Because think about the flip. When somebody wins a championship, it makes you think about just like organizational structure and success and like how are your teams positioned. And think about the flip here in town, the way it was and the way it is, just like even from a year ago even.
Yeah.
And I know we were talking about the Jose Abreu thing a year ago, but now isn't it weird to feel like the Texans have, and y'all tell me if you disagree with this, audience, you can tell me as well, 713-572-4610 is how you get in Twitch. But is it not clear that the Texans management and overall organizational structure is the most competent and has you most confident of any of the others in town right now, and how the Astros have flipped?
That's yes, the Astros. I mean, they've changed roles. They might not be dysfunctional as I called the Texans when they were dysfunctional, but the Astros. It's not even a question anymore, is it? It's not even a conversation necessarily among people that they would argue about. Like, the Texans have the most stable organization, obviously the strongest, the best dynamic, and the Astros are becoming a mess. Your heart might tell you want to argue that, but what is the argument? There is no argument for the Astros being stable and, frankly, as competent,
They got the wrong Joe.
They got the wrong Joe, man.
They got the wrong Joe. They got the wrong average Joe.
Yeah.
They are playing tonight a series on the road against the Chicago White Sox. Framber Valdez on the mound. So, I was mentioning this in the toss, the confidence level and the buzz around the Astros, man, and it's like, where do you put the blame? I know for you it's been a lot of Jeff Bagwell, a lot of Jim Crane.
Yeah. You
want to hear from them? You want to hear from them at this point.
I think Astros fans should.
You think that they owe it to Astros fans to come out and speak to this, to how, namely the Abreu thing, but also how this thing has flipped?
Well, let's simplify it, and I'll answer what season happened. How did this season that is off the rails or going off the rails or could go off, however you want to put it, how did it happen?
Well, we've talked about the flaws in their roster. Adam Spillane's Baseball Spo's been in here.
Yeah.
We've talked about this roster is also very flawed.
And the way it happened was those guys made the decisions. You can specifically Abreu, specifically Montero, specifically not going to get another bat that could play the corner, one of the corners, certainly first base, not getting another starting pitcher when you knew you were short on starting pitching. Who made all those decisions? Now, Dana Brown was the general manager this offseason, but he wasn't making the decisions on that. So how did it happen? It happened because of Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell and Reggie Jackson. So if it happened because of them, shouldn't they be the ones explaining themselves?
I think there's a lot of blame to go around.
Yeah.
But for me, I got to put it squarely at the feet of Jim Crane.
Yeah.
Like squarely at the feet of Jim Crane because, and we'll get into a little bit more of this at 10:20, but I want to put the blame squarely at the feet of Jim Crane because I think ultimately the buck stops with him, and he's the one that really is responsible for the switch in philosophy. He's the constant. He was the one that was here before, and he's the one that's been here through it all. And obviously, like I said, the buck stops with him. So we'll get into more of that at 10:20. On the finals, though, on the NBA, on the Ime Udoka thing, I do want to ask y'all this. Is even the chances or likelihood, now I'm not even talking about winning the NBA finals, but like even competing for one, like even being where the Minnesota Timberwolves were this year, where the understand Oklahoma City Thunder were were a top seed and all of that. But what do you feel like is even the chances of Ime Udoka, like, because I feel like the only redemption story for him is sort of recapturing that here in Houston.
Yes.
And I feel like the chances are kind of low.
Yeah.
What
Well,
do you feel like are even the chances?
the only chance I feel that they have in the near future, now, who knows moving down the road, but in the near future is for them to acquire a truly transcendent player. They have really good players. They have players that might be really good. They have guys that can score and have flaws in their game, but do they have a transcendent player like Wembanyama, like Chet Holmgren, like any of those? So in that regard, the chances are pretty low, right? At this point, I know they got another pick coming up, but
Let me push back.
Yeah.
Let me push back. Do you feel like, and I understand Boston is an incredible team.
Yeah.
They're going to go down, I think, in some statistics and some advanced statistics, they're going to go down as an all-timer. Now, we can debate that.
Yeah.
We can decide whether you actually buy into that, but there will be some numbers that will support it.
Yeah.
But this is my take. They don't have a transcendent player.
No, that's where I was going with it.
Yeah, I mean, the Celtics don't have a transcendent player.
That's exactly where I was
they have
going
a
with
core
it.
six. They have a deep team.
Yeah.
They've got coaching that's at the very least not in the, doesn't seem like it's in the way.
Yeah.
They've got good organizational structure.
Right.
Use a cliche, but they actually are that. I mean, what if that is actually the template? What Ime Udoka just came from is somewhat of a template for how to get it done.
Well, you read
here.
my mind, because what I was going to say is short of getting a truly transcendent player, the only way they can get there, and it's not really necessarily a short-term thing, is to get 9 players that are really good. Like you say that the Celtics are 6 deep. Hell.
Yeah, well, yeah.
They-
But like six core players,
Yeah.
and you do need more around them. But the point is, like, they actually built depth.
Yes.
They built a deep team without necessarily
They got Porzingis coming off the bench.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
But instead of the
20 and 20.
but that's instead of the cliched, you got to get LeBron and AD.
Right.
You got to you got to have Giannis and go get Damian Lillard. We see how that worked out. Like you understand, like you don't necessarily have that parallel. I feel like there's at least a path.
So the
there.
good news is you got a coach who knows how that works in Ime Udoka. He helped build that team. It should have been him raising the trophy. So he knows how to build a team that might not have a transcendent player, but has 6, 7, 8 guys that are really, really good and can help you win a championship. There's one fly in the ointment, though, and that is in today's NBA, how many organizations can actually do that when players want to go be a part of a super team, when players want to go get paid, and it's hard for them to stay in a core group like that. It's just not part of the culture, so to speak. So they have some things fighting against them, but I think they can get there with Ime Udoka's plan.
Also think that, to your point about players, like this might be the template.
Yeah.
Like this might be an example of, hey, maybe it's better to kind of like you see and it's a little bit cliche, but the selflessness of Jaylen Brown winning the Finals MVP, but giving the love to Jason Tatum after Jason Kidd at the front of the series saying that Jaylen Brown was the better player, but they didn't really let that be that was never a thing.
They just laughed at it.
It was never a thing.
Yeah.
How about another local angle on the Finals? Shout out to Jeff Van Gundy.
How about that?
Did you realize that old Jeff Van Gundy, ESPN, dog, they throw away Jeff Van Gundy really for no reason, downgrade their broadcast, and how does Jeff Van Gundy respond? As a consultant or an advisor of some sort to the Celtics, and wins the championship. What would you rather be? Would you rather be on the team or on the team and win a championship, or be calling the game? I think, especially after you've called as many finals as Jeff Van Gundy.
Oh, you're
has.
on the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the team.
It feels like he came out ahead.
Yeah.
It feels like he came out ahead.
Going to L.A.
I would much rather be on the team. But, no, I think we all lose, though. Jeff Van Gundy wins. He gets a ring. But I think we all lose when it comes to Jeff Van Gundy. And, oh, by the way, JVG immediately takes a job as the lead assistant coach for Ty Lue with the L.A. Clippers. And we'll get into that a little bit because I think it kind of affects the Rockets.
Shout out to JVG because he definitely came out ahead. Like, I'm really just kind of happy for the Van Gundy family overall. Because of what happened to Jeff Van Gundy, they feel a little bit underappreciated. I'm like, hey, do you not realize how good of a thing that you actually had here?
Yeah.
And honestly, man, no offense to Doris Burke and JJ Redick, but I feel like
that was not a good broadcast.
I felt like I could have watched. Like, I'm not into the alt cast.
Yeah.
I'm not into those. I would do one of those, but I don't feel like I would watch one.
Not for NBA. I like it on football. Maybe I'm just conditioned that way.
Yeah, I just prefer the professional broadcaster. But if the broadcast sucks, if it's bad, I'll take an alt cast if it's a little bit more entertaining.
Yeah.
I absolutely would. We got a little bit of breaking news.
We do.
Because the Texans have announced the dates and times for the 2024 training camp. And I think that Texans fans are going to be really excited about this. Let me ask y'all this on the front end of this, and we'll talk about it on the other side. How much would you pay if you, like, assuming that you couldn't get in free like we do, how much would you actually pay to go to a Texans training camp as opposed to before?
As a fan?
Yeah. Like, what do you think that would cost? What would you pay?
Well, stop me when it's too high.
CJ Stroud,
$10.
Steph, what?
No, I'm going to go up.
Come on.
You'd pay $10.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
$20.
Come on.
Yep.
30.
What?
50.
Yes.
I'm maxed out at 30.
You wouldn't pay
for
more than 30?
training camp?
Yeah, if it's just me, I'm kind of thinking as if I have like a family. Like if it's me, my lady, and all that.
I think 30 might be the right number.
Yeah, 30 for just me, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
50 for just me.
Yeah.
I'm fine. At the end of the day, man, it's training camp.
It's training camp.
See, no, the only other person in my family that would be interested would be my son. So
you're in for a hundo.
Okay. Yeah, so I would do a hundo.
You're in for a hundo.
It would be me, my son, and if anybody else wants to go, they got to pay their $50.
See, I get to thinking too much. I'm like, man, what could I do with $100? I could go to a real game for this price.
Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna get you those training camp dates. A couple of interesting things here. One of them, I think, is going to be eye-opening for the players. And, hey, Faggy, something I predicted I think is going to happen.
Uh-oh.
We'll give you those dates on the other side in the loop coming up next.
All right, guys, D&M Auto Leasing right now. Let's get you that vehicle so you can drive to training camp.
get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
The Texans have training camp dates and times. An official schedule from the team just in the inbox moments ago. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop. And we got dates and times, man. A couple of things stand out about the dates and times. First of all, as you could expect, July 17th. First one, there's going to be a media kickoff party. We're going to have a good time. But
17th, the media party. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have a good time, and that's what I'm looking forward to. But like, as far as the team, man, this traveling, after the Hall of Fame game, spending some time in Ohio, I think that part stands out. What stands out for you, Lopez?
Yeah, a couple of things here. Now, let me help our listeners here. The loopholes. I'm sure they're thinking, all right, when are they open to the public? When are they open to the public? All right, so I'll get to that right now. I think that's the most important thing for our listeners. All right, so first training camp practice is July 18th. That is a Thursday. And I alluded to this in the last segment. 9 a.m. start, brother. 9.
I like that.
Yeah. They won't.
Who won't?
I like
hot.
Dude, I mean, when do you start? 7?
Yes. I would start at 7.
There's no escaping it, though. That's the thing, Lopez.
Hey, I'd rather 7 than 9.
But it's just unforgiving.
They probably rather sleep in a little bit and start at 9 and then wake up early.
That's going to be their story at the start of training camp. Wait till they get about 12 days in.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on a second. Be honest about this, man. And we can look this up, man. The temperatures at night and in the morning are like at all times.
I get it.
It's hotter than it's ever been.
Yeah.
There's no escaping the heat out here, Lopez.
No,
you're not going to Texans training camp talking about, hey, how can I escape? You're already like agreeing to that part on the front end.
Yeah, I think the big thing is the sun, like how sunny it is. Like try to escape.
There's
the sun
a reason I do my yard at 7 a.m., not 9 a.m.
No, but look, the only people that are gonna have to, like people that the media that stands over there where there ain't no shade.
Right.
Well, we've seen how they set that up for.
No, it'll be fine
for the public. They're gonna have tents, not tents, but covers.
All I'm saying,
they'll have fans. They'll be good.
All I'm saying, it's gonna be hot. All right, let's not bury the lead. Open to the public practices. Like I said, it starts July 18th, not open to the public. So here we go. July 23rd, a Tuesday, 9 a.m. That's open. Wednesday, July 24th, that's open. Friday, 9 a.m., also open. Saturday, July 27th, 9 a.m., another open practice. And Monday, July 29th, 9 a.m., an open practice to the public. And there's a couple more here. August 11th on a Sunday, 5:30 p.m. is going to be open to the public. Wednesday and Thursday, August 21st and 22nd, will be open to the public. And on that Thursday practice, it's going to be a joint practice with the Los Angeles Rams. And I know you want to talk about that because I think that's going to be awesome for them. But here's one more thought from me on the training camp dates. And I'm sure you can go to sportsradio610.com. It'll be tweeted. It'll be which practices, or when, and which ones are open to the public. But here's where it gets real interesting. So they starting earlier because of the Hall of Fame game appearance. So they're going to be traveling on July 31st to the Hall of Fame game. The game is at 8 p.m. on that Thursday against the Chicago Bears. Then they start practicing in Ohio. That week of Monday, August 5th through August 9th, University School in Hunting Valley, Ohio, open to the practice. So I had a hunch. I alluded to it a couple of times here. I had a hunch, and this just fits with their schedule too, because they're going to be there anyway, and then they go to Pittsburgh, so they don't have to travel back home. But they're practicing 3 full practices and who knows what else in Hunting Valley, Ohio, at the University School, I believe. If I had to guess, that's what it's going to be. And they got some fantastic facilities. Not far from where, Figgy?
It's not far from Cleveland.
John Carroll University.
Oh, yeah, John Carroll.
Yeah, Nick Casario's neck of the woods. So you talked about not having to go home, but really for Nick Casario, it is actually going home.
Is he going to visit some family?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
This is a convenient work trip for some folks. And we know there's more John Carroll ties, around Nick Casario and the Texans. Like this is actually
Frank
also
Ross, right?
Kind of, I believe so.
Yeah,
So this is kind of a homecoming for them as well. You talked about the heat, Lopez. The one that I would, instead of the 9 a.m., if you're going to complain about it, how about the 5:30 p.m.?
Yeah, that's going to be
like that's the one where I'd say, hey, we could push that one back, and that's in August. That's the August 11 on a Sunday. I figured we could push that one back an hour. At least,
yes.
That feels like the one that's a little bit out of touch. I feel like the nights are a little bit better than the mornings, but that's the one that I would change. So let's count these up. How many of these do we have? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 practices open to the public.
Open to the public, yes.
8 practices. You got the one on July 23rd, Tuesday. All of these starting at 9 a.m. except the one that I just mentioned, the one on Sunday, August 11th, 5:30 p.m. But you got July 23rd at 9 a.m., July 24th at 9 a.m., July 26th at 9 a.m., July 27th at 9 a.m., and July 29th. And then after the August 11th one, you got 2 more in August 21st and the 22nd. All of those at 9 a.m. except the one on the Sunday. So it's going to be early mornings. I feel like this is one, though. It's got to be, like, at this point, the most anticipated and the most exciting Texans training camp.
Well, you just bought it. People would pay money to go see it.
But I would say maybe ever. Like, I'm not going to say – it's tough to say right now this is the best team that they've ever had.
Yeah.
You could argue it's the best offseason that they've ever had. You could argue that it's the best offseason that anybody had this NFL
and I
season.
will.
And I think you will later on in the show. But I think, inarguably, this is the most anticipated Texans training camp that we've ever been a part of or maybe ever seen.
I think so. I agree, too, because not only do you have you had a rookie quarterback that you did not know was going to go off like this, and the team was going to make the playoffs like this. Now, this QB is here for the long run. And so now this season is very anticipated. And they had probably some of the best free agent signings, and they probably had the best free agency in team history.
Yeah,
so
and we'll talk about
now
that.
we want to see this team as soon as possible.
Figgy, I got a question for you.
What's up?
How far is university school?
You have to take the street, so it'd probably be like maybe 20 minutes.
Oh, so are we bunking?
No. Hold on.
I was going to say, are we bunking or what?
I can stay. I can stay a couple more days.
If we don't go, I think we're going to try to go. But if we don't go to those 3 practices the week after the Hall of Fame game, we need to get your dad as a correspondent. We need to get him a pass.
Good luck with that.
We need to get him a pass.
He is not leaving this house, man.
Those reports would be outstanding. Do you know anybody?
I probably, honestly,
like somebody who's totally unqualified.
You're on to something here, Lopez.
Yeah, because I could get my mother-in-law.
We got to play into your connection.
Is she totally unqualified?
Yeah.
All right.
She a big Browns fan though, but
that's all right.
Yeah, we might be able to play into that.
Yeah.
Maybe,
and she hates the Steelers.
Maybe we can have some, and they're going to be playing the Steelers.
Yeah.
So we can have.
We need to get somebody completely unqualified from Figgy's neighborhood or his family to be our correspondent.
We can play on the Steelers. Look, I already got it. We can play on the Steelers hate.
Yeah.
But also have a little bit fun with the Texans beating the Browns in the playoffs too.
Oh, yeah.
See if we can poke a little bit fun, but she had to know on the front end. Figure out to tell her, hey, we just playing.
Yeah,
we just playing. Tell her we just playing. We're not serious. I don't want her to think that we come at her sideways. But these are the dates, and yes, it will be on SportsRadio610.com very soon. So, Lopez, you think that the Texans have had the best offseason?
I do. I think it's for me a remake. But I think it's an argument that anybody could make. CBS Sports came up with the top 10 teams off seasons. The Texans are on the list, but I think they can be number 1 easily.
So coming up next, Lopez is going to make the case. That's on In the Loop.
The Jose Abreu Experience.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Texans are one of the teams that won the NFL offseason. That feels like a consensus around football circles, football conversations, the way that we talked about the team. We have lauded them and praised them for the moves that they've made this offseason. One of the winners. CBS Sports points out the Ravens. They point out the Texans. And for the Texans, they pretty consistent with what a lot of what I've seen. Hey, the Danielle Hunter signing, that's the one. That's the big signing, okay? But I think the genius of it is there's a number of directions that you could go and say, hey, that's the big thing that they did. Hey, they signed Danielle Hunter. Hey, they traded for Stephon Diggs. Hey, they traded for Joe Mixon on a team that's especially in crucial situations. So I think there's a consensus around football circles that the Texans were one of the winners of the offseason. But you're going a step further, Lopez.
Yeah.
You're going to make the case that the Texans had the definitive case that they had the best offseason in the NFL.
Yeah, now let me go through the list, and then I'll explain why I think it's a relatively easy thing. This is according to CBS Sports. It dropped last night. And, of course, when you see something like that, you start to kind of scroll through it. So, number one was the Chicago Bears. Now, let's not break them down just yet because I'm going to explain it. Chicago Bears, according to CBS Sports, had the best offseason. 2, Arizona Cardinals. 3, Pittsburgh Steelers. 4, Houston Texans. All right? 5, Eagles. 6, Rams. 7, Patriots. 8, Commanders. 9, Titans. I don't know. And 10, Detroit.
So you think CBS Sports undershot the Texans on this list?
Well, I do. And because let me ask you this question, and I think you're going to help me answer why. So you got Bears, Cardinals, Steelers ahead of the Texans. You have Eagles, Rams, and then at number 10, Eagles, Rams, Patriots, Commanders, Titans, and Lions. Of all those top 10 teams, how many AFC teams would you consider contenders this year?
Ooh.
On that list?
I mean,
1.
Yeah, Ravens.
Houston. The Ravens aren't on the list.
Oh, you mean as far as above? Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. So
best Bears.
Well, so the Bears on the NFC side, I think you could make a case that they had a better offseason. They had
but AFC teams that will contend this year.
Yeah.
Steelers. Russell Wilson?
No,
Justin
they will not
Fields?
contend this year, no.
Patriots?
No.
Titans?
But you're saying they had the best offseason in the NFL or just the AFC?
No, I think in the NFL. I'm going to get to that part.
I got you.
I'm going to get to that part. So first of all, in the AFC, the Houston Texans by far are the best contending team there. Now let's talk about the NFC, the teams ahead of them.
Okay.
All right? The Chicago Bears have Caleb Williams. And that's probably the biggest reason, along with a couple of things. They got Roma Dunze and some other receivers, Keenan Allen.
Yeah.
Really good. You can make the case that they had.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah.
Are they going to win 10 or 11 games?
They could.
Nah.
Dude, they won 7 last year.
Nah.
I think they look. This list is looking at the quarterback. Mm-hmm. They got Caleb Williams.
Yep.
Last year they won 7 games.
Keenan Allen, I'm not trying to downplay that.
Yeah, they won 7 games with Justin Fields.
Yeah, they won.
So I think they're expecting them to win, probably win a division.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they are.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot on Caleb Williams to have to follow what C.J. Stroud just did. It's one of the more fascinating storylines. We're talking about the schedule that just came out.
Yeah.
And you guys can check that out if you just follow us on Sports Radio 610. But the training camp schedule came out. But the preseason thing that I'm looking at is the Caleb Williams, C.J. Stroud parallel.
Yeah.
I don't think it's fair to necessarily expect him to have the historic season that C.J. Stroud had.
Yeah.
But as far as going from 7 to 9 or 10,
you think it could happen?
It could happen.
I think the only team that could conceivably compare to the Houston Texans offseason is the Bears.
Okay.
Cardinals, no way.
No
way.
What are they doing?
I'm about to say, what did they do?
They got Marvin Harrison Jr.
What are they doing with that?
And they got Kyler Murray. Who knows what you're going to – that's not an offseason acquisition.
Yeah.
They didn't really do anything.
Marvin Harrison Jr. should help Kyler Murray tremendously.
Yeah,
I'll give him that.
That gives them the edge?
No.
When you consider
not number 2 overall.
Yeah.
I mean, not number 2.
Yeah, when you consider what the Texans have done also defensively.
They did not have a better offseason than the Texans.
Right.
Absolutely not.
Pittsburgh Steelers?
The Pittsburgh Steelers are headed nowhere. They're arguably the worst team in the best division in football. Would you say that? I think that's fair.
Yeah, probably.
I think so.
It's got to be either them or because if Joe Burrow's healthy,
or Cleveland.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If Joe Burrow's healthy, then that's the Ravens and Bengals division, and then Cleveland and Pittsburgh are fighting for a wild card spot or to not be last.
Yeah, and then the only other two that you could argue, I feel, with the Texans had the best are in the NFC. Eagles, gotta like what they did. People forget.
They got Saquon.
It's almost like you forget about it. And the Rams. The Rams, obviously lost Aaron Donald, but they've added a bunch of guys. They've got some defensive players that they drafted. They already have an established. Puka's going into his second year, which doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the offseason. But they've been able to add. I would say, like, it's between the Texans, the Rams, Eagles, and the Bears. First of all, most of those are in the NFC, and I would argue the Texans had a better offseason than the Steelers and a better offseason than the Bears. And if you want to argue about the others, fine, they're in the NFC.
Yeah, so I think, here's my theory, guys. I think a lot of whether they realize it or not, a lot of what informs these lists, or maybe this is just me, a lot of what informs it for me, and the reason why the Texans are so high is not just what they did in the offseason, but it also takes into account in the context of what they did the year before and what they're returning.
Yeah.
And when you put it all together and not just say, here's what they did in a vacuum, I don't know how you – and maybe that's the difference between the way you look at the Texans and the way that they're putting them on this list. But when you add Stephon Diggs to what they've just established with C.J. Stroud, when you add – Joe Mixon to, a running game that desperately needed it, and it was like the only weakness in the offense, or the main weakness in the offense, right? They're not necessarily talking about the offensive line, but there are some pieces within there that might be added to them that could make them better. And then everything that they did on defense, like you talked about, it's hard to look at what they already have and what they added on top of it and not consider that to be at least up there top 2 or 3 best offenses.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's probably what they based it off of, because even if you look at the Steelers, as trash as they was last year, they still made the playoffs. They looking at adding the quarterbacks, and they added Patrick Queen for the low. I think they probably looked at that and said, hey, that's a good offseason. They could make a playoff push.
I think the other thing that is kind of influences these types of lists is brand name, marketability. Like, if they had drafted a really good quarterback, Drake May, instead of Caleb Williams, would the Bears even be on the list? Just because Caleb Williams is like that guy, they say branding.
They kind of been building around that for a couple years now.
And I get he's probably better, than Drake May. All I'm saying is, like, if you get the name brand sort of outside of Stephon Diggs, the Texans were not. I mean, they had some really good players come in, but Danielle Hunter's been underrated.
Yeah, But it's interesting though, because he's been underrated, but he's also on all of these lists as their best offseason acquisition.
Yeah.
That's the interesting part about it to me. I saw another list from The Athletic that had and I thought this was interesting. They had their offseason observations, and so I get this is really coming from mini camp and OTAs. It's their offseason observations. And I thought this was kind of random, and it's like appropriate that it would be The Athletic, a publication that got a lot of respect, but hasn't had a footprint in this city for the last, 2 years is it now? And their offseason observation was like, John Mechie looks different.
Oh, God.
Like, out of all the things, and look, this is not a knock on John Mechie. I'm rooting for John Mechie, objectively rooting for John Mechie. But out of all the things, everything, bringing Stephon Diggs, bringing in Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud in year 2, Kamari Lassiter out there. A lot of the things that we even talked about from the offseason so far, what we've seen has been on the defensive side.
Yeah.
For all of the things, I thought it was very funny.
It is funny
that they would go out there and make John Mechie be the thing that would be what stood out to them.
Yeah, I think a lot of guys just like the big ticket items. The ones that turn the heads is my point on this. But yeah, Mechie is kind of that. Like he was a very, very much a name player at Alabama, and then of course gained a lot of attention for not all good reasons, but just over the offseason and the Texans getting him in the second round, et cetera.
Yeah, I think there's there's kind of like a feel good element there of what they were going for, but also for me, that was just more speaking to how they don't necessarily really have a footprint here, because out of all of the things that we're talking about and all of the things that we're excited about, John Mechie's kind of just sitting over there in the corner where we're just like, hey, we hope this thing works out. But these dudes traded for Stephon Diggs.
Yes.
They gave $50 million to Danielle Hunter. Yes. They brought in Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
They drafted a dude from Georgia.
Yeah. They had the best offseason in the NFL.
They might be replacing one of their high-priced tackles.
Yeah.
With a kind of underrated, under-the-radar second-round tackle pick.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of things that the Texans did that, really speak to how aggressive they are on improving this team. He's John Lopez. Figgy Fig is in the building. B. Scott with you on In the Loop. Coming up next has an issue, and Lopez has trust issues with the Astros. We're going to try to sort through it right here on In the Loop. That's next.
Payne and Pendergast. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop. And Lopez, Justin Verlander, in case you missed it over the weekend, last minute scratch from his start on Saturday. It did not go well for the Astros that day. Spencer Arrighetti gave up the goods very early on. The Tigers had like 19. I know this kind of got buried because they won the series and, you know, salute and all of that. And they got some get right in them against the White Sox coming up. But they gave up 19 hits to the Tigers on Saturday in Justin Verlander's absence. Man. It was not a good feeling watching that game. But Lopez has got some trust issues between this Verlander thing, and you also mentioned that they got these young arms that have carried the load recently.
This is a worry for me.
But you don't feel like that's good news. You're not really feeling good. You're feeling uneasy about this. Let's talk through it.
Yeah. Help me out here. We need to talk this out.
I might not be feeling no better than you are. To be clear, I just want to hear you out.
Yeah, we might end up in the same boat after all is said and done. All right, so let's start with this. When you heard, Figgy, you too, like just your first gut reaction, loophole 713-572-4610. When you first heard that Justin Verlander was being scratched and it was neck discomfort, what did you think?
It's over.
Did you believe it?
Oh, well, did I believe it?
Yeah.
No, I mean, my natural inclination was to feel like it was worse than whatever they said.
Thank you. Figgy?
So, I mean, I believed it to a degree, but I believed the worst of it is the way I would put it. What about you, Figgy?
And I ain't
That's exactly right. My son and I, we were playing golf on that Saturday morning because it was a Father's Day invitation with all the guys I hang out with and have seen since they were this high. And I said, oh, man, Justin Verlander got scratched, neck discomfort. My son literally said, so he's getting Tommy John surgery next? That's where we are with the Astros, dude. You cannot believe a word that comes out their mouth when it comes to injury.
Well, and then they said that they weren't ruling him out to maybe start in this White Sox series, and it, doesn't look like more than likely that's gonna. I mean, I'm with you, Lopez, on the trust issues. Like as far as what they're gonna tell you, I've kind of already just accepted that they're not going to give you the full story. We've seen this time and time again.
Yeah.
The last time he had to get Tommy John surgery or his season ended.
Yeah.
It was one of those things. We remember the back and forth with Chandler Rome, who's reporting it.
Yeah.
All of that stuff. Like we get that part. But for me, the worry is even more so of like the dependence and reliance on Justin Verlander to begin with.
Well, sure.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, man, what led you to have to go back and get him?
Yeah.
And the reason why he's so important and central to what you're trying to do now, which is dig yourself out of a hole and decide within the next few weeks or so if you're still like worth calling yourself a contender, or if you look silly talking about you're not going to be a seller at the deadline or not. Like, he's a big part of that. So, yeah, I mean, it was the worst. That was my reaction. As far as opposed to the skepticism of what they're saying, it was just like internalizing how you already know they do information.
And you're not alone.
Think the worst.
Text board, YouTube, they're all saying the same thing. What was your first gut reaction? And it's like that old line. When it comes to injuries, how do you know that the Astros are lying? Their lips are moving. I mean, that's where we are. Okay, then Justin Verlander, speaks about it and says, he kind of is comforting to hear some of the things he said, because he seemed to indicate that it was really just, discomfort and didn't think it was going to be this or that. On the other hand, in Major League Baseball, you put your probable pitchers out there for the next 3 games, right? That's generally what you do. So tonight, probably, obviously we know, Framber Valdez. Tomorrow, Hunter Brown. And then Thursday, to be determined. So,
what do you feel like?
Not great.
What's your gut feeling? 40-plus-year-old Justin Verlander's got neck issues. Also, by the way, can we get the Astros pitchers new beds? or just the Astros in general.
They need some Tempur-Pedic.
How many dudes have had crooks in their necks?
Yeah.
And the last dude that had a crook in his neck or had a bad neck ended up having to be out for for an extended amount of time.
And had
right?
Tommy John.
And like is now out for indefinite.
What was that?
Javier.
What was that guy that made those pillows or something like that? The
the My Pillow thing.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like there was an issue with him.
It is.
Yeah, a couple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if they want to go
move on. But okay, so there's that. I don't believe it until they can prove me wrong. Now Justin Verlander himself made me feel a little better, but it's still to be determined on Thursday. And their track record is something that you just can't give credibility to. That's the word I was late. It's totally non-credible.
You know what really stands out to me about that though?
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot more acceptable. You tell me if you disagree with this.
Yeah.
Lopez. I feel like that was a lot more acceptable when they were winning. And maybe they feel like it's still acceptable because they've won before.
Yeah.
And they got this built-in credibility, this
that's
equity
exactly
built
what they're
up.
doing, yeah.
But it does not hit the same when you're losing. Like Dusty Baker can, deny a report, or have whoever. And I don't think it was like really.
And he's going to get the benefit. Yeah.
I think this was him maybe more so marching orders of, hey, we're just not going to talk about this sort of thing. And Dusty just sort of doing his job there. So I don't really mean that about Dusty. But they as an organization can deny a report that's obviously closer to true than inaccurate. And the public can side with them and give the Astros the benefit of the doubt, even if it turns out that they're lying because – hey, guess what? They're going to the World Series,
right?
Or they're going to win
Easier
the World
swallow.
Series.
Yeah.
But now, when you're several games below 500 in one of the worst divisions in baseball, one of the larger disappointments in the game, you're in the series against the Detroit Tigers. When in between there, you gave up 19 hits in Justin Verlander's absence. This is. And I'm not breaking news here, a pitiful version of the Astros that we used to know. It does not hit the same, the trust issues, when they're not winning.
Now let's get to the scary part. And I'm not trying to be doom and gloom here, but let's be honest. You are depending right now, like heavily, probably your three best, at least recently, most consistent outside of the 19-hit game, pitchers right now are young guys. Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, and Ronel Blanco. This is where it gets a little bit scary for me. You are 9 games back of the Mariners. The Mariners are on a big run right now. They're 12 games over 500. And you are throwing and throwing and throwing 3 dudes that are going to get into some territory that they've never been in before. And that's where I think we have to really start wondering about the Astros and how they're handling these pitchers.
Wait, and so this is the part that scares you?
This is the part that scares
the young pitchers that have been the best part of the rotation, the younger guys. At this point, I know Hunter Brown has had his issues earlier in the season, but the Ronel Blancos and the Hunter Browns having to rely on
not with
them?
their performance. Let me explain it.
But the fact that they're young and not as tested. Hunter Brown obviously has pitched in the postseason.
The most innings Hunter Brown has ever pitched in a season is 154. On this pace, he's going to go over that. The most innings that has ever pitched in his career is 124 innings. He's going to go well over that. The most innings that Ronel Blanco has ever thrown in a season is 125 innings. He's going to go well over that. If the Astros start riding these guys like mules, man, with their track record of pitchers and arm problems, I mean, I'm just saying you've got to look at the division race.
No, I'm hearing you.
You've got to be realistic about can you get there or not. And if you decide we can't get there, you got to be real careful with these 3 dudes.
Here is what I love about this, how we're looking at this so differently. And you and I are scared of different things, but the fact that we could come at it from these different angles lets you know how tenuous the situation is with the Astros. And let's give credit to those guys that you just mentioned. They've been there for you so far.
Yeah.
But my bigger concern or bigger frustration or like scare would be less of that. And I understand everything that you're saying, but it would be less of that and more so the fact that you've gotten what you're getting from these young guys, and all of a sudden, the guy that's pitching for the Astros today is not as reliable as he used to be.
Yeah, Fromber.
Like that to me is more bothersome, more uncomfortable. The fact that, hey, some days Fromber is Fromber.
And we're not even talking about him.
And then other days he is sort of the opposite of what I feel like his identity has been. What have we said about Fromber? Quality start, innings eater, bulldog, workhorse type of guy. And I don't know if you feel it like his last start.
He was a head case.
Yeah, and I mean, he comes out after, did he go 5 even?
No, he didn't go for it. It was...
But it wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
And it wasn't reliable, and it wasn't the Fromber that it feels like you've got to have when you have the thing that you're talking about, these young pitchers
that are going into uncharted territory,
who you're also having to rely on more than you'd like to. You'd like to at least have this constant in Fromber, and of course we led this thing with Justin Verlander having a bad neck.
Yeah, Fromber is exactly what you said. He is a major league pitcher. He's not an ace. He's not bad. He can be bad. I mean, he's a major league pitcher. He is the he's
look,
the
hold
mean.
On. I'm glad you said.
He's the median.
Can we end the Fromber ace comment?
No, it's over.
I would like to.
Yeah.
And I can't control what other people do, other conversations that other people have. But I'm going to challenge the Astros community, commentary, media, fans, and everybody. Can we just end the ace thing? He's going to get paid eventually. He's been an all-star. He's a front of the rotation, kind of a front line.
He's a
pitcher.
Major league pitcher.
He's a major league pitcher. But can we stop the ace thing? I want to stop that.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that ever again.
Yeah.
I'd like to do that.
I think his record says as much. I mean, he's never been an ace. He's won more than 12 games once. His ERA has been under 3 points. He's a major league pitcher.
Is that somebody the Astros should look into moving eventually? If somebody make a call?
Yes.
Because there's going to be some teams that need some starting pitching.
Yeah.
Here's the other side of the question. I'm going to answer your question, Figgy, with another question. Would you pay Fromber Valdez? What would you pay Fromber Valdez in free agency or as a contract extension?
Whew. I don't even know.
If I'm the Astros, if I'm the Astros, I don't know about paying them, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Because I felt like a lot of people keep using this term like he's fried or mentally drained or whatever it is. I think that dude need a fresh start.
Yeah,
I think if he wanna continue his career and maybe become that ace, I think he need to probably go somewhere else.
Yeah,
man.
he's got change of scenery written all over him.
And at the very least, from the Astros side, it feels like that money could be better spent elsewhere.
Yeah.
Right. Like maybe you could get another guy, maybe somebody who is an ace for whatever price you might pay for Fromber. And I honestly don't know what his market is going to be.
Well,
but
paid
I'm just
Hader,
talking,
though, man.
Like if you just throw, he's going to get paid.
Yeah.
He's won a World Series. He's been an All-Star. Like he's performed. I'm not trying to.
He got potential. I think another team would look at that like maybe we can get him back to where he was at his highest point.
Yeah.
But from an Astros standpoint, I just don't know how I feel about all the things we talk about, and I don't want to give him too much of a hard time for being a head case, but it's there.
Yeah.
Like it's not like I can pretend like it doesn't.
There.
You know, and maybe that's not even the best term to use, but something is there.
Yeah.
Right, something is there. And then on top of it, it just seems like he's a little too inconsistent to be. I'm also hated from bad money that they've spent. Big, bad money that they've spent in the past, and I don't want them to do it. Or what?
As opposed to big, smart money?
Yeah, big, dumb, smart money, however you want to put it. But I'm maybe jaded by that.
Yeah.
But I feel like as we sit right here with Fromber going into this, oh man, lacking fizz, lacking buzz start against the White Sox. I'm not feeling like that's a guy that I want to pay long term.
And there's no shame in just being a major league pitcher, a good major league pitcher. There's no shame in that.
His role might be better off being the third option, third or fourth option.
But just stop with the nonsense. And then I want to go back and add one more thing on this whole Hunter Brown, Arrighetti, and Blanco thing too, because I want to get your thoughts on this. You know, let's say they get to the third week of July and they're 10 games, whatever, back, 8 games under 500, and they finally decide, it ain't going to happen. You got to handle these pitchers differently the second half. If it ain't going to happen, don't burn their arms. Do it incrementally because these guys are going into territory that they've never pitched before, and here's my argument for that. My entire argument, given the Astros and their arm trouble and Justin Verlander, this is my entire argument where if you decide that you're out of it, you got to start slowing these guys down, maybe skip a start here and there, etc. This is my argument. Kendall Graveman, Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers Jr., Jose Urquidy, Christian Javier, all those guys too soon. They all had surgery.
Oh, yeah. Well, surgery's around the corner.
Yeah.
John.
Yeah, they all had surgery.
Is there anything that's more constant or reliable or like sure to you than to have some type of arm, elbow surgery?
I didn't even mention Justin Verlander, who had surgery.
Obviously Justin Verlander as well. So, like, I mean, I feel like that's obviously on the other side. That does make me nervous, Lopez, because what do you do? What are your other options? If you're out
of it, bring these other cats up, man.
Yeah, but think about it though, Lopez. You're already in this position. The only reason why you're relying on a Ronel Blanco, a Spencer Arrighetti, and a Hunter Brown to this degree, Hunter Brown I think was going to be in the mix no matter what. But to this degree, you're only relying on them because your dudes started dropping like flies to begin with.
Because you did this to other guys.
Yeah, but now, like, to me, I wonder what the major league options are at that point. Like, what can you do? Like, Seth Martinez isn't going to go out there and pitch every day.
No, but you can.
And maybe you could pull up some guys, and nobody knows how to tank like the Astros. I give them credit for that.
Yeah.
But to me, these are already your contingency plans for either mismanagement or just, pure exhaustion or bad luck or however you want to look at it.
Yeah.
But that part makes me nervous because I feel like the backup plan, this already is the backup plan. I don't know where the depth is from there. Dudes like Forrest Whitley can't get right. Like, where is it supposed to come from? We already talk about how they don't have prospects. They don't have a farm system.
They have pitchers in AAA. They have pitchers in AA. They have guys that are getting close to up here. And I'm not saying, bring 5 guys up. What I'm saying is bring up some good prospects that can eat up some of these innings. Again, once you decide you're out of it, if you decide that, so you can skip some starts here and there, and you don't see another version of those names I just mentioned, you don't risk it. Maybe it'll never happen. Maybe Spencer Arrighetti has a rubber arm and can throw 220 innings, but you don't risk it. And you shouldn't risk it because you got dudes that are having bad nights of sleep and end up with Tommy John surgery. For God's sakes, what are we doing?
You got me stressed now.
I mean,
I wanted to talk this through with you, and I was hoping I could make you feel better. You've made me feel worse. You know what I like more?
Yeah.
I like Figgy's idea of having to decide whether you're going to trade Fromber. Since I've already decided that I don't want to pay him, Figgy, I'm with you. Like,
I think it's some teams that need somebody like that.
Well, but also if it comes down to what Lopez is saying, like, instead of even thinking about how you're going to manage the young pitchers that you're already overly relying on, I'd much rather focus on, hey, what can we get from this other guy that we've already gotten a lot from, but don't feel like we want to pay in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would make me feel a lot better. I don't like this stressed out version of,
Hey, I'm just saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying, as the kids like to say.
But we gotta point it out. We gotta get to it.
I mean, Arrighetti might throw 35, 40 more innings in here.
That
not good.
I was feeling
not good,
and I was feeling a lot better about Spence.
Yeah.
About Getty.
Yeah.
But I wasn't feeling Getty on Saturday, man.
Getty and meatballs,
dude. I mean, just like early in the game, dude.
Yeah.
Early.
Yeah.
So early. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, B. Scott in with you on In the Loop. Coming up next, there's been a lot of back and forth between C.J. Stroud and the Colts. We're going to give you some perspective from Indy on that. Also get back into this Texans training camp schedule, dates and times released. That's next on In the Loop.
The Drive. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Brandon Scott in with John Lopez and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. And one of the things I've enjoyed about the offseason is how spicy it's been between C.J. Stroud and C.J. Stroud and the Colts, or I should say the Texans and the Colts, through C.J. Stroud and probably Zaire Franklin, the linebacker for the Colts. I like the tension. I like how testy it's been.
Yeah,
it's been one of my favorite, like, you know, non-X's and O's storylines. Just like dudes talking trash but having fun with it. It seems like it's all in good fun.
Yeah,
but it's a little bit testy. And I felt like we even got a little bit more of a hint of it with Nick Caserio with Payne and Pendergast when he was in studio.
Yeah,
and he was talking about the teams that celebrate the picks that they make in the, you know, in the green room at the draft.
That was awesome, by
and
the
it was
way.
very clear. Like, it didn't take very long to go back and look.
Chris Ballard.
He talking about Chris Ballard. He really talking about the whole division, but the one that stand out, you know,
they're all plotting,
is the Colts. And of course, that's who they play to open the season. So there is a lot of buzz around the Texans-Colts matchup and head-to-head. But from an Indianapolis perspective, and I saw this was a Colts writer, A to Z Sports out there in Indianapolis, or out there at least in Indiana, covering the Colts, that has a theory as to why the Colts are on C.J. Stroud so much.
Yeah.
And I feel like it fans the flames a little bit, but also there's some validity to it. And that's just the simple fact that this is the biggest threat, and that they only really, as much as we celebrate what the Texans did last year, and as impressive and as fun as a lot of that, they were very, very close to this not happening at the hands of the Indianapolis Colts. And this piece points out the team that seems to be on Stroud's mind the most this offseason is the Colts. And it took the Colts' backup quarterback and their fourth-string running back not converting what should have been an easy catch and first down from them being 0-2 against the Colts.
Yeah.
And perhaps a lot of this, not like, if that happens, you don't necessarily get the moment against, you know what I mean? If you lose the game, you obviously don't get that moment against Cleveland, which is kind of magical, even though you'd had a great year already up to that.
Yeah.
But that's
it's postseason.
Point being, on the Colts side, they're looking at Houston. They're looking at C.J. Stroud, not nearly as impressed necessarily as the rest of us. That's the feeling.
I feel that that's them lying, for lack of a better way to put it. What was said in this article is C.J. Stroud is talking this noise to the Colts because in his heart he knows the Colts are the biggest threat.
Yeah.
Well, the Colts know the Texans are the biggest threat. So I feel like that's nonsense.
Well, and they do eventually double back and give that some credence and say, hey, both teams realize that they're kind of that each other is the target.
Yeah. But they also were very much appreciative and liked the fact that this is happening.
Yeah.
I do. I mean, it's like
it's good for the rivalry.
It's great.
It's good for both teams. You know this.
Yeah.
Has not had a lot of buzz or cachet.
Well, it does this year.
And all of a sudden, it absolutely has it. And this is going to speak to it. This is going to help it a little bit.
I think absolutely. It's my old thing about just spell the name right. This is elevating this division, elevating both these teams, elevating the rivalry of Anthony Richardson, if he is what we think he might be, and C.J. Stroud, who we know what he is. It's very reminiscent, apropos of nothing, otherwise, the Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark thing.
Yeah.
Dude, this is awesome. It might be uncomfortable in moments.
Rivalries are great.
This is awesome for them.
Newsflash.
You know why?
Hey, breaking news.
Yeah.
Rivalries are good for sports.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Now, there might be some really awkward things that people can argue about, legitimately in that one. But in this one, this is awesome, man. This is great for the Texans and the Colts.
Both of y'all, do y'all agree that the Colts remain, even after this offseason so far, that the Colts remain the greatest threat to the Texans' AFC South supremacy? Y'all agree with that?
I think so, man, because they probably have the second best head coach in the division, in my opinion. And
they're probably neck and neck, Figgy.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah, I didn't want to say that, but I think they are neck and neck.
They're neck and neck. They're both first-year coaches. Both, had really good seasons. I think it's fair to say that they're neck and neck, and we can get a nod to D'Amico.
Yeah. I also think they got a pretty okay team, man. I think
running back, defense.
Our question, if Anthony Richardson can live up to what people think he's going to be, I think they are going to be a problem.
That's the point that I feel like they kind of gloss over or neglect. Anybody that wants to make the point of,
is he good?
Well, not just that, though. I mean, is he good is its own question, and I think a fair question. But the reason why it was the backup quarterback in the game at that point is because the starting quarterback, the one that you're kind of hanging your hat on, you don't know if you can depend on him to be in the game or to be playing
just be healthy
at the end of the year if you're in that position. It might be your backup quarterback again next year. Like to me,
Joe Flacco.
I don't know if you can just go, because I think I believe in Anthony Richardson a little bit better, or a little bit more than you do. But this injury thing is an issue.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they can even rely on, hey, well, next year when we meet at the end, if when the rubber meets the road,
yeah,
Anthony Richardson going to be out there instead of whoever the backup quarterback is. I don't feel like you can confidently say that if you're the Colts.
I do. Just to answer your question, I do think they're the biggest threat. I was down on Anthony Richardson. I don't think he's a real accurate quarterback, but with that head coach and the ability to get better, I do think now that he's a bigger threat. And plus, I'm just down on Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars. I think they might be a threat for a year or two, but then they're going to fall off the face of the earth when it comes to the division.
What do y'all think about Trevor Lawrence? And we haven't had a chance to talk about this between the three of us with Trevor Lawrence and this deal. I think it's interesting how there's been some like celebratory, sentiment on our side, or I've heard it on the station of like, hey, this is I think it's. I wouldn't want to be a Jags fan, so I guess I get that point. I think that you do have to pay Trevor Lawrence, but to me it's just interesting that we've gone from, hey, they're supposed to be what's next to, hey, man, this conversation is a Texans-Colts conversation, and I'm not exactly sure. Like, what do y'all think? Where do the Jaguars even fit into this whole hierarchy?
Here's how I would ask you and Figgy and anybody listening to gauge – to determine whether it was a good thing for the Texans or not that the Jaguars locked up Trevor Lawrence. Did it make you feel good or bad? Because it made me feel good that they like if I'm in the AFC West and they lock up Patrick Mahomes as they did, I'd be like, oh crap. But when they locked up Trevor Lawrence, I was like, sweet.
Did you though? Like I guess I didn't feel that way because I never thought that they weren't.
Yeah.
But to your point, they are kind of almost like a man without a country because you're somewhere in between elite and QB purgatory, which you obviously don't want to be in. Mm-hmm. But he's also good enough to like we've done this, Lopez. We've been here in this exact spot. Nobody should understand this situation better than Texans fans of what it's like to not have a franchise quarterback or not to have a guy that's good enough. Like 3 years ago, we would have done anything to get a Trevor Lawrence. So it's somewhat like enigmatic or like there's like this dichotomy of hey, we got this guy that we should pay or we should keep around, but we don't feel like even though we got to give him a lead.
Yeah, I think from a Jazz point of view, I think they're in the tough spot because it's like, man, we want somebody better. We don't know if he could get there, but we got to pay him. But from a Texans point of view, I'm not a Trevor Lawrence guy at all, but I still feel like they're gonna be in the way.
Oh, they're in the way at least for a couple of years.
They're gonna be in the way. So I think he could eventually beat the Texans at some point. I think they could be that problem, but I don't fear them at all. Yes. I feel like they're not the person that just run away with the division.
And that goes back to the original point here, man. That it's Texans Colts. All of a sudden, two teams have jumped them. Maybe that's why I didn't have that reaction that you had, Lopez. Because I've already
they weren't even
and didn't realize it until we started having this conversation.
Yeah,
but I had already dismissed them as the main factor or as the main threat, even though that's the way we looked at them last year. Or honestly, didn't even look at the Texans in that way. It was just like, hey, let's see what this is going to be.
Let me ask you this about Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah,
would you rather the Jaguars have Trevor Lawrence for the next 10 years or the number 1 overall pick in 2 years?
Oh yeah, there you go. That's a great way to look at it. Because I was going to say
Trevor Lawrence.
I was going to give you C and say, I'd rather they have like Mac Jones. I'd rather they have
an unknown.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
But I'd rather they have somebody that could help them win 5 to 6 games.
Yeah.
Like I don't want them to be at the very bottom and to get the number 1 pick.
Yeah. I'd rather they have Trevor Lawrence for 10 years.
But see, the thing is, Trevor Lawrence, he's good enough. He kind of reminds me of like a Kirk Cousins that will be all off towards the end. I don't think Trevor Lawrence is going to, I guess, lead them to like only 4 wins. He's going to be right in between that 7 and 10 range all the time. But I don't think he's going to get to a Super Bowl or anything.
Yeah. And I think he's better than Kirk Cousins, but he is in that Kirk Cousins class. Well, he's in that. Even Matt Schaub would be considered. I don't think Matt Schaub is necessarily as good as Kirk Cousins, but they would all be in that class of, hey, quarterback that you can win with, quarterback that you can't move off of if you don't have an adequate replacement. Like the replacement can't be Mac Jones. It's got to be, hey, we're just completely moving on and we're going to try to get the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
But without like And they're just not in a position to pivot off of that and to transition into, hey, we're quitting on Trevor Lawrence because he is too good for that.
And who you going to replace that with? That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Because even like I always look at the Browns, how they moved on from Baker Mayfield. At least they can say, oh, maybe we got something in Deshaun.
Yeah.
But like Baker Mayfield was kind of in that category too. Like, do you pay him? Do you not? And who can you find better than Baker Mayfield?
There's a new NBA champion, and the Texans got training camp dates and times. We'll share that with you next on In the Loop.
Play ball! All right, Sean, tell us how.
858-0815.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The hits are indeed lit. Right here with Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig on In the Loop. And the first thing, the biggest hit, guys, has got to be the Texans releasing their training camp dates and schedules. 8 dates, open to the public, free of charge. Now, it's kind of a first come, first serve sort of situation because the Texans are just letting you know straight up. They're expecting these tickets to go pretty rapidly.
Oh, they are.
So one bit of information that I think is important for y'all to know, when can we get these tickets? When can we get the – well, got the answer.
All right.
Thursday, June 20th. So 2 days from now. All right. Let's see. This is 22 let's see, 2 days from now. 2 days from now, Thursday, June 20th at 10 a.m. on Ticketmaster. That's when you can get your tickets. You can reserve tickets. Again, they are free, but they are first come, first serve. Man, I can just imagine.
Man, I was just thinking
Could you imagine trying to get into that, like, and the difference between this one versus the ones in years past?
And last year was actually, I think they were selling out a lot last year.
They were.
People were standing in line, so I can't even imagine how it's going to be this year.
Yeah,
nuts.
It's been a rare occasion when training camp, and I know I've only been here the last 5 years or so, but a rare occasion when training camp hasn't been heavily attended. It's either been, like there was a global pandemic that was keeping people away, or the team was like catastrophically bad, embarrassingly bad for a stretch there when people weren't coming. But the last couple of years, and then this year especially, man, dude, at 10 a.m., right at our showtime on Thursday, and I'll still be in on that day, 10 a.m., you can get your tickets to Texans training camp Thursday, June 20th, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. First come, first serve.
A couple of interesting twists on the training camp schedule. And someone texted me that the website, I don't know if it's still there or not, on some of these training camp stories. I think they recommend 8 a.m. arrival because I double-checked, and on the website and on here, Texans camp starts at 9 a.m. unless noted, and the ones that are noted are going to be 9:15 a.m. Houston time. The ones that are actually going to be, and that's part of the story, at the University School in Huntington Valley, Ohio. So they're going to have a week of practices in Ohio, which I kind of had a hunch would happen in between the Hall of Fame game and going to Pittsburgh. So, yes, I've double-checked. It's 9 a.m. starts. Thursday is when you can get the tickets. And there's 8 dates that are open to fans, starting on Tuesday and Wednesday, the 23rd and 24th of July, and ending on the 21st and 22nd of August, all at that Houston Methodist Training Center.
Yeah, and I caught myself doing poor math in the moment, so I stopped doing it. But it was 46 hours. All right.
Okay.
I was going to say 22, but that would have meant that it's tomorrow. And I caught myself in a moment, and I was like, let's do that again. 46 hours between now and when you can actually go and reserve your tickets for one of those or all of those. I'm not sure how that works. If
and
you
you
just get one, but 8 dates.
I don't know how it works
chances
either.
to get there.
And you said this, like, I don't know what kind of season the Texans are going to have, but as you said, this is the most anticipated season, and that's going to reflect itself in training camp. Maybe ever, maybe since the first one. Which you didn't have high expectations for win. It was just excitement.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and just excitement and the thirst for football. You hadn't had it in so many years.
Yeah.
That to, like that situation, but just for football reasons. Because obviously, I mean, you remember that team, man. It started a bunch of rookies on offense. Yeah. It was like defense heavy, but it wasn't like superstar laden. They just had really solid, really good players on defense, like our very own Seth Payne.
Yeah.
Like there wasn't a lot of, anticipation for that team for football reasons or, the actual players on the team. I mean, this team got Stephon Diggs. It's got Will Anderson. It's got C.J. Stroud. DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
The dude that's the coach played for the team. It's got so much to it, so much cachet to it that I think it's easily it's easily more of an anticipated training camp than the first one for me.
It's happening, man. A month from today is when the camp opens.
What do you feel like is your favorite? We don't have to go top. What's your favorite Texans training camp storyline? Do you have one? Do you have a training camp storyline?
Running back.
Text us in 713-572 in the loop. You can get involved. Twitch, YouTube, let us know. Do you have a training camp story to watch or a favorite one? You say yours is running back.
Yeah, look, everybody's going to be able to argue about the receivers, but that's a good argument. Like who's going to be number one? Who's looking good? I don't care. I think it could be any of the three. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. Running back to me is the big training camp storyline. I'm not worried about even backup quarterback. I think they're set.
Me down the number one receiver thing a few weeks ago, and I was like, dude, because you're like, Stephon Diggs is the number one receiver.
No, he is in my view.
And I'm like, yeah, I mean, he is by stature and accomplishment and all of that, but like, it could be any of these dudes.
Yeah,
that's the beauty of the whole situation.
Yeah, no, it could be, but I still think it's Stephon Diggs, at least going into the early part of the season. And then the other part for me, and boy, this is so much hype and so silly to be here already. I'm pretty damn excited about Kamari Lassiter.
I'm with you.
Okay, I was going to say that's the storyline. That second cornerback.
I'm pretty damn excited about
CB2.
Yeah.
Now we seeing it from the same lens, baby. Now we seeing it from the same lens.
Because that position is wide open.
Yeah, it's wide open.
The position is wide open. The competition should be fairly
But he's already kind of putting a stake in the ground.
But to me, that's good.
Yeah, because
the guys that he's going up against.
Mm-hmm.
I don't rule out as being contributors on the team, like being some kind of factor.
Yeah.
If, hey, there's a health issue with either Stingley or if Lassiter's learning curve is longer than we thought or whatever it is, or if one of those guys has got to bump in the slot.
Yeah.
I think it was very easy after Kamari Lassiter was drafted and we had this conversation about the speed, the 4.6 40 or 4.6 in the 40.
Yeah.
And, hey, can he play outside? Maybe he's got to be the slot.
Mm-hmm.
There was this maybe unfair assumption that he was going to be a slot corner or a nickel corner.
Yeah.
Whereas, hey, he might be the outside guy. And one of these other cats, one of these has-beens, hate to call him that, but let's just, once retreads of Jeff Okudah or C.J. Henderson, that might be where they emerge, either as a depth option on the outside or like a star in the slot, kind of reinventing themselves. So, but to me, if he's beating out,
it's a good thing.
Vets who
very good
at one point were highly thought of, just
Top
haven't
5
quite
picks.
lived up to their potential.
Yeah,
that should make you feel
amazing.
really good.
Yeah.
That should make you feel really good. That's it for me on the defensive side of the ball. I would say on the offensive side of the ball, and this is too Texans, Twitter, Reddit, in the weeds, but I ain't gonna lie and say that I'm not intrigued by it.
Mm-hmm.
That interior offensive line with not just Kenyon Green, but Juice Scruggs as well.
Yeah.
To me,
Kenyon Green is going to be a big storyline.
Yeah.
One way or another. We are going to be talking a lot about
the storyline right
Yeah,
there.
we're going to be talking a lot about Kenyon Green on one end of the spectrum or the other. It's a given.
We absolutely should be.
Yeah. Because everything else is pretty much set. That's the position that's let's see how he does.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, though. Sorry. What if Blake Fisher blows their doors off? Just blows their doors off.
I think that there is a reason why they drafted the guy, and it is a curious.
What if in training camp he's Kamari Lassiter in minicamp?
So I think it's in play. And I think it's more so in play if one of those two guys, for whatever reason, and I don't even think it matters. I think they'll be most likely to replace or unseat, right, or skip in the line would be Titus Howard. But I don't think it matters which one of those dudes is, say, not fully ready to go when training camp hits, and they put Blake Fisher out there just to get him reps, and because they want to limit the reps of one of those veteran guys. I think that that's in play, and maybe that's a way that he gets on the field.
I'm curious. So let's say you do blow the doors off. I mean, you had to start them, right?
That's what I'm thinking.
Because I don't want to get into the whole contract thing, but Is it possible to move on from somebody?
I think it depends on how good you thought Titus Howard was when he was at his best at tackle.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it was that special.
See, I thought it was
good.
I thought it was fine.
It was fine.
I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's all you really need. And that's not an excuse or a reason to pay them what they did. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
That doesn't justify it. But I'm not really down on it. Like, I honestly think that when Titus Howard has played tackle, he's been a fine player. It's been the mismanagement of him and the switching him to different positions.
And the money.
And the money on top of it that is kind of like, I won't say clouded the judgment, but also like added to – a certain level of frustration or even expectation because you're like, hey, you paid this guy, but and if part of it was because of positional flexibility, he ain't that flexible in positions.
Yeah.
Like he's one thing, you need to play him there, and that's what it needs to be. But I absolutely think that it's in play.
How do you say Titus Howard in Spanish?
Would defer you.
Jose Abreu.
Oh, man.
Nah.
It ain't that bad.
He's not that bad. He is not that bad.
Yeah.
He is not that bad. Now, as a matter of fact, I wouldn't even say that he's bad at all.
I don't think he's bad.
It's the fact that you can't unsee him at guard, which again goes back to my Kenyon Green thing. If Kenyon Green is right, then Titus Howard can play his position. But I'll say this to your question.
Yeah.
It's got to be a short lease if Blake Fisher blows their doors off.
Yeah.
Like, I think you go with Titus Howard with the assumption of what I just said.
And I'm kidding.
He's good. But what's the leash? If there's like an injury thing or if he's slowed down by –
and he's been injured.
By the by the issues, then you got this other dude right there that, is really young, and if he blows your doors off, he's right there to replace you. Like, that's definitely one to put a pin in.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't have the 2 first-round picks that they'd had the last couple of years, the 2 second-round picks that they drafted are dudes that very much could either start or certainly play for you, if not early at some point this season.
I will say it. The draft doesn't lie. There's lying season, and then the draft does not lie. They told us, as honestly as they could, we want a tackle in the second round. That says something. I don't care what, how you couch it, what they say about Titus Howard, how they, sort of like talk about bringing him along slowly. They did not lie. The biggest truth they told us was drafting a tackle in the second round.
Not because of his play. It's definitely because of the injury history.
Yes.
Because they need somebody to stay healthy. They need somebody to plug and play if Titus can't stay healthy.
Also in the hits, the Celtics win the NBA Finals. Gentleman's sweep, you might call that, right?
Yeah.
When you're winning 5 and it looked like they weren't even trying in game 4 at the end there. They were like, all right, we're going to just take this back to the crib and we're going to win this thing. Big local takeaway from that is that Udoka fumbled the bag. Hate to see it. So, yeah, that happened. Maybe he can do something here in Houston, turn things around. He
fumbled a lot, boy.
Dude. Didn't he, though?
He fumbled a lot. Like, and he had to be thinking, that could have been me, should have been me.
Yeah,
had to
man.
Be. I don't care how happy he is here.
Yeah, man. Like, between, like, Nia Long and the opportunity to win a championship, you think about that and you're like, hey, man, you're sitting there. I really hope he's not online.
Oh, he's on. He's getting
You
word.
think he is?
Yeah, he's getting word of it.
I really hope that he's not online. All right, coming up next, I want to dive into institutions and, like, overall management and compare them here in the city and how it's flipped. Because the Texans are in a totally different situation from where they were even, say, a year ago, and so are the Houston Astros. I'm going to talk about that with John Lopez next on In the Loop.
All right, guys.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Which Houston sports institutions do you trust the most? What is the front office that you feel like you can trust, rely on the most? It got me thinking winning the NBA title. Anytime somebody wins a major championship, it makes me think local. Hey, when's the next time we gonna do that? Hey, we've done that not too long ago with the Astros. Obviously, they are the last major pro sports organization, team, institution to win one. Mm-hmm. But what's interesting about where we're at right now, Lopez, where we sit right now, is that it's been a complete heel turn, man.
Yeah.
And I didn't see it coming. Maybe I should have, because I was on this show loudly about it when they parted ways with James Click, saying, you know what? I ain't trying to say James Click the best general manager to ever exist, but he is a legitimate front office guy, a legitimate general manager, and I don't really understand why they got to have this static and part ways, and why we got to go this other direction. It seems to be working the way it was. So the Astros have made a change, or have made a change in direction. The Texans, on the other side, on the come up. It feels a lot different. Where are you at on this change, and who do you feel the best about right now as we sit right here?
Well, let me describe a team to you.
All right.
From recent history in these parts, it was a team where the owner was in hiding, never really saw him out publicly, didn't want to really get out there because there was a lot of controversy around the team. There was this figure in the background that didn't really have a title, but you knew, and reports were, and rumors were that he, right?
Yeah, well, he was a person of service, a man. He had a number.
Oh, thank you so much for asking, man.
Yeah. He had a number. Maybe the issue, Lopez, was that he had too many titles.
Yes, and then the other aspect of that team was that you had kind of empty suits running the operation on the field. So you had an owner in hiding, you had a mysterious figure calling the shots without a title, and you had empty suits running the team.
The most important thing about football is the football.
So clearly,
come on, Figgy, why you had
clearly,
like
Figgy,
that, man?
You have an idea.
Damn, Figgy.
You have an idea about who that team is. You just mentioned who that team might be.
Yeah.
I ain't talking about the Texans. Let's think about this.
You really think this, Lopez?
I ain't talking about the Texans. Let me lay it out for you.
Like I thought you talking about 2021, man.
Yes.
I'm gonna let you lay it out, but man, this is exhausting, Lopez. To feel like we got has it gotten that bad? Are you that exhausted with this team to where you're going to these links, Lopez?
I'm not.
Are we serious right now, man? Go ahead and lay it out, man. Let me hear you. Let me at least hear you out.
I'm not saying it's that bad. Jim Creighton is in hiding. There's no other way to put it.
Well, I can't dispute that.
He said in March, I'll talk about the Astros as soon as this golf tournament is over. We're still waiting.
And historically, that's a dude that's been accessible.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know about like Inter or whatever, with their affiliates or what have you. But as far as at the ballpark, you could catch Jim Creighton on the field.
Yeah,
it used to be.
Yeah,
so I'll give you that.
He's in hiding. There's a mysterious figure that really doesn't have a title. That's calling all the shots.
See, I don't
reportedly and rumored.
He's not mysterious though.
Well,
Lopez.
It's mysterious in the sense of what is he?
Nah, it's transparent to me, and it's
what is his title?
Nah.
What is his title?
Jeff Bagwell. That's his damn title.
And the scary part is, it's not like he's a GM where he have to talk or speak about what he's doing.
Yes,
he don't have to do anything, man.
And then
he speak whenever he wants to. He can hide whenever he wants.
You know what their titles are? Jeff Bagwell.
Yes.
Reggie Jackson.
Yes.
Enos Cabell.
Yeah.
Craig Biggio to some degree, I imagine. Like, their titles are their names.
Yes.
And maybe that's the problem.
They don't have a title.
Yeah. And I don't think it's a maybe.
And then there's the third element. You thought I was talking about David Culley. Thought I was talking about Lovie Smith. Joe Espada's an empty suit.
The wrong average Joe.
He's an empty suit. So let's think about this. The three elements that drew me to consistently call out the Texans and call them dysfunctional and just build an absolute I don't know if hatred, that's a strong word, for Jack Easterby. Those three elements are in play. They're not as bad, like you said. They're not as bad as they were with the Texans. But they are trending in that direction with the Houston Astros.
Yeah, and I think it all comes back to, and I see the parallel, don't like it's as bad.
Yeah.
But I do feel like it comes back to ownership and Jim Crane. And look, somebody who has done a lot, like Jim Crane, you make the argument, the best owner in the city's pro sports history.
No doubt.
Based off of what the Astros have done so far. So you give credit to him for that.
Yeah.
But also I feel like with that comes an expectation and a responsibility to live up to that and to not go backwards, to not go the other way. And I would say the biggest disappointment, again, a lot of respect to what he's done already.
Yeah.
But the biggest disappointment, Lopez, for me, is that if it feels like, you know, when they part ways with James Click and it becomes this Bagwell, Reggie Jackson brain trust, you know, former players, Jock's brain trust. It feels like he did a thing that I wouldn't have expected from someone as strong as Jim Crane.
Oh, it's bad for his brand, man.
But I mean, bad for his brand and really just surprising to me because I figured him to be a little bit more of an A-type than this.
Yeah.
But does it not feel like he's operating this team more like a fan? Because that
kind of
that to me is what
back
stands
of the baseball
out.
Card.
Well, and hey, you know what? Who needs a baseball nerd when I can just call up Jeff Bagwell? And I get why you would lean on Jeff Bagwell for baseball stuff. I'm not saying that's ridiculous to have Jeff Bagwell, for him to have your ear and likewise for him to have. But there's got to be a balance, a check and balance, and an actual somebody who actually does this, who understands.
Kind of sounds like you're talking about Jack Easterby. There's got to be a check and balance, but there wasn't.
But the difference is, here's the difference, though. The reason why I cannot make this parallel with you. Here's why I cannot make this parallel with you.
Look,
he's Jeff Bagwell.
No, I get it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I get why you would trust Jeff Bagwell, again, with baseball things. That other thing, that other part, I don't really understand how you relinquish your entire franchise to somebody who didn't even know as much about football as the
priest,
but didn't
pastor.
Didn't even know as much about football as the coach that you were going to get rid of.
Look, you
know what I mean?
I think the parallels are there, but not anything close to the extreme.
That's the difference. The allure of Jeff Bagwell is much more obvious and much more, I think, acceptable and explainable than the one with what happens with the Texans.
You see a lot of former baseball players get into maybe the front office role or coaching and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of priests jumping into that, man.
But okay, just real quick, just to be clear, like to this day, despite all the World Series and Altuve and Bregman and all that, Jeff Bagwell remains my all-time favorite Astro because I feel like I got to know him pretty well. I just loved him as a guy. I think he was very transparent and clear. I want to make it very clear. I love the dude.
And he's a childhood hero of mine.
I just love the dude.
A childhood hero of mine.
But if we're talking about trends, and you're right, Figgy, in time we're qualified. All I'm talking about is the elements of what's going on.
I hear you.
The element of an owner in hiding, the element of a mysterious figure calling shots that you're not exactly sure even has a title, and the element of a puppet as a manager / coach. The elements are similar. And it's kind of like I'm watching this documentary right now. It's pretty cool, just about the Nuremberg trials, you know, from the World War II, Hitler and all those guys. And like you can kind of see like when they started kind of moving into other countries, Hitler, it was all like agreements. Like it wasn't hostile at all, but you could see he was going to be hostile. The elements of becoming what it was were already starting. I am saying, not comparing it to the Nuremberg trials, but what I'm saying is the little signs of what the Texans were are there with the Astros.
It's disturbing.
Yeah.
It is disturbing, and it does make you think. And this is just where I'm at. I'm like, what's the change? How does it go from where it's at now to something that you can actually believe in? Because what I had gotten used to and am not used to now. Like, I'd gotten used to trusting the Astros, believing in the Astros.
Absolutely.
Hey, whichever direction they want to go, you can believe in it.
I'm in.
And I'm in. I'd gotten used to that to where now I'm obviously not used to feeling uneasy about the direction. And not just about Jeff Bagwell, because I think he's only really a vessel to this.
Yeah.
He's in the pillows that you're drawing. But again, man, the buck stops with, and I just don't understand that heel turn of, hey, this is what got us here. This is what the template for success has looked like over the past however many years it's been. We just won a World Series, and we offer our GM a one-year contract. It's really an insult to somebody that just won a World Series, whether you really like them or not. And you know what? It's cool. We're just going to talk to the former players and have like a committee of like baseball jocks and talk about the back of the baseball card instead of like real-time stats. How about StatCast? How about like peripheral numbers, the stuff that I'm sure the Astros themselves before this heel turn were actually studying.
Yeah.
So it is a disturbing thing that they would go in the opposite direction after so much success.
And you were also right earlier. I mean, there is no question the most successful, trustworthy team this city has ever seen. Things change, and they have changed. I mean, they've had 3 general managers in recent years. They've had 2-3 managers in recent years. Now they have a general manager and a manager that aren't really strong at all. And so things are changing is all I'm saying. They were that. They were the most trustworthy, but they're changing.
How do we feel about the Texans being the most stable organization in the city? If you've lived here long enough, you know how wild that actually sounds. I mean, that's not a controversial statement, but it's wild when you laid out just a moment ago, and the fact that the Astros have been the standard for success. Like, that's another weird place to be in as we talk about front offices on the heels of the Celtics winning an NBA title, trying to figure out where things are here. The Texans, the most stable pro sports organization in Houston right now.
And they're doing it in such a way that it's sustainable because of what reflective of the Astros. Now let's make the comparison the other way. Stable head coach, respectable, general manager, doing things his own way. Now, obviously, Luna was a cheater, but that's a different story. But with great talent evaluation, or at least early signs point to that. Being able to go acquire and get the trust of the owner to acquire big pieces. I mean, that's what Nick Caserio's doing. I mean,
Yeah, and not just that, but then Nick Caserio, I mean, you can hear him on how he talks. He feels a lot more comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, the presence of D'Amico and CJ and how that just kind of just changes the entire outlook and the entire field. Like, I find it fascinating how, I was just talking about Jim Crane, but then on the other end, Cal McNair has done the complete 180. Like, not just the organization.
No longer in hiding.
No longer in hiding and no longer needs to be, to the point to where he's, like, made himself likable.
Yeah.
And just the whole vibe over there has changed. Like, it's not really something that I would expect. I feel like somewhere in between there, it's the third leg, but maybe somewhere in between trust, because it feels like we're down on the Astros, in part because we're more passionate about them.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. Somewhere in between of not really sure and just like not quite purgatory because there's an improvement, but like we don't really know exactly what to expect. It's like the Rockets in between. And this is, again, Udoka. Can you replicate in Houston what you had going for you in Boston, but ultimately fumbled and allowed Joe Mazzulla to take over? But where do the Rockets fit into this? Are they in the middle, or are they actually third? Are they somewhere behind? Because it feels like they're in the middle because we at least don't have those worries about.
Wow, I can't even believe that. That's a question, but it's a fair question.
But they've got Udoka.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily trust. I'm not going to say I trust Tillman Fertitta more than I trust Jim Crane.
Yeah.
But I do trust Udoka more than I trust.
I can't quite put him there yet, though.
Everything that's going on with the Astros right now.
I can't quite. I think it's a fair question, but I can't quite put him there.
It's a weird place to be in.
The fact that we're asking it and arguing it says a lot. Let me make one more point on the Houston Texans. I'm talking about how these teams have switched roles, and
they're clearly number one.
And they're clearly number one, but like maybe they're kind of they're getting there the way the Astros got there, and the Astros have those three elements the Texans had when they were at the lowest. You could even argue that the Texans have had their 3 consecutive 100-loss seasons. In essence,
that's actually good.
They went 4-12, 4-13, 3-13-1.
Were they tanking?
No, but I mean, they benefited from it, like tanking, because then you get Derek Stingley and C.J. Stroud and all that stuff. So you like the comparisons are eerie. Like they went 4-12, 4-13, 3-13-1. There's your 300-loss seasons, and now all of a sudden 10-7 and young talent and young star talent.
Worth it, right? We went through that together, all of us, those few years.
Yeah.
Worth it, you would say?
Oh,
yeah.
Do it again.
There's some people that's stuck in that same position.
I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Yes.
So Texans clearly number one. That's a weird spot for the Astros to be in.
Yeah.
To where
that you're even arguing it.
We've clearly, and like not even arguing against putting the Texans above them in terms of trust. And they're somewhere like, hey man, do we almost trust the guy that got fired and fumbled Nia Long in the NBA Finals? Do we trust that dude over the Astros, the standard bearer the standard for success?
Yeah.
Like that to me is a really weird position. But Texans clearly number one. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott. Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. Coming up, we confess our sins. That's next.
The Jose Abreu. All on the free Odyssey app.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is where we confess our sins on In the Loop. John Lopez, Brandon Scott, and Figgy Fig in with you. Let's start it off with this.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I've got a couple of confessions that are going to relate to our evening show, our night show, Area 45.
All right.
So those will be my first two. I'm going to start here with one, Patrick Creighton. And you did a little bit of the work on this for me, Lopez. I didn't even bother to try to check the word count. You addressed this yesterday on the show. I wasn't on the show to address it.
Worth repeating.
But it is worth repeating.
Get it off your chest.
And especially me as the guy who kind of handles things behind the scenes for us digitally, the guy who is in charge of taking, let's say that one of us has a 900-word thought. I'm the guy that if you work here at this station, that you come to with it and say, hey, I've got 900 words worth of a thought to express.
Yeah.
My man PC publishes a 900 word.
990.
What?
It's almost 1,000 words.
1,000-word tweet.
Yeah.
Like PC. Like, man, I understand. And he is, digitally savvy, I thought, at least. But, bruh. That's not the place to do. You need a Substack, you need a blog, you need SportsRadio610.com. But Twitter/X, PC, like whatever point that you were making about the Astros, my man, email it.
Patrick,
put it in the inbox, dog.
I don't go to Twitter to read a term paper. I mean,
you've got to be kidding me, bro. We're scrolling.
I don't go to read a term paper.
That could have been perfect content for the website, man. Sports Radio.
Send it to B. Scott.
Just email it to B. Scott, man.
Email it to me. And
then come back on Twitter and post the link and say, check out what I wrote for SportsRadio610.com.
And look, I understand that the platform expanded its character limits and character counts. I regret it, and I wish that they had never done it. I didn't even like it at the time because I thought people struggled expressing themselves.
In 40.
Some people didn't need the characters that they had, much less even more.
Yeah.
But this is the downside of it because Twitter/X is supposed to be micro blogging. It wasn't nothing micro about that post from PC.
I get whenever I'm on Twitter, when I feel like I'm writing too much, I just delete it all. I just say screw it. I'm not replying.
Dude.
990.
Never want to mute a teammate so bad.
Yeah. 990.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So the Kansas City Chiefs got their rings. That was making the rounds a couple of days ago. I guess it was Saturday or whatever, maybe Sunday. And quite impressive rings. Now, Taylor Swift could not be there. She was in Liverpool for a concert. But I saw her post making the rounds, and is she one of those people, and we all know them, because I think she is, that's my confession, that says key things in a conversation about sports, thinking so they can act like they know more than they do. Because when she was commenting on it, she was talking about, congratulations, joining the party from Liverpool. And then she says, and we get another year of McCole. She was talking about re-signing McCole Hardman.
Yeah, she might have met McCole.
I think, she might have met him.
You know what I mean? Maybe she likes.
Yeah.
You know those people, right?
Maybe she's just glad
we all
that he's
have them
around.
in our lives. Where they say some catchy little.
The defense got to be better, y'all.
Yes, that's Holding.
I mean, he's
that's Holding.
He's fast.
Everybody can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
CJ is a beast, y'all. Okay, breaking news on that.
She's dropping names like she's like an X's and O's person.
Yeah. Or at least she's not like Eddie Murphy and Coming to America where you're just standing up at the basketball.
Yes. Indie face.
Indie face.
Like, we're doing this. What you doing this halftime?
And what was that line he said about
this is the best part of the game.
This is my favorite part of the game. Yeah.
Exactly. I think she's dropping those lines trying to be look a little smarter than she is.
But in her defense, though, doesn't she kind of have to be for how scrutinized she is, for how big of a star she is?
Yeah, maybe.
Like almost, this is the part that almost none of us can relate to unless you're like somewhere as big as that. But
No
like
one can,
having to be buttoned up all the time, everything that you ever say is scrutinized and has to be has to be buttoned up.
Yeah.
So I imagine she got to be like that.
Yeah,
I imagine she absolutely has to be like that.
I can see. I love you, Taylor, but I can see through that.
Yeah, we can see. We see right through that right there.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I was listening to y'all yesterday, and Sean Bijani casually threw out there that, when this was announced that, it's got 3 Astros among the positional leaders, position
All-Star?
player leaders in the All-Star ballot in at least the first round of voting. It looks like, you got Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker, guys that you would expect to be in this conversation year in and year out. And I don't know, man. I hate to rag on my guy Sean Bijani. Love you to death, dog. But he threw out Yainer Diaz out there, who's having a good month, who I think as of Saturday was at least on an 8-game hitting streak. He's been good as of late.
Yeah.
But Yainer Diaz, like that is, and I'm sorry, Sean, that is the rose color. That
is exactly that. Yeah.
Yainer Diaz as a possible all-star?
Yeah.
What?
I heard you, and I tried to be nice about it.
He actually brung you up on the show, too.
I heard him. I heard him, and I was being a little bit hyperbolic when I was like, because I just texted him straight up, dude, Yainer sucks. and he doesn't. I don't think he sucks, but he ain't an all-star. He ain't, as Dusty would have said last, he ain't one of the big boys.
Yeah.
I would say he's been somewhat, like overall, a little bit of a disappointment. Like I was expecting more.
Oh, runners in scoring position early on. He was struggling.
Yeah, and he's been good as of late. I don't want to dismiss that, but like I don't feel good about the fact that like last year, my Dusty Baker beef was solely about the Martin Maldonado, Yainer Diaz thing.
Yeah.
Hell, I thought he was going to be better than that. Now I hate that I fell out with Dusty Baker behind this guy.
Yeah, but he's still better than what you.
No. I mean, I was still right, but I thought dude was going to be better. So I'm
maybe not an all-star.
I'm disappointed, but I'm even more now disappointed in Sean Bijani for even suggesting, bro. What are we talking about, dude?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to ask y'all a question. What was the last time y'all actually been to a library, like a public library?
Has
it been a minute?
15 years?
Oh, it hasn't been that long.
Yeah.
Well, a school library doesn't count, does it?
I'm talking about.
I've been to those.
That's a school library at a public school.
Public library.
Library.
I was gonna try to work around that. Oh. I feel like we had to parade outside the public library for the Astros.
Yeah, but did you go in?
Yeah. No, I didn't. No. Well, did we? I think we went into a section of it.
Okay, that's still
and took pictures with the mayor.
That still
yes, there we go.
What do you got?
It is the winter of the fall of 2022.
So I went to the library last week, and I guess they pretty much redid this whole library. It's off of Bel Air Boulevard. I forgot what area, but dude, this is incredible, man. So, first of all, they had a playing area in here, so kids was just running and screaming, and that was foreign to me because
you're supposed to be quiet.
Yeah, usually back in my day when we went to a library, it was quiet as hell and boring.
That was a skit on all that.
Yeah.
Sure, maybe one of them shows, one of those Nickelodeon shows.
Yeah, but also, man, this library had a recording studio in here, like an actual recording studio where you could.
We've lost Figgy.
Dog.
Hey, did you lay something down?
I might.
You lay something down?
I didn't. Not only that, though, they had a video production studio, and they also had a podcast studio in the library, man.
Yeah.
Dog, I might.
They had a podcast?
They had a table with the cameras. Like, it's badass, man. It's a Houston Public Library.
That's cool.
And the crazy part about it is it's free. So all you need is a library card. You could just go in and
I wonder if I have any books overdue still. That'd be wild. 15, at least 15 years.
Could you imagine
how much money is that?
Yeah.
And who comes to hem you up about that? Like who is even the?
You got to find me first.
I never understood that, man. Because when I was younger, I never understood the process of you got to take this. I'm like, what they gonna do? Like where they gonna find?
They
me?
have library detectives.
And even if they find me, like you got to get the book.
Yeah, exactly.
I never understood.
What you gonna do? Send the constable to my house to
Yeah,
come collect
we
books?
gonna fight over this book?
They actually have library detectives, so to speak, investigator, whatever, to try to find some of these books.
Like, no, we gonna fight over this Dr. Seuss
We've
book?
lost Figgy, though. He's gonna be spending all his time.
Oh, that's incredible, man. Yo, I never seen a library with an actual studio, a podcast
And
studio.
is it badass?
It's No, it's top of the line stuff, man.
Oh, cool.
No, I would highly recommend to check that out.
Oh,
and they got like a 3D print.
That's the purpose of Confessions,
Dude,
right there.
Yeah, I gotta confess, man.
Yeah.
Like, if they want to get people back into the library, that might be the way to do it.
I had not thought of until just now, though, how is the library adjusting to the digital age?
I know you could get laptops and stuff and work on computer, but I didn't know that.
And see, my thing, like back in our day, it was just books there, and we had maybe 2 computers.
Yeah.
And you had to sign up to use the internet.
The time, yeah.
Yeah, but now, man, they got a full-blown studio. You can record a song in there for free. And you know how much time studio time costs?
Exactly.
That's about $100 an hour, man.
Figgy's got all kinds of plans.
It's a good look.
He's got all
That's
kinds
crazy,
of plans.
man. Salute to them, man.
Yeah. I got a quick one here. Just because I'm curious on an argument anymore. Al Horford is a basketball Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Right?
the Hall of Fame takes into account college.
2 titles
at
Florida.
Yeah, it's just not the NBA.
And 1 now in the NBA. 17 years.
Yeah, I think he's a push.
I think he's a lock.
I don't know if he's a lock. I think he's a push.
Because it's the you said it, the basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, well, I think that's the only reason why he's even in the discussion is because of what they did in college. But yeah, 2 titles in college, now 1 with the Celtics. I think
And
he's
a
on
17
pace.
year, 18 year, whatever it is, career.
Yeah, like to me, I'm curious if he runs it back. Like, is Al Horford done? Have we seen anything on that? Like, is he done? Is he coming back? How long is he gonna play? We don't know how much longer he's gonna play. But if they were to win another, and I think it's in play. I mean, 6 straight finals now with a different winner.
Yeah,
it's and I guess that's the argument for maybe somebody else winning. But the Celtics, I think, are positioned just as good as any other team to win it again. If he gets 2. Like, I thought about this.
Yeah.
2 people that we got to talk about differently after last night.
Mm-hmm.
Al Horford, because he's got that title to your question, and then Drew Holiday.
Yeah, I was thinking Drew Holiday.
Drew
I
Holiday,
didn't even realize he won his first championship the first year he was in Milwaukee.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he was a big part of that championship.
Yeah, and then he went to Boston his first year. He won the championship.
Yeah, no, it's like he's almost like
all defensive team and all that stuff.
He's damn near like the secret sauce of winning the championship.
Yeah. I thought Boston made a mistake getting rid of Marcus Smart at first. But
Milwaukee made the mistake of getting rid of Drew Holiday.
Yeah.
And
trying
Boston
to get
made
Damian
the right move.
Lillard.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it turned out to be. That is Confessions here on In the Loop. Coming up next, I've got a D'Amico request and a Bobby Slowick question that I want to run by Lopez. We're going to do that on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast. Peak Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Isn't Fig on In the Loop? I've got a D'Amico Ryans request, and we'll get to it in just a second. I want to start with my Bobby Slowick question.
Mm-hmm.
And my two things, and this is just call this devil's advocate, call this having too much time on my hands and just like on my mind. But I'm trying to think of, hey, in what ways could this go wrong?
Yeah.
What are the ways in which this whole thing that we're anticipating, that we're hyping up, that we're feeling great about? And by the way, Texans announced their training camp dates and times today. You can get those tickets. They'll be free to the public. You can get those at Ticketmaster starting at 10 o'clock on Thursday, so 2 days from now. But as we hype it up, as we feel great about it, I try to think, okay.
Yeah, where are we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
What's the other side? What could mess this thing up? And I felt like with Bobby Slowick returning, we felt good about that because it's like, hey, it's year 2.
Yeah.
There's continuity. And, hey, Bobby Slowick was interviewed by other teams for head coaching jobs. He seems to be like a really smart guy, seems to have a good grasp and understanding. And I'd say most importantly, has a good working relationship with both C.J. Stroud, who he's working with directly with the offense, and then a head coach and kind of the visionary for what the team is going to look like. But he does also seem like on the other side to be the only person that could mess this thing up.
Yeah.
Like they've got everything right there in front of him, Lopez.
You're not saying he is or even could.
I'm not saying that he is or that he will.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But I would say that he could, or to me, that would be the only thing. Hey, what would be the reason for why the Texans offense under these circumstances, under everything that they've done, all the stuff that we talked about, what they've added and what they're bringing back, why would this Texans offense maybe not take off in the way that we're expecting it to? Maybe why the running game might not make the improvement that we're expecting it to make. I still believe that Joe Mixon's got plenty left in the tank based off of what I saw last year and what I've seen over the course of years. If I had to say the one thing that I'm looking at as, hey, what could hold the team back? It's Bobby Slowick. Now, again, we feel good about him. We feel good about him coming back. But if there was that one thing I would question, it would be the person that's in charge of making it all work, making it all come together.
Yeah, because, and again, I'm totally with you. This is not any sort of like watch out or this could happen. What we're saying is if it does, what could be one of the causes? It would be that because the defense is set between D'Amico and everything they've got already on the defensive side. And really, defense, you got to have the great offense if you got the superstar quarterback. So if they don't take steps forward offensively, then it's going to point to him. It will. Fair or not, it will.
So, and for me, the reason why I even took this side of it is all offseason, like ever since they started finally making their moves, we remember the first couple of days, it was like, hey, guys, what are we doing? But once it picked up, y'all remember, man, when I come in here with y'all, what I say, man, I'm excited for Bobby. I can't wait to see what Bobby does with these tools, with all of this at his disposal, especially if you think about it like, hey, they were able to make the most out of seemingly the least last year. They had moments where, they were able to put some things together without necessarily having everything at their disposal the way that they do this year.
Yeah.
So you would think, okay, so what's it going to look like when everything seems right? I feel like there's more of an assumption for me of, hey, this is going to be right, instead of like actually asking the question of what if it's not, or like not taking for granted that this is a guarantee. This right here is going to work out the exact same way it did before.
I actually am taking it for granted, but I get like if things fall apart, it's going to point to him. I also feel like late in the year, if they have success, he's going to be pulled in a million directions like it was last year, but I think even more so. He's going to be the hot name, him and Ben Johnson. And how's that going to affect things? So, I think it's certainly something that could be in play if it does go bad.
Like you got to think about it, it's not really just C.J. Stroud whose life changed. Like it's not just C.J. Stroud's life who changed or that changed last year or over the course of last year. There is a certain level of and
there's an expectation.
To be clear, I think Bobby's a smart guy, well prepared, and is going to handle it just fine. But to me, there is something to be said for a change in expectation and a change in just how your name rings out.
Yeah.
And so he would have had that. Like, I think Bobby would have had that even if they did maintain the status quo and say they don't trade for Stephon Diggs and Joe Mixon and they just draft some guys, maybe some marginal signings. We wouldn't have loved it. But I feel like Bobby Slowick would still have had some level of expectation on him, even with that, based off of last year. Now, to me, that is absolutely heightened.
Doesn't this have to be a top 8 offense? Top 6?
Yeah, I would say closer to 6.
Right?
I'd say closer to 6. Yeah, 5, top 5.
Given
top 6.
what they've invested in it, what they have, CJ is second year, Bobby is second year, Gerard Johnson there, Joe Mixon. I mean, it'll be a disappointment if it's outside the top 10.
Yeah, and it's hard. It's hard to imagine. And we talked about, hey, how can CJ get better? What can CJ improve on in year 2, and all of these other things. But it's hard to imagine that he's going to take a significant step back, or to separate how much the everything like fits into that whole conversation.
Here's the other thing. If he does take a step back, there's going to be a big segment of people not blaming C.J. Stroud, but Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, because it can't be C.J. We saw what he could do,
I mean, that's a clear and obvious one. All right, I got another one.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked a lot about Kenyon Green, very little about Juice Scruggs. That, to me, the Kenyon Green Juice Scruggs combination, I'm not trying to get too nitty-gritty, study the film and what these – but just the overall point. To me, if I'm going secondary after Bobby Slowick, what also is the thing that could be holding them back? It's got to be that interior of the offensive line. But if you're excited about, Kenyon Green and what you've seen, I think the under-discussed part is, hey, Juice Scruggs as, the guy that's going to actually play his position, which he did not do last year.
Yeah. We've talked about we're going to be talking about Kenyon Green one way or another a lot this year. Could be, man, look what he's doing. Could be, oh Lord, they got to cut bait with this guy.
Yeah.
But we're going to be talking about him.
Yeah.
I think by extension, the entire offensive line. You say Juice Scruggs, yes, you're right. But I mean Titus Howard.
Yeah.
It's like Laramie Tunsil in the run game, and and whatever. Like we're going to be talking about this line, specifically those two guys, though.
100%. And I think it's because of the nature of focus actually gets put on it. But I do find it, funny that the second round pick from last year is kind of just like under the radar, and there's a lot more focus. And we admitted it. Kamari Lassiter was the story of mini camp. And one of the things that we're most looking forward to in training camp are how that competition is going to go.
Yeah.
Juice Scruggs doesn't feel like he's in a competition at all. That looks like his job to lose or to win, however you want to look at it. Like that is his job. And I'm intrigued by it. Like, when's the last time I thought about this when we were talking to Chris Myers? I was in here with Sean Pendergast on 610 Day. And we were talking to Chris Myers, and I'm like, man, when was the last time that the Texans had a center that you felt really good about?
Yeah,
that you felt really good about.
Maybe.
I mean, Nick Martin for maybe a small stretch, but once he got paid, I feel like that soured really quickly.
No, I think Chris Myers or
Ben Jones maybe.
I was going to say the dude
Ben
that went
Jones
to,
after that.
Ben Jones would be probably the only.
But that's a point being that's a long time.
It's a long time.
That's a long time. Yeah. So to me, that's kind of an underrated storyline, something that I'm looking out for. All right, here's my D'Amico request. And look, we all trust D'Amico. We all believe in D'Amico. And y'all might be thinking, who do you think you are to question D'Amico Ryans?
Who do you think you are?
Or to give him advice?
Yeah.
And look, I defer to D'Amico.
Yeah.
But I do have a request.
Okay.
And D'Amico has done this before. I'm just making a request here. Make a permanent change in philosophy. Thing.
Man, we're doing philosophies now.
Oh no. It'll make sense to you. Let Derek Stingley follow whoever the best wide receiver is.
Oh,
do y'all remember that during the season?
Remember when he said, "Oh no,
that's not what we do."
That's not what we do.
Yeah.
Okay, so that changed.
Yeah,
and eventually it did become what they did.
It changed in the playoffs.
It did change in the playoffs. Okay, can we just leave it that way? Can I want D'Amico to not go back to whatever it was that he said that they do.
Yeah.
And adjust the philosophy a little bit.
Man,
and recognize
I am so with you on this.
Derek Stingley needs to follow the best receiver no matter. And maybe Kamari Lassiter is so good that this doesn't become an issue and they can go back to it.
But it's a rookie.
No,
and maybe he's really good.
There you go. You're either starting, here's what you are. You're either starting a rookie at that spot, or you're starting to retread somebody that's trying to reinvent themselves in their career. And I don't know how great people feel about that. Let's change this. And I'm not getting knee deep in philosophy and film here. This is just a statement. All right. Something that blind eyes can see. Derek Stingley. Follow the best receiver.
Hey, remember when?
Is that fair?
Yeah, it's more than fair. I'm so with you on that. But remember, I've consistently said this: the first 6 games of the year are crucial to how this. I think if they go 5-1, like they're going to be rolling. Maybe J.J. Watt gets a little closer to becoming a Texan again. But look at games 2 and games 3, man. I mean, you got Keenan Allen, you got Justin Jefferson. I mean, even Indianapolis. Put his ass in and just have him do his thing.
Yeah, man. Just some random Texans thoughts that I thought I'd sprinkle in there, man. I really, really, really want D'Amico Ryans to stick to that change in philosophy.
Yeah.
And real curious about the Bobby Slowick year 2 and what the interior of that offensive line is going to look like. Coming up next on Around the NFL, Brandon Ayuk, really strange and confusing video posted to social media. Looks like he definitely put himself outside of the Texans consideration. I don't know if we were thinking about that anyway. We're going to talk about that next also. Texans, best offseason across the NFL. That's coming up next on In the Loop.
The Drive with Stu. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Before we get to around the NFL, I do want to drop a little bit of Astros news, and we'll get to this a little bit later in the show at 1:40. But Justin Verlander, if you were waiting on the TBA or to be announced or to be determined starter for Thursday's game against the White Sox, Thursday's Astros game against the White Sox, don't bet on it being Justin Verlander. Apparently, Joe Espada, the manager there, told their flagship that Verlander's progress is going slower than expected.
No kidding. No kidding.
Fanning the flame.
Yes, I like when Vicky does that.
Speaking of Lopez's concern, from even yesterday, and going into today, not trusting that it's going to be just fine. Hey, he don't need no stint on the injured list. Everything is going to be
up wrong.
Yeah,
a little crick in his neck, or whatever you want to call it.
So don't.
We will get into this at 1:40, and I may have to. Kind of go off on our boys.
Don't feel as great about that as we would like to. But around the NFL, got to get your thoughts on this, Lopez. Brandon Ayuk, he filmed this video with him and his former college teammate, Jaden Daniels, now, of course, with the Washington Commanders, the number 2 overall pick, quarterback for the Commanders now. But films this video saying how they don't want me no more. They don't want me, man. Basically.
He was broken up.
Seemed like it. Either that or he might have a future in the entertainment business.
This is true.
If that wasn't genuine, if that was indeed an act, he's a pretty good actor. I just thought that this was crazy that he would even do this. And like, who's the camera person on this? Like,
buddy, a girl, whatever. Because this was like third person.
The football side of it, like that aside, the oversharing, and this is not new in our age, in our digital era, but this is certainly an example of like the oversharing or the need for attention or the need to post every little thing. And I feel like a lot of us have probably been guilty of it over the course of time as we get exposed to these new tools and resources and ways to communicate. What the hell is Brandon Ayuk doing? Like, what is this?
That was silly, man.
I couldn't figure it out.
Sometimes when I'm get ready to say inappropriate, but something that's like off the record, I always check my phone to make sure it ain't on, because remember back in the day we used to butt dial people and call people by mistake. I be trying to make sure the mic's off, make sure my phone is off before I say something. He should be doing that.
But
see, I don't know why people don't do that.
I don't get filming conversations that very clearly should have been done in private.
If it's something like that, I'm like, hey, everybody phone off. And then we can talk. But
part of me wanted to believe there's no way this was an accident. There was no way this was just like, I'm going to post this, because like clearly he's trying to send a message, or could be trying to send a message of, they don't want me. I'm out there. I'm available, whatever. And then I started thinking, Figgy, nah, I think it's just generational. I think they just want to, like, if it happens, they share it.
Yeah.
You know?
I think that's part of it.
Yeah, because I don't think he was trying to, like, overthink or try. I don't think he was playing chess.
Right.
Some people
I thought
try to accuse it like, maybe playing chess and all. Nah, sometimes people, that's just what it is.
Well, there's a less complicated explanation, and I think it's that one, that is a generational thing. The more I think I call it calculated theory is that, hey, he's trying to force his way off the team.
That's what I thought at first.
Like he's doing whatever he needs to do.
Unofficial trade requests.
Yeah. Become an irritant. Become a malcontent. Become insubordinate, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
And then you eventually sort of force the team's hand to where it's worth it. It's more so worth it to them to get rid of you than it is to keep
like, oh, okay, let's see what they want for him.
Exactly. And maybe that is it. That was my first inclination. But then I thought, like, I think it's just like, kids these days.
Yeah.
Like, if it happens in my life, it's going to be posted somewhere.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Sometimes we always give a lot of people credit thinking they super calculated.
Yeah.
Sometimes people don't be that calculated.
It's generational. Man. I'm still amazed, and I shouldn't be, but I'm still amazed at how quickly things get recorded when I'm watching something or doing something. Like, I'll have a conversation, with with Andy Kalu. He joined us on 610 Day. Or no, it was the day before. Anyway. And like Figgy was recording everything, and Figgy's not even like in that generation. I'm just saying I'm like, oh wow, he got all that. It's like people, cameras are out like immediately.
Yeah.
On everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of wild. Also, you brought this to my attention, and I don't know if this is the sports writer in us or in me, but this is noteworthy that. I don't know, maybe Joe Flacco should feel some type of way. Like, hey man, why y'all hating on me? Why y'all gotta hate on my shine? But as y'all might remember, Joe Flacco won the AP Comeback Player of the Year award this past season.
Yeah.
And I think I at least thought rightfully so, because Joe Flacco was out of sight, out of mind, on his couch, in the woods, whatever the hell Joe Flacco likes to do when he's not playing football. He was out of the mix. He's better than the $230 million option and starter that he's coming in to replace. He's helping lead the Browns to the playoffs. Now, obviously,
beat the Texans
in the regular season, but of course, obviously, the Texans ended up shutting that down and rectifying that. We understand that, but I think that type of performance and everything that he was doing leading up to that is what led to him winning the Comeback Player of the Year award. And again, I thought rightfully so.
Hell no.
But
the
AP's adding an is making. I don't think this is an addendum because they're
changing the rule.
Well, it sounds like they're
actually offering direction
because it feels like they're saying, hey, this is what the rule actually is, but y'all have kind of veered away from it. It seems like what they're saying.
I never really understood the rule because, like I said, remember it was a couple years ago, Big Ben won Comeback Player of the Year, I think.
Yeah.
I think he won, and I was kind of like I don't understand. And then
Geno Smith, I think Christian McCaffrey, who was out.
Remember Alex Smith? He was, got hurt, came back for a couple games, and he won.
Yeah,
but I never really understood what Comeback Player of the Year was.
Yeah. But it's interesting that they would provide direction because while I agree with you, Figgy, I never necessarily knew the guidance. It did also always feel like a thing that you knew when you saw it. Like, what's a comeback player?
Yeah.
A dude that wasn't good last year and is good now.
But see, people were saying, people were trying to put in DeMar Hamlin.
All right, so
he should have won. And I'm like, he didn't really perform.
So check this out. Guidance from the AP asking their voters on how to consider Comeback Player of the Year when they're voting, starting this upcoming season. The spirit of the AP Comeback Player of the Year award is to honor a player who has demonstrated resilience in the face of adversity by overcoming illness, physical injury, or other circumstances. And that's the vague part. What are the other circumstances that led him to missing playing time the previous season? Is other circumstances not just being bad?
Getting cut?
Or not being wanted?
See, it sounded like they wanted DeMar Hamlin to win last year.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the implication. Like, Joe Flacco wins over DeMar Hamlin. You just mentioned it, Lopez. Geno Smith winning over Christian McCaffrey. Guys that either came back from injury or illness and came back to play.
Yeah.
It seems like they want this to be a little bit more of a feel-good story than is necessary. Because if you're just doing it based off of merit, hey, I was down and now I'm up. Like, I wasn't good and now I am. that's a comeback.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought if you had a bad year the previous year, then you came back and, you take your team to the playoffs or something like that, and you have a good year. I thought that was a good comeback.
I doubt a safety is going to win it. But like if Jalen Petrie's an All-Pro this year, in my mind,
not anymore.
That's what I. That's what I.
Well,
thought.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, not
in my
anymore.
mind, he would be a. And again, I don't think he would necessarily win it because you probably, in order to be a safety, you probably have to have a DeMar Hamlin type of situation to win it. But that to me is like Damian Pierce surpasses Joe Mixon as the starting running back. Like I'm just, you know what I mean? That's
your interpretation.
Those guys played last year, but took steps back or wasn't as good or whatever the case may be. That to me is a comeback.
That's
play.
what I thought it was,
and I totally get that, and I could get down with defining it like that. I did argue against Joe Flacco last year, and I think that's what they're doing. Not that I was appalled that he won it. I get it. That's the spirit that you and Figgy are talking about. But the dude played the year before. He came back from playing.
But I still feel like
didn't the Jets send him home?
Yeah, and he was on his couch early in the year.
Yeah, I still feel like that was kind of a feel good story though. If they looking for a feel good story, because the dude was on his couch.
Yeah,
and he didn't.
But
think
he didn't
play
the year before.
I know that's true. But like I feel like the way they changed this, I feel like the receiver for the Texans, the one that Mechie, I felt like he could have been in the conversation.
Yeah.
If we talk about feel good stories, because he did play.
Yeah. Well, but and also like I mean, maybe even more so than DeMar. I understand DeMar Hamlin's situation. I mean that was the brink. He was on the brink of death basically.
Yeah.
So I mean that's different. But it does feel like also, and this is the part that makes me uncomfortable. It feels like the winner is kind of almost baked in though.
Yeah.
Because
we can probably have the list right now.
Yeah, I mean, like who's going to qualify for that, and then you got to look at the political side of who does the league want to win this award? Like there's like an obvious, there's almost like an obvious right answer that makes voting feel empty. Or useless.
Yeah, maybe they should make another award. Maybe they should have like
I think they actually are talking about
a most improved award or something like that.
Yeah.
Because this comeback player, it seemed like it's more, like you said, a little more sentimental, and who dealt with adversity and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and I do feel like players that probably had a rough year before and had a bounce back year, I feel like they should get some love too. That's what I thought the comeback player of the year was.
Yeah,
and I don't like making the award convoluted. Like just
you have to. They're really funneling it.
It's a comeback player of the year award. I don't like keep it simple. Don't make me have to ask the question. Okay, what did he come back from again?
Yeah,
did he have a bad ankle? Was he just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Joe Flacco, no big injury that I could think of, but old. You know what I mean? So like maybe he had to go to the crib because he'd been playing so much football for so long, and he just needed to sit on his couch for a little bit.
And that's a different
rest up.
That's a different type of comeback.
But a comeback nonetheless to me.
No, I get it.
Kind of weird.
Totally get it.
Kind of weird.
Yeah.
Also around the NFL, did y'all realize? And look, we're glad that we're past the covering court cases days here at Sports Radio 610. We went through that together as well when we had to do that a few years back. But did y'all realize that Roger Goodell spent 4 hours on the witness stand, was in a federal courtroom this morning?
I did not.
Tester Goodell, the commissioner of the NFL, and he said this on the stand apparently. This is the first time that he has had to testify as a witness in federal court since his tenure, since he became the commissioner back in 2006.
Yeah.
He believes this is the first time he has been called to testify in federal court during his tenure. And we know all the controversies. We know all of the things that have happened in the NFL since Roger Goodell's been the commissioner. This that brought him into federal court is this lawsuit over Sunday Ticket.
I actually don't mind it. I actually kind of like it.
You're good with this.
Well, because
let me ask you this before you explain.
Yeah.
Have you ever felt cheated by Sunday Ticket? Like it was somehow it was unfair or a monopoly or anything like that? You ever felt cheated by the experience?
Me personally, no. But I think it's pretty sorry of the NFL when ESPN proposed lowering the Sunday Ticket price to $70 for a single team deal, and the NFL rejected it. like you have to realize, you and I and Figgy and everybody at the station, we're immersed in the NFL.
Right.
We're immersed in sports.
Yeah, we're differently situated.
There are most of our friends, probably the majority, they're interested in one team.
Yeah.
And yeah, they'll follow the other squads when the Texans face them, or if their team isn't the Texans. Let's say their team is whatever, Broncos. They're interested in one team. You shouldn't have to pay for the entire Sunday ticket if you just want to watch one team's game. That's the problem I had when I think I'm glad he got up there.
So it's a class action suit.
Yeah.
And it cut numbers is.
Yeah.
This is the only reason why I'm bringing this up, because of it. I mean, it's that, different and anomalous. Roger Goodell never testified since he's been a commissioner for almost 18 years now. Never called to testify in federal court. And it's for this class action lawsuit that covers 2.4 million residents, or 2.4 million subscribers, residential subscribers, and 48,000 businesses. Okay, so I guess bars, restaurants,
and stuff, yeah,
who paid for the package, the premium Sunday ticket.
Yeah.
From 2011 to 2022, claiming the league broke antitrust laws by selling the package of out-of-market Sunday, so to your point, out-of-market Sunday afternoon games at an inflated price.
Yeah.
And the subscribers also say that the league restricted competition by only offering the Sunday ticket to satellite providers. Dude, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
And
48,000 businesses. I don't understand how class action works.
And 2.4 million.
But 2.4 million residential subscribers.
At least residents.
That translates to me, Lopez, to a lot of mad folks.
Multiplied times 3 or 4.
A lot of folks are mad.
Yeah, and so that's why I'm like, dude, I mean, we all have that one team. I mean, whether it's Astros or Texans or whatever, most of us don't want to see the entire and be forced to watch the entire league and all these other games and all this other stuff and pay for extra stuff. I just want to watch the Texans, man.
It was different this way. The regional sports are supposed to be the NBA or really Major League Baseball, but also the NBA to a degree now. Maybe you don't care about the league at large. They play too many games. But honestly, man, on the day, so when the Texans play on the road, when we're not in the press box, I double screen it. Yeah. I've got the Texans on the local channel, and then I've got
whatever the other.
I've got the ticket. I've got I've got the Red Zone channel.
Yeah, that's what I like.
That's what I've got going.
Yeah,
but I am interested in out of market games.
But that's us.
That's It goes to show you not everybody looks at, and part of it is because we are coming on the radio and having discussions, having segments like Around the NFL, talking about it. But I just found it interesting that quiet is kept, and maybe it's because this is one of the few times when the NFL isn't necessarily dominating the sports news cycle. The NBA Finals just ended, even though it was lackluster in this competition. I understand that. But Roger Goodell spent 4 hours on the witness stand.
You don't think Mike Florio is going to have some fun with this today and tomorrow?
Oh, man, I cannot wait to see what he comes up with
himself.
Oh, his worlds colliding?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure Mike Florio's got a sock on the door.
Yeah, he's got
wherever he's at. There's got to be a do not disturb
over this.
He's got a light like ours outside the studio.
Media rights and Roger Goodell all happen at the same time.
Oh my God!
Court stuff
and court stuff.
Over under.
We still practice law.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, he's still. I don't know how much he still practices, but he's still, I think, a practicing attorney by trade.
Football Talk articles on this particular topic. 5. I was going to go over under 3.5. Yeah, you're going 5.
So I'll say over. It'll be 5.
Goodness.
Yeah.
My gracious. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott here with Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Coming up next, I got to laugh at Jason Tatum, man. Give him credit for winning the championship last night, but there were some funny, awkward moments. We're going to address it in the net. Going nuts. Coming up next on In the Loop.
Play ball! All right, Sean.
Internet going nuts. As we know, the Celtics won the championship, won the NBA title last night in 5 games.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't really competitive. Like, I mean, let's just be honest, man. The Mavs, they were an embarrassment.
It was,
I mean, like,
completely mailed in.
Dude, I was expecting them to at least be to make this thing interesting. I thought this was going to be a good series, man. And I thought that, you know,
I did too.
Every game was worth watching because of the people that were playing in it.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't live up. Like, it just did not live up. Another thing that didn't live up, Figgy, man, I know you saw this. Lopez, I know y'all saw this.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum, and I'm not hating. Good for them. You know, like they are, to use the old cliche, battle tested.
Yeah.
They've been around for a bunch of years trying to knock on the door and finally bang it down. Good for them. Good for them. But the part that had the internet going nuts was how corny Jason Tatum sounded in celebrating his moment, which, again, congratulations on your moment.
Mm-hmm.
But there are 2 moments that stick out to me. We'll start with this one.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum, after they win Game 5 of the NBA Finals last night, tries desperately but fails to channel his inner 2008 Kevin Garnett, and it sounded a little bit like this.
It's a surreal feeling. We did it.
Hey,
God almighty.
Hey, that was, hey, bro, that was bad. Hey, bro, that was weak. That was
bad.
That was bad.
And especially,
he was getting roasted for that too.
No,
man.
it was weak, and it was impersonating something. Like, if you're going to impersonate something, you got to do it better.
Oh, he knew what he was doing.
It was weak. He was impersonating somebody, and it didn't even seem genuine.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it was forced.
It was forced. Yeah. It was weird. It was awkward. Like, if you're going to impersonate somebody, it's got to hit, or you got to come up with your own thing.
Yeah, well, he was trying to become, for that moment, to become like a part of Celtics lore, like Kevin Garnett's thing.
Anything's possible.
It went the exact opposite way.
Dog.
Like people trying to do this is never a good idea.
If you're Jason Tatum,
we did it. Somebody. My favorite comment was somebody said, "This door the Explorer ass type beat."
Somebody said he's practicing it. I mean, yeah. I mean,
that's the Explorer type beat.
It really is. My man was practicing this in the mirror, it felt like.
Yeah, for sure.
You think he practiced that?
That's
100%. They knew they was going to win.
That's my theory on Mina Kimes. You ever watch Mina Kimes? And she's always making these funny faces when the other people are talking.
Oh, you think she practices
She's
them?
trying to become a meme.
I don't know if I think she just knows that she has. I think maybe, you know.
She's awesome. Don't get me wrong. But I think she's trying to become a meme.
But in passing through life, she's been told that, hey, your facial expressions are, like, I feel like it's a little bit informed. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But I think it's a little bit informed, maybe a little bit more. Mm-hmm. But this, man, my thing is, if he practices in the mirror, how come it wasn't no better?
Look, exactly.
Why wasn't better than that?
Look at this.
He ain't got it like KG or even LeBron.
But that's my thing too. If you're Jason Tatum, why are you gonna try to out energize Kevin Garnett?
Can't do it.
Out hype Kevin Garnett.
Hey, man, just cry.
Yeah.
Just cry and just don't have any words. Just cry. You ain't got to yell nothing.
Man, the crying was redeeming. The crying was likable. You can understand that. Hey, man, you finally got your moment.
Yeah.
You gonna okay? So this was that was the first one.
Yeah.
This is the second one, and more people have tried this. We've seen this happen quite a bit since Kanye West first did it at the Grammys
in this town.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And every time it's been a time too many.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah.
But trying to channel Kanye West at the Grammys in 2005. Here is Jason Tatum, I guess, at an after party or something like that, doing his best Kanye West impression at the Grammys.
I know everybody will wonder what would happen if we didn't win. I guess we'll never know.
Come on, man.
That's
hey,
forced.
somebody
so
said,
forced.
hey, this perfectly caps the most aura-less NBA Finals in NBA history. And I don't know if it's the most aura-less NBA Finals in NBA history, but that was lacking.
What are some good quotes from this NBA Finals, man?
Nothing.
Ooh, Jason Kidd saying that Jaylen Brown was the best player and then him winning the NBA Finals MVP at the end?
Yeah, you have that one that they show on ESPN all day long.
I got it. Brian Windhorse's rant on
and he wasn't even in the squad.
Yeah.
But yes,
that's the one.
Like talking to Joe Mazzulla is like talking to a cow. Like you just see his eyes are blank and staring off in the distance. Like have you ever tried to talk to a cow? No. But they look at you like they just like what? I mean, they're just like their eyes are just blank and empty and wide. Like I thought of that when I was listening to Joe Mazzulla. It's like talking to a cow, man.
I'm curious. So whenever, I wonder who is going to be the drunkest at the parade on this team, man.
What do you think?
Porzingis?
It got to be him. Yeah.
I could see it being Porzingis.
Or what's the other white guy?
We're talking about the Celtics.
Pritchard.
Oh yeah,
Pritchard or maybe Pritchard.
Yeah,
I could see Pritchard. I could see, man. You know who I could see like letting it loose? Who would be like the last one you maybe would expect, but because of this moment,
who's that?
Al Horford's gonna let his hair down.
Oh,
man.
that's a good call.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Think about it, like
that's a good call.
Buttoned up Al Horford, a champion, but been waiting all of these years,
17 years,
18 years, all of these years waiting on a championship, and this is the only thing that he's been waiting on.
He probably don't even drink. He'll probably get drunk.
That's
off
another
of this
reason.
That's true.
What's the chances that this is the first time that Al Horford has taken a drink in however many years?
Time, but he's probably not a big drinker until something like this happens.
Yeah, Jason Tatum probably be fake drunk.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Dude, Rory McIlroy, just stop. I mean, he's just a little bee. First of all, the way he peeled out from the U.S. Open in his little whatever SUV like less than 5 minutes after Bryson DeChambeau sank the putt to win it, he was in the air in his private jet before DeChambeau's press conference was over. And then he posts this weak-ass apology yesterday. Yesterday was a tough day, probably the toughest I've had. But get this. He congratulated Bryson and all that. He says, as I reflect on my week, I'll rue a few things over the course of the tournament, mostly the 2 missed putts on 16 and 18. Yeah, you think? But as I always try to do, I'll look at the positive this week. As I said at the start of the tournament, I feel closer to winning my next championship than ever before. The one word I would describe my career is as resilient. I've shown my resilience over and over again in the last 17 years, and I will again. I'm going to take a few weeks away from the game to process everything and build myself back up for my defense of the Genesis Scottish Open and the Open at Royal Troon.
Hey, to quote Figgy, word.
Yeah. Oh, word.
A word.
Dude. That was one of the worst chokes in the history of golf. That was Greg Norman-like for anybody who follows golf in that moment. And the apology was weak. Yeah, I mean, too late, dude. You acted like a little bee. You split town. You choked. Like, I fully expect we may, as great as a player as he is, we may never see him win another major.
Man.
We might not.
I mean, this is one of those.
10 years.
He's I mean, I guess trying to say the right things, the things that he feels like are right to say. But I mean, you got to be honest. This is going to have an effect.
Yes,
this is going to have an
Greg
impact.
Norman.
Gotta have some type of lasting effect. You got to figure.
I got the internet going nuts.
Snoop on baseball commentary.
Oh yeah.
This I would say.
Yeah.
This I would say is how I prefer. Nothing against traditional baseball commentary that we hear, but this is how I prefer my baseball commentary.
I came in where the players come in at, because I'm a player. Get up in there. Oh, he's saying he can't throw that. He ain't got no arm like that. No, he don't.
He does, though.
No, he don't.
Oh, he does.
Who is that with that rocket?
Ellie De La Cruz.
Oh, Lord.
With a howitzer.
He got a rocket in his pocket. He made that.
Off the cuff, just perfect, natural.
No, that was perfect.
That was perfect. Now, if he did do games, he would have to obviously know who Ellie De La Cruz is before
or
he
not. I don't care.
Yeah. I guess Snoop would be allowed to, but it does sound a little weird to not know Ellie.
He
De La Cruz
made it sound
moment.
so cool though.
Oh yeah. Better than anything I've heard.
Who is that?
He got a rocket in his pocket. I'm with that.
He ain't gonna throw that. He ain't gonna throw.
He ain't got no arm like that.
He did.
Who is that? That was
natural reaction.
Awesome.
I got the internet going nuts.
So you remember that Edmonton Oilers fan with the magnificent chest?
Magnificent.
I'm a brass man.
Amazing.
Indeed. Who isn't?
Yes.
I don't understand that.
Well, anyway, she has a name. And the girl with the magnificent, chest, her name is Kate.
Who cares about her name?
They were, if I must say, perfect. She has responded. If you didn't see her first video from the game when she flashed everybody with her perfectly magnificent chest, this was
you think Lopez just named her Kate just because? What are the chances that's her actual name?
It is.
Go ahead, man.
This is her response.
Oilers girl. Actually, my name's Kate, but here we are. So I've thought long and hard about what I wanted to say to everybody. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm at one of my favorite places right now. Come here to do some thinking, we'll call it. But I just wanted to say, you could be the most perfect, godly person in the world. You could save kittens from a river if they were drowning. Someone's still gonna hate you. So you know what? At the end of the day, I got drunk and whipped my out at an Oilers game and they went viral. You if you don't like it. Woo! Go Oilers!
Hey, and eat it. A life principle to live in this show right now. F you if you don't like it.
Dude.
Roll with that.
You're speaking my language.
You feel me?
You're speaking my...
F you if you don't like it.
I would have told her the exact same thing. Lean into it, man.
Shout out to Oilers girl.
Own it. They were magnificent, by the way.
Magnificent.
Have I mentioned that?
Magnificent.
Magnificent.
Glorious. Omnipresent.
Yes.
Coming up next, we got Astros news to deal with. Justin Verlander seemingly taking longer than we would like. We will deal with that on the other side. It's in the loop.
All right, lowtcenter.com right now. You can go
Disease or condition.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Brandon Scott here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. And fellas, I'm old enough to remember when Justin Verlander and Framber Valdez were your most reliable pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
They were your most reliable guys at the front end, at the top end of your rotation. Seems like a many moons ago. It ain't the case today. Just finding out earlier today, Astros manager Joe Espada visiting with the team's flagship says that Justin Verlander, his progress is slower than we expected.
Slower than we expected.
And look, slower than we expected. I don't know what they really expected. We talked about it earlier, Lopez.
Yeah.
We didn't really believe them in the first place when they said it wasn't that big of a deal. When they have to have, a stint on the IL, like it made it seem like it was just going to be fine. The TBA on Thursday's starter against the White Sox, they left open the possibility or the idea that maybe that could be Verlander. When they wrapped up this past series. And on the flight to Chicago, they say, hey, we'll decide on the flight to Chicago. They get to Chicago, and you know what? Verlander's not progressing the way we were expecting, and we still don't know who that starter is going to be on Thursday. Meanwhile, today, it's Framber Valdez out there who might be the old Framber and might be something else. There's a Jekyll and Hyde kind of feeling with Framber Valdez out there. Man, This is not ideal. This is not ideal, especially hearing about Verlander today.
I think obviously the biggest news here is the Verlander news. We can talk about Framber for sure.
Oh, no, it's Verlander for sure. The 40-plus-year-old pitcher who is not progressing the way you thought, and the last time you heard from him, he was a late scratch, and you ended up giving up the game pretty early without him. Yeah, no, it's for sure Verlander, but just the combination on the day when I'm thinking about Framber, I get this Verlander news.
If you are, when you heard Verlander had neck discomfort, and your mind immediately went to, oh no, rather than, oh well, he'll get over it, you're right. Like there is nothing this version of the Astros have done, and apparently ever will do, to make you want to believe them. There is no injury. Zero. There's no reason to believe anything the Astros say when it comes to injuries, and that's a worry. And it's a worry on two fronts. It's a worry, obviously, because a pitcher like Christian Javier can have neck discomfort after sleeping funny, and the next thing you know, he's having Tommy John surgery. Yeah. Or Jose Urquidy, has whatever it is, forearm discomfort. Next thing you know, he's having Tommy John surgery. Now, I'm not saying Justin Verlander is going to have Tommy John surgery. What I am saying is don't believe them when they say it's just neck discomfort. Yeah. And it's also a worry on this front. It's a worry because, the Astros right now have zero pitching depth. Actually, right now, if Justin Verlander's out, less than zero. Starting pitching depth.
Everybody's arm is falling off.
Yeah.
So, for me, and maybe I'm saying the same thing differently, but it's not just don't believe them. You laid it out. They don't have the best track record with transparency when it comes to injuries over the last few years. Mm-hmm. So it's not just don't believe them, but it's more specifically, hey, whatever they say it is, just know it's worse.
That it ain't that.
Yeah, but not just that it ain't that,
yeah,
but it's worse.
Yeah.
Maybe it is that, but it's that and some more. It's that, but it's worse than that.
Yes.
And
yes.
So that was my feeling when I heard about this neck discomfort thing, or when I hear about Joe Espada. Some Verlander's not progressing the way that they wanted him to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I believe that on the face of it, but I also feel like what that means or what he's actually saying is worse than that.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
There's no reason not to.
Yeah.
What reason have they given you to say, all right, well, maybe, he'll come around. Yeah, it's just a little thing, a little blip or whatever. No, they've told you the exact opposite. I mean, there are examples after examples after examples, not just Urquidy.
Michael Brantley
and Javier. You got Brantley. Wasn't he going to start the season last year?
Yeah.
He'd be back by the first opening day.
It was the end of the year. We were still waiting on that.
Yeah, we're still waiting on it.
We had given up on it at that point.
And then, of course, heaven forbid we even start talking about Lance McCullers and, Luis Garcia, Kendall Graveman. I mean, how many more examples you need of he could be around here pretty soon. No. If their lips are moving when they talk about injuries, they're lying. That's how you know.
I feel like with Verlander, though, it's a weird thing because does this mess up his trade value? Because you think about it, if the Astros are not going to be good, say 3 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now, as the trade deadline approaches,
yeah,
that's somebody who I feel like you would be doing the same things that the Mets did. Maybe for lesser, it's not going to be, and I don't know what people actually really think about Drew Gilbert, but it's not going to be like a big prospect per se. You're not going to get you're not going to rebuild your farm system by trading 40.
Pretty much a favor,
yes,
at this point.
But doing him a favor, but also an expiring contract. He's got that vesting option.
Yeah,
but as far as that. Do you want to pay? Let's say Justin Verlander hits his 140 innings that he needs. Do you want to pay him the money that he would be owed next year at the age that he's at, given the life cycle of the team where they're at, what they showed you this year? Mm-hmm. To me, he is a prime trade candidate if the Astros can't get their what together by the deadline.
Yeah.
But this throws a wrench in that as well. It's okay, from an Astros standpoint, it bothers me because I want Justin Verlander to be healthy as possible. I think they actually need him to be, which is his own problem, that they rely on him as much as they are, or actually need him as much as they do because of all the other injuries. But then also, if we're going to punt on this season, eventually, that was somebody that I was looking at as an obvious trade candidate aside from Alex Bregman.
Yeah, no doubt. He's pitched 57 innings. This year.
57 innings and 10 starts, I think it is.
I believe it is, yes, 10 starts.
10 starts.
Yeah.
So you figure, what does he normally get? 20 stars?
You want to get 25 to 30.
Yeah, so
25 to 30. He won't get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
he could get 20. I don't know. To me, he's an obvious trade candidate, and it throws a wrench in the game if he's going to be up here with a bad neck.
Yeah.
If he's going to be sleeping on whatever. Can we get them new beds? They don't make enough money.
What's up, Mattress Firm?
Yeah, exactly.
What y'all doing, man?
Room? Don't they do the rooms to go lounge?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on?
What's that dancer that does all those Rooms to Go commercials? She needs to get over here and get them some pillows or something, man.
I mean, I don't understand how in a sport with no salary cap, all they got is the luxury tax. Everybody's paid. Everybody making bread, got money. At least Justin Verlander.
What if Mattress Mac is ticked?
And he loved him some Astros.
Yeah, I bet you he's mad. Like, man, they like making me look bad talking about how bad they sleep.
Could you?
Because he's over there sleeping in the tower on gallery furniture, and these Astros can't even sleep on a gallery furniture mattress. Come on, man, he's making them look bad.
Could you not see Jim, or I should say Mattress? They're both Jims.
Yeah.
But could you not see Mattress Mac calling up Jim Crane, talking fast as hell?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, you need some more mattresses. You ain't got enough mattresses. Everybody got a crook in their neck. What's going on? What I need to do to help you?
Yeah, exactly.
Criminals off the street and in jail.
Hey, if he has not made that call, I'm questioning how much if his fandom has waned, if they have lost his interest. You know what I mean?
This is gold for his commercials.
He need to lean into it.
this is gold for his commercials. The Astros were having a hard time.
If you have a neck pain like the Houston Astros are, come to Gallery Furniture right now.
Free.
Tip a bit of mattress.
You don't want to be like Chris and Javier?
Yes.
Come to Gallery Furniture right now. Free.
It does beg the question.
It makes him look bad. You got to change that, man.
Let's cut back on the Tommy John surgery.
Come back with a better excuse than that.
It does beg the question. One of your most famous fans.
Mm-hmm.
One of your most fans, somebody who bets fortunes on you to win championships.
Yeah.
And you got a particular issue here.
And it's a mattress?
Where my man at? Where are you, Mattress Mac? And look, credit to Mattress Mac.
Yeah.
Normally comes through when the community needs him. Got a track record of that.
Hey.
In a big and major way. This is honestly a lesser Mattress Mac. You have shown up for Houston in much more critical situations than this.
We just need some good mattresses and pillows,
man.
We
just need you to, man. We could probably use some of your just like overstock, just like some of the stuff that you just got on the side, to help out Justin Verlander. What you think it really is, though? Because, if they're telling us it's neck discomfort.
Arms, it's elbows, it's shoulders. Come on, man.
But obviously much worse than a crook in his neck. We're joking about the Mattress Mac thing.
Yeah.
But obviously much worse than a crook in the neck.
Like, come on. Well, I mean, if you're still believing this stuff, I can't help you. It's player after player after player. They've got forearm tightness. They've got shoulder tightness. They've got a crick in their neck. They slept wrong. It could be a plane ride. Didn't Espada say that at one point too? Could have been on the plane.
Come on, man.
Come on. Who are you trying to kid anymore? So when they say Justin Verlander, neck, like I immediately didn't even think about the neck.
And how crazy is it? How crazy is it that it's the pitchers? Like, are we getting neck problems from Jordan or Kyle Tucker?
Yeah, I mean,
all the guys that have neck problems are the pitchers.
Yeah, and Jordan,
one of them just went in for Tommy John.
Yeah, and I feel like Jordan has not met a marginal injury that he doesn't like. It feel like every year he got something,
but it never his neck.
But it's not this.
They sleep. Everybody else sleeping good, but the pitchers.
Everybody has good necks except the pitchers. What a coinky dinky.
Yeah,
that is.
Yeah,
dude,
it's weird.
Yeah.
But, hey, Mattress Mac got to come through. Don't you feel like?
No.
Like this is a prime moment for him to come through for the community, for the greater good.
It's funny. We're having fun with that. But if I legit, the more they talk about how bad they're sleeping, and Mattress Mac is one of your biggest advocates and sponsors, and I mean, he should be ticked off that they're doing this. But the reality is, people, like, if you take nothing away from this show, just understand that when it comes to injuries, and the Astros are talking about them, they're lying. Okay? They're lying. Like
it's gotten worse, hasn't it?
Dude.
It always used to be like they were vague. It's gotten worse.
Just understand, when Joe Espada said today he's not progressing the way we hoped he would, talking about Justin Verlander, it was reported to be a crick in his neck. When was the last time you had a 10-day crick in your neck?
Yeah, they called it neck. They called it neck discomfort.
No, well, whatever. Neck
discomfort.
Last time I heard it, Christian Javier, about a month and a half ago.
Yeah, got an update on that?
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, I do an update. Tommy John starts with a T.
Yeah. The neck connected to the next thing. Like it's like
That's right.
Hey, so what is the source of that discomfort? Where is that pain coming from? It's a little worrisome. It's a little bothersome.
Look, I mean, here's the deal, man. I mean, I've seen, and Lopez, I know you have as well, and hell, probably you too as well. I mean, I've shown up to a facility, and I ain't talking about a Clint Stoerner level player. I'm talking about a player. I'm talking millions. I'm talking gets paid several $100,000 to practice.
You mean a Justin Verlander type of player?
Yes, I'm talking about it. And they had a crick in their neck, and their ass was in full pads at practice for 2 hours in the heat that afternoon at walkthrough. There was no even thought of, especially when it's a pitcher that's doing what football players do, is performing once a week.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, so I've never ever in my life heard at any level bad crick in the neck, we're going to miss a start.
No.
I mean,
they're lying.
Agreed.
They're lying.
And here's the difference, guys. Here's the difference. We talked a little bit about this a couple days ago.
God, what are they hiding?
And I hate to push this back to the same guy because I feel like I pile on him a lot. But
JoJo, Captain Joe.
That's it. Joe Espada, he's just not a good liar.
The wrong average Joe. That's what I called him early in the show.
Yeah.
Like,
why would he say that? Why would he say
this is one more thing where, like, Dusty was great at, especially in hindsight, Dusty was great at managing a lot of and covering up a lot of the BS, right?
Yeah.
And the truth of the matter is Joe ain't got it.
That was a
Joe can't lie if he wanted to.
See, and Hippo was silly, but Dusty had he had presentation on. There's something about how like can't BS a BSer. There's something about Joe Espada that just is not convincing.
No,
at least Dusty Baker was. At least his delivery,
cool.
his style, it was like as ridiculous as Hippo was and sounded.
You knew you weren't getting anything.
At the very least, it was like funny. Like Ron is able to make the joke right now, and why is that? Because it was funny.
Well, I mean, how, did it not cross his mind ever to just go up there and say, "Hey, man, Justin is progressing, and we're hopeful that he's back as soon as he can be."
Yeah, you guys are just we're still thinking about
kicking the can down the road. You know what? Can't tell you that right now. We're trying to figure out what it is.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Ooh, that's a bad pillow.
Hey, man.
He's got a horrible pillow.
Hey, this is becoming slower than we thought, fellas. Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
We're still TBA on the start coming up on Thursday.
Yeah.
What? But what possessed you to say that? What possessed you to say that?
5-year-old or however old Mattress Mac is sleeping on the top of a tower on I-45
in a cot,
like a
baby. See, this is your fault, Clint.
And and these guys can't sleep in their $1 million beds.
This is your fault.
The hell
Clint.
did I do?
You said, "Oh, boy, I really love his honesty. I really love Joe's honesty." You said that earlier.
The transparency.
And now Joe is just Joe is really taking it to another level.
Well, don't get me wrong. For this business, I still love his transparency.
That's great.
I love Dana Brown's transparency too. Problem is, his transparency is a little different than Joe's half the time. That's the problem.
Somebody on the text line. This is funny. I wish Joe Espada had said this. Talking about Justin Verlander.
They stole that from Tyler a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Tyler went Upton real quick.
It's a lot of woman.
You are listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey station, and The Drive is in fact live.
The Drive is live. You hear Clint. You hear Tyler, who is still trying to find photos of Jake Myers' mom.
Lori.
Hey, it's Lori B. Myers. It's Lori B. Myers.
Oh, you found it.
I haven't found her. I haven't found a picture yet.
You haven't found a headshot
yet? It's Lori, Laurie, B, just the letter B, Myers, Meyers. Have not found a picture yet, but I'm pretty confident that is her. That's her usernames that she goes with.
It came about yesterday. Jake Myers was one of the great.
By the way, Nebraska.
Knew it.
Got to be in Nebraska.
One of the great chins of all time. Which made Clint wonder, you think his mom's attractive? And
good-looking fella.
Tyler's been trying to hunt that down.
Is she a lawyer?
He has nice hair. I don't know.
What part of Nebraska are you seeing? This has got to be. If it Omaha, I would think. I mean, Jake feels like Omaha.
If you said it, I would have it. I mean, you can
Lincoln, maybe.
No.
This Lori is from Omaha.
But look, there's
North Omaha. Omaha.
She got a crib that's about $1.1 million. I know that she lives in a $1.1 million house. So lawyer makes sense. I don't know if Jake's made enough money to be buying mom and dad.
No, Jake's made 1.6.
Right,
yeah. Career. So, we've established that.
So yeah, the mama's probably making a little bread along the way.
Good for them. So. Tyler, 24 hours later, he will. When Tyler really keys in on something, he finds it.
It's dedication, Holmes.
He will.
You think she's got Zach Wilson mom in her or no?
Oh, man.
No,
I don't think there's any.
Not Omaha.
Not Omaha.
That's it. Yeah, it's just not the. I mean, I'm not going to say there couldn't be.
If he was from South Beach,
they could put some Real Housewives of Omaha together. I'm not saying that they don't have some Omaha ladies out there that may pull that off, but I don't get that from Jake. Jake's mom feels like she's extremely hardworking.
Yeah, hustler. No question. No question.
She is extremely hardworking.
Yes.
That's what she feels like. Like Jake's mom, I get the feel that she's cut the grass multiple times and fought it from her dad.
My mom loved cutting the grass. She said it gave her a break from me and my brother and my dad.
Did she?
Yeah.
You
Go out on that John Deere.
You let your mom cut the grass.
She legit wanted to and enjoyed it because she said it got her away from us.
No, stop, Clint.
You know what?
You would stop Linda from cutting the grass if Linda
Well,
wanted
what'd
to
you
cut
want
the
me to
grass?
do?
You would stop Linda. That what you saying? You can't do that. There ain't no. If Linda wanted to cut the grass, she would run you over with the push or the driver.
I tell you.
I could see Linda laid back in that driver, boy, with one hand.
Nah, she got a zero turn. She got to use both hands. I have hit Mom up and been like, "Hey, Mom, it's fixing to rain outside. I ain't got time to get to the crib and mow it. You think you can crank up that old zero turn and get after it?" He knocks it out, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd jump in that yellow Hummer and take off, and there she is on the John Deere. She's cruising.
But that's where it's having a good time in the car. She's
that's not my fault.
I get what you're saying, Clint. To Clint's point, I don't think Tyler ever thought about stepping in. Like
she enjoyed it.
I know it, but I don't think she enjoyed it. But I don't ever think
I had my chores I had to get done every week, and I always got them done.
But Tyler, I just get the feel you were like, yeah, I'm gonna ride out. I know you enjoy it, Mom.
Mom, have fun. I'm gonna go to the pool. Meet some of the fellas at the pool.
I sure as hell ain't gonna stop you.
I'm gonna go to the sports complex and hoop. Mom, appreciate you getting that yard. I'll be back later.
I'm certain Clint probably tried to. Hey, Mom, let me come over and cut that thing. No, I bet you. I bet Tyler.
I saw a young Tyler. Ron, last week when I had to go to Arkansas, I saw a young Tyler.
Oh boy!
I get out there. I get to Fayetteville, Northwest Arkansas. I get up there. Every rental car is rented. No cars. Luckily, my partner is literally landing in a private jet 20 minutes after I landed, and he comes by and scoops me. So I had about 20 minutes to sit outside. Right? I'm sitting outside, and out comes a young Tyler. This mom
must have been a good-looking son buck.
I would say, yeah, he was a good-looking fella. I'd say he's about 16, well-built. Mom, a little petite lady, nicely dressed. I'd say an above-average, attractive,
probably a dental hygienist,
mid-40s, probably my age, maybe 50. Little petite lady,
Mary Kay,
put together well. She's carrying, Chief. She's carrying 2 bags, rolling one, and both of the bags are bigger. I mean, you could have put half of her body in each one. I mean, they're damn near half their size, and he has got headphones on and a backpack, thumbs in the straps, walking behind Mama. Just you could tell.
Man, I ain't never done nothing like that to my mom in a day in my life.
I think he would grab a bag.
I said, boy,
now he wouldn't cut the grass, but I think he'd grab a bag.
I would kick you square in your ass. You got to be kidding me.
I felt like Clint wanted to so embarrass the kid that you wanted to run over there and grab one of them bags.
Absolutely did.
And I'm with you on that. That's not me.
I wanted to walk up and say, "Excuse me, young fella. Hey, ma'am, can I help you with your bag? It looks like them." I mean, she was huffing and puffing. Them bags was whooping her ass, and he ain't even tuned in, man. He's listening to his headset.
He was listening.
Oh boy, I was hot.
I've always been a gentleman.
Yeah, as you was pulling off in that yellow Hummer, throwing deuces.
Hey, she enjoyed it, man. She liked being on that John Deere.
I bet you didn't even ask her if she needed water. I bet you just got your ass up out of there, didn't you?
No, I actually would. I would always bring her water.
Hey, Ma, water hose on the side of the house. I'm out.
She said that was her alone time.
I swear, that's what she said. She said, I gotta get away from these dudes.
Yeah. See, yeah, like Clint would be the a-hole to try to beat her to the punch and try to get that grass started cutting before she got a chance to get out there.
Yeah. I mean, barring if I had something that I had to do, like work or something with work, or then that's a different deal. I mean, I'm not pulling off in the yellow Hummer that she's paying for and throwing her deuces. Hey, Ma, cleared the water hose, no spiders. You're good.
Thanks for the ride, Ma.
That Ford Escort.
I love you, honk.
That Ford Escort she got me. I wish she would have got her ass out there and cut that grass.
With the bike rack on top.
She sat out with me. Yeah, I'd have sat there and watched her ass drink that water.
You burnt the gas that she was paying for.
Got these damn bike racks. That's why my tires got slashed.
You should have put a bike up there and rode around with that thing up there just knowing you couldn't ride it.
Yeah.
Just flex.
I don't find that very funny. To be honest with you. Knowing you can't ride it.
It wouldn't have been then, but it is now. It would not have been then, but boy, it would have been funny now.
All right, 713-572-4610. That's how you get in the show. YouTube and Twitch as well.
Could you imagine if a picture of Ron next to that Escort, if it surfaced and there was a bike rack and he had a bike up top and he was just posed leaning on the hood of that thing?
There might be one somewhere.
Just out there. I mean, out there flexing.
There might be one out there somewhere where I was really out there testing the fashion limits. I used to pull this number where I would get an undershirt longer on the sleeves and then roll the undershirt
over the elastic.
To really try to show my guns off a little bit more too, and roll it over the shirt that I was wearing. Yeah, I was.
I got to get some pictures.
I was out there. I was troubled.
We got to get some. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, and Red was in town. We in his silk uniform. We know it. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree.
It ain't that. We in a different sides of the tree. All right, we may take chances. We at different sides of the tree. Lot of and one in FUBU, baby. Lot of and one in FUBU in that time. All right, hey, congratulations to the Boston Celtics. Was in hope mode. And the end of the first quarter, that game was over. There you go, Tatum. 9-0 run. That sucker was over, and it just continued to get worse. And congratulations to Jaylen Brown, who won the MVP. But, fellas, I got a couple of things I want to hit on this thing. First off, on the MVP, 713-572-4610. You can jump in on this. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Jaylen Brown won the MVP. I want from you all on a scale of 1 to 10. Scale of 1 to 10, how happy do you think Jason Tatum was for Jaylen Brown that he won that MVP?
3 max.
Did you see his face?
3 max.
Hey, he tried. He knew the camera was coming to him.
Oh, yeah.
And he held that smile, and I think he thought, all right, 5 seconds is enough. And then he just dropped it. But that camera stayed with him. That cameraman was smart and stayed with Jason Tatum. Like he went up, everybody was hitting Jaylen Brown on the head. I didn't see Tatum doing it. I mean, I'm with you, Tyler. I think I would say, you said 3 max. I was going to say a 4. I was going to say a 4. But I know, because nobody knew. And I think it was up in the air. Right? I think Adam Silver, the human penis, was the only one who knew up there, like, who was going to win the thing. And I'm telling you, I bet Jason Tatum was sitting over there, please, come on. I know I did enough in that fourth quarter. Please. And I bet they said, Jaylen Brown. I bet he said, damn. I was going to throw. Now they got to give it. Oh, let me smile. Let me clap.
Let me hide this look of surprise on my face.
And then just like Tom Brady did the other day when he did when he went into the Hall of Fame with the Patriots. You know, when you win the award, you can then easily feel like the good guy when you point out the other person. You know, Tom Brady came out there and said, it wasn't just me, even though everybody says it is because I won a Super Bowl after you did. And after we got done, you have just absolutely shattered your career. It was not you. It wasn't me. It was us.
It was us.
And Jaylen Brown, hey, and I want to give a shout out to my partner in crime. He easily could have won this trophy. But he should have went on to say, but unfortunately, I had to win it because I was the better player in the series. But, boy, I was looking over there at Jason Tatum. I said, how happy are you for real about that he won this MVP? Clint, they did. Hey, by the way, Clint, they decided they're going to party in Miami. They're flying out. They're flying out today for 3 days to celebrate as a team in Miami. That the spot y'all to pick?
Oh, boy.
Like, if you can go anywhere.
No chance for me.
I've never been to Miami.
Would have been Miami?
No chance.
You wouldn't have picked Miami?
No chance.
Like, I'm just saying, like, to celebrate, like, you won the thing. I mean, clearly they could probably pick anywhere they want to go.
Fair. That context does matter, and that changes it big time for me. If I were a member of the Boston Celtics and we had just won and we could pick anywhere, yeah, that would be on my list. Like I keep thinking of just going down there like me and you go down there. Like it's tough. It's tough. It's tough sledding down.
No, you going down there.
No, you going down there.
On the owner's bill.
And the doors are wide open. Like the thought of struggling getting in places or having to wait to get in.
But that's what I'm saying.
Like
but that's
yeah.
That's anywhere. It would be. But you got that anywhere though.
It would be on my list. It would be on my list.
It ain't Vegas. That feels like a real fun one right there.
I don't know, man.
I know we were just down there.
Vegas, I ain't got a yacht day.
Yeah.
Vegas.
Yeah, you got to have a yacht day, one of those three.
Vegas, I ain't got a yacht day.
You're right. Yeah, it's got to be water.
You know, that's
going to Las Vegas.
You're right. That Vegas, though, I'm just thinking to myself, we were down there for that Super Bowl, and if it was just, if Parker said, guys, it's just wide open. We get to do whatever the hell we want to do. Money is no object. You ain't got to wait nowhere. You go.
Could have got in trouble. Trouble.
The yacht day is big. The yacht day is that changes the game. I think it is Miami.
Yeah, it would be hard not to be Miami.
Yeah, I think it is because
you got to take your like deep personal opinions out of it too, because it's a team. Yeah. So it's got to be somewhere where everybody can have fun. You're going for 3 days, so it can't be just one. Like the yacht day, like in Miami, you've literally got an itinerary. Like we're finna get there and kick it for a day on the beach and whatever. Then we're gonna have us a yacht, and then hell by the third day, everybody ought to done picked them out a few.
I was about
and you
to say,
probably ought to have a little couple quiet days.
And as Tyler is over there thinking, in Miami, I mean, you can really have. I'm just thinking as a basketball player ranging from 21 to Al Horford's got to be 38, ranging from that age, but most people in their 20s there. Mm-hmm. Tatum and Brown 26, 27. I mean, Miami, this is a spot at that time. Whatever nationality that you want, I think it's available there.
Multiple.
Which may be different from Vegas. Now, Vegas.
Let me tell you, your ass better take your wife. If you're married, take your wife. Because if not, you're in trouble.
I get the feeling that a few of those fellas are married and that has not crossed their mind.
Well, I tell you what, it would take some.
They're meaning to get it.
I mean, how in the world? We just won a championship, babe. You got to go to the crib with the kids for 3 days. I'm going to celebrate with the fellas.
Somebody just texted.
That sounds good.
Toronto.
Well, it's free. It's legal up there. It's legal up there.
Ganj.
You know that old player from whatever that
place
team
in America now, though, right?
Where's that player from? The Eagles. That old linebacker from the Eagles that ran from that old.
She ran a 40. She
caught his ass like up there, north of the border. It's legal, Chief.
Yeah, but we got to do more than that. I mean, I think we could take our chances somewhere.
Go to Denver.
I'm gonna tell you, your ass, you ain't living right if you just won an NBA championship and you're paying for it.
Text line. Tampa is all the world.
What?
That it is.
More so than Houston or Atlanta?
I'm telling you, if Houston, if it wasn't 137 degrees right now, I mean, I feel like Houston's got a lot to offer.
Oh, no question.
I feel like
no question. But you're going to a place where it's tropical.
Yeah, tropical.
That's a different animal.
I didn't think of the yacht day. The yacht day is that's.
What are the odds it surfaces? The picture surface.
They better not.
A yacht with a 4-leaf clover on the back.
They better not surface one. I ain't tired, Daddy. I'm up to 2 o'clock in the morning. No, you're a slide your ass yet.
Remember, you was putting that crown on my head the other night. I'm the queen, baby. Remember?
What'd you say? Gabrielle Union ain't missed a party. I am there, D-Wade.
No chance.
I am there.
In my hometown, she said, "Oh yeah,
it's too many. Yeah, it's too many kids in Tampa. I think Miami's a choice.
I don't know. I maybe I misspoke there. I don't know that Tampa's the strip club capital of the world, but it is. I'd say it's top 3. I'd say
I didn't know that about Tampa.
I'd say it's top 3.
I didn't know that about Tampa. Just want you to think about it. Listen, we're not talking about the WNBA champions. Somebody texted Nashville. I mean, I've had a good time in Nashville. That's the bachelorette capital of the world. Like that. Yeah. I think they chose right. Unless we just gonna slide out of the country. Now we could have done that.
Fair. Probably should have done that. I'm not a big beach guy at all. Don't.
That's why I didn't like Miami. I'm like, is that the best you could do?
Yeah.
That's why like Vegas would have been just. But you're right. The boat day, like you gotta have one of them boat
beach day, yacht day. Yeah. That's a little bit of a game changer.
Man,
not to mention, I'm sure they're doing a hotel, but a monster VRBO, Verbo, or whatever they call it, on one of them channels where you can just hop that yacht and get the hell out.
Get that thing in.
Whoa, watch yourself.
Yeah.
Bunch of Sprinter vans catting them around.
I know you have already mapped this out in your head. You have already mapped this out, brother.
Oh, boy.
My God, what a night. They're there now. Good God. What are they doing right now? How drunk are they?
Yeah, I hope they just woke up a little bit and said, hey, man, but they got that chef working up them omelets, man.
I hope Pritchard's out there making bad mistakes.
The guy is drunk. Ron, I guarantee you if they don't, they're missing out. They got an IV room downstairs. They got omelets and everything you could possibly want for a late breakfast getting made up right there. They got ice baths for the guys if they wanted, hot tub, whatever they want, boom, boom. And every one of them damn massage therapists that are coming through are 10s. Yeah.
White didn't even come down.
Be a champ. Don't need to.
He's down there. He's ready to cut somebody.
Pull that thing out. Just go in there, snaggle tooth. Hey, man, you're Derek White. Go in there,
Derek's
snaggle
nasty.
tooth.
He's going to liable to cut somebody. All right, coming up. Coming up, news from the Astros. News from Joe Espada in regards to Justin Verlander. We'll let you hear the latest on that coming up next.
All right, breathing. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. And you got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept.
There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are rolling in here live, the Astros are back on it tonight. Framber will get the ball against the worst team in baseball by a mile, the Chicago White Sox. But, Clint, we got some news from manager Joe Espada. Joe Espada was on the flagship station, and this reported by Chandler Rome of The Athletic. But he was on the flagship station for the Astros. And Joe Espada said that Justin Verlander's progress is, I quote, slower than we expected. Thursday's starter against the White Sox is still to be determined. All right, Clint, we talked about this early. He was pretty much saying the same things earlier today. Oh, God, I don't like this.
Not at all.
Yeah, he did. You know, when Tyler serious, he slow talks. Not at all.
Not one bit.
He rarely enunciates his words slowly. But I understand because Like usually, and we've said this, and it's even more now, whenever the Astros say something about an injury, I almost in my mind say, all right, it's 5 times worse. That's what I always say. It's 5 times worse in my head. And there was a thought that there was some confidence that Verlander would be able to be back by Thursday. Thought that could be a spot for him. And they're not saying that is ruled out yet either. But when Joe Espada says that progress is slower than they expected, that does raise the concern level of what's going on with him with that neck discomfort.
Hell yeah, it does. Because again, I mean, I don't know if it's fair or not, but I view Justin Verlander through a little different lens. Like I think Justin Verlander is at a spot in his career where if he can pitch, he's gonna pitch. Like we're not gonna let a crick in our neck keep us out from this. Would be his second start, right?
Yep.
He's going to flip every stone and has access. Not that they all don't, even bigger degree is he has the ability and the access to any and everything to get his ass on that mound and is the professional, the old wily vet that understands what it takes, that knows what it takes on and off the field to do it. Like this is one of those where feeling that way about my feeling doesn't change about Justin Verlander. My feeling changes about the report. I got to believe that there ain't no way in hell Justin Verlander's letting a crick in his neck. I don't care how bad it is. Yeah. I don't care what grade it is or however you categorize cricks in your neck. He's not letting a crick in his neck make him miss 2 starts.
It does make you feel like it's something potentially bigger.
Justin Verlander.
Or at least there's a concern of something that is bigger. Or this is a hell of a crick in the neck.
You can't trust these fools. You can't.
Well, this is one,
Tyler's at the
I agree. Tyler, this is one where if you had 7 starters, if you still had that old surplus of starting pitchers, then sure. Miss you one in the rotation. Cool,
not
man.
just
Let
that,
somebody else get a little run.
And if you weren't 9 back,
bingo,
6 games under 500.
The truth of it is that's where they're at. And I just don't believe Verlander's going to let 2 starts fall by the wayside over a piddly-ass crick in your neck when the team's in the hole that they're in. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, so there is a concern there, but I guess we'll see what happens moving forward. But it looks, as Joe Espada said, the manager, that it's at the very least moving slower than we thought it would. All right, they got these 3 games, and we said this yesterday. And listen, I will. We had some time to sleep on it. I will take responses and thoughts from others around here from the text line and those of you on YouTube and Twitch. It is, and I will acknowledge, it is June 18th. We haven't reached July. We haven't reached the 4th. We haven't reached the All-Star break. And I'm not saying I'm too early, guy. But yesterday we were very adamant on calling for a sweep over the White Sox the next 3 days. Let me pull it back a little bit. Are we being a little too aggressive for June 18th?
No.
Absolutely
you don't think we're being a little too aggressive for June 18th? In my mind, but I like to listen. I'm not always right, other than 80% of the time, but I'm not always right.
90.
Hold on, so.
90. Don't sell yourself
I'll be
short.
honest.
90.
I'll be honest. That David Johnson. But
is that my boy Ron?
Okay, David Pierce. All right, but that drop. I mean, it is June 18th to say that a team needs to sweep. It feels that way. It feels that way to me. But you don't think you had a little time to sleep? But you don't think that's too aggressive?
No.
Yeah.
Not one bit.
Especially maybe. I don't think I'm taking back a little bit. We'll see if Verlander doesn't pitch in the series, because I really felt it. If it was going to be Fromber, the way that Hunter Brown is throwing, and JV on Thursday, we'll see. Now I may be backing off a little bit of that because I'm not sure who's.
I'm not backing off of it a bit. Look, you're 9 games back in the division. You're 7 games back in the wild card, and the way that right now, no Kyle Tucker. Right now, 5-man rotation. You don't have the luxuries that you've had in the past with your starting rotation. You are limping into series.
It's not ideal.
You are limping into the All-Star break. You cannot afford to drop games to the Colorado Rock. No, not a game. The Colorado Rockies and the Chicago White Sox. You can't afford to do it.
Not a game.
Can't afford to do it, Ron. Can you afford to drop one? Because you got Baltimore coming around the corner. You got Twins coming around the corner here in a bit. You might drop 2 to those guys.
It feels huge.
I mean, you
9 back, 7 back on the wild card behind about 5 teams.
Yep. Brian, you drop a game or more to the White Sox or the Rockies, then you're putting yourself in a position where you've got to win series and potentially sweep a series against a Twins or Orioles or somebody like that that's one of the better teams in the league. Drop them if you want to, but you're going to have to pick them up somewhere along the way, and there ain't too many. Eventually, you're going to run out of opportunities. You're going to run 18 of the next 24 games are against teams with losing records. Drop games to the White Sox, drop games to the Rockies. You're putting yourself in a mean predicament when it comes down to the Orioles, Twins, and then whatever happens in the second half of the season.
It does feel. I mean, this is a bad baseball team. Before, I do want to see what they have to do with Thursday. I'm damn sure on it if Verlander is able to pitch on Thursday. Who would be the option? Would it I guess Spence again?
Hell,
I guess.
Yeah, Arrighetti would go up to Arrighetti again because they did get this day off, which helps.
When did Spencer last pitch? Was that Saturday?
He got shelled Saturday.
Yeah, didn't even make it through the second inning.
So what would he come back and pitch? What would that be? Friday?
That'd be Thursday would be the 5th day.
Yeah,
and that's the day.
He's probably chomping at the bit to get back out there.
Let's hope.
Well, how many pitches did he throw? Did he short? I
mean, he was an inning and a third. I think he got 4 outs.
Yeah, so no, he ought to be fresh too. He's chomping at the bit, and he ought to be fresh.
He should be. Yeah, I don't know, man. It feels that right.
And he ought to feel like he's luckier than hell with Chicago drawing white. Hey, JV, take you another day, man. Let me get these Sox.
I get this one. Yeah.
Let me get these White Sox, man.
Yeah,
I need one.
I'll hold off on the Orioles.
Absolutely. I'll give you the first game against the Orioles. Let me get these White Sox, bub. Absolutely. Spencer be chomping
Ron
at the
L's
bit.
jumping up here. I can go on 3 days rest. Let me get the White Sox.
Come on.
Let me get the Sox. I got it.
Hey, Lance will be out there throwing that bullpen. He'll be throwing a bullpen today trying to get them Sox.
Would say Christian Javier said, "You know what?
I'm saying, let me get a second opinion.
I'll throw left."
Luis Garcia will be getting his ass out there.
Say they got a call from Joe. Got a call from Blaine. From Blair.
From Blair O'Henley.
Blair Henley. I'm ready. Give me my second chance right here. I'll fly my parents out to Chicago for this one.
Let me give this another go. I'm fly the Grandpa was out there. Grandma, boy, he needs something desperately.
Hopefully it's going well.
I mean, could you imagine? And I mean, he's a pro player, so it's not. But I mean, could you imagine the next Christmas when you fly him to Grandma's house? She'll be looking at you sideways.
Yeah.
Son, you had me fly all the way to Houston, and you did.
No, they took his ass to Dallas. Remember, they flew him to Dallas.
It was in Dallas.
Take my ass to Arlington.
And you messed down your leg. I think he's from there though, so it was just a drive.
I had to sit down there. I had to turn my shirt inside.
You know how steep them chairs were, boy.
I had to go buy.
I wasted my miles on that
buying Rangers gear. I was so embarrassed to use. All them ladies I got to play. I played bid whiz with.
My parents did not fly to New York. No, if anybody on the text line's asking, they did.
They did not.
My dad would look at me and say, "Boy, you made quick work of that."
All right. What did Luka potentially learn out of this final series? And we got to get an understanding. What the hell happened with these damn cabinets, Clint? It's Tuesday. We got
good news today, cuz.
We got to know what the hell's happening with these cabinets. That's coming up next. But before we get there, fellas out there, and as we say also, ladies, you have important men in your life. Hell, it was Father's Day. Hopefully you had conversations with the men in your life here recently, and that is about men's health, and in particular testosterone. And if you're looking for somebody you could trust, I would tell you I'd recommend them. I know Clint, he recommended them to me. It is Low T Center.
Absolutely, man. So if you are the man that's listening, or if you're a woman and you've got a man out there that has these issues, you lack
refund up to $830 via 24 monthly bill credits with qualifying planning credit plus tax and $35 connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits or they stop and required finance agreement balances due. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue rolling through. Coming up here in just a bit, the Big Three got some important dates for the Texans for you to know. We just found out. We'll let you know that coming up. But
let's get it on, baby.
Thanks, Mark. This has been a long-term story. Clint has had cabinet issues. Hell, he had to fly up to Arkansas to try to figure out stuff. Clint told us, it's going to be there on Friday. Me and Tyler both looked at each other, and we both said Friday. Yeah, they'll get there Monday. Can you please give us an update on what the hell is happening with these damn cabinets in Home Depot?
Friday, the cabinets got there.
Really? I am shocked to hear that.
No. We got to back up. When I flew up there, we've told the story already, though. Those were damaged, right? Some of the ones were damaged. The lady that Friday they would be delivered, and they were not delivered. However, they told me they would be delivered by Monday. This is the crazy thing, is the lady that I ordered them from, right? On the phone, she said, you're going to get an email that says they will be delivered on Monday. But she said, I'm telling you, they'll be there Friday. I said, all right. She said, just ignore it. The store is going to redo it. Anyway, and it did end up happening. I talked to 4 different customer service agents. It ended up happening. Friday, when I went home after the show, we did our show. Didn't we do our show Friday? We weren't at Twin Peaks. We were here.
We were here.
Friday, when I got home, I had a house full of mothers and kids. Wife was having a little play date with Liv's class, and I had spent an hour plus 56 minutes to start with, and then I was about 16 minutes into a call after getting disconnected again. And I was told that the email was right. They're going to get delivered Monday. So
told you.
So Monday, boys. Monday. I had a real nice gentleman, a delivery guy, young, hip guy. He called. He said, hey, man, what's up? I'm here, man, at your place. Got these cabinets. I said, hey, pard, just go around the backside, back into the big parking lot. I said, just back as far as you can in there, and that way when you take them cabinets off that truck, you'll take about 10 steps, and you just put them right inside that door right there for me. He said, you got it. I'll be damned if he didn't. This is my mistake, by the way. He sends me a picture. He literally texts me a picture. He doesn't depend on Home Depot to do me a picture himself. Text me a picture. I clearly stated when I reordered these that they're all base cabinets. 9-inch, 15-inch, 21-inch. They're all, if I said all base cabinets, if I said it once, I said it 15 times, Ron. Somehow they sent me 2 base cabinets and a 15-inch wall cabinet. Now, I say it's my fault because when I got the email, I didn't look close enough to see if it was a wall. I didn't recheck to see if it was a wall cabinet. But I clearly said it 15 times. They're all base cabinets, ma'am. Ma'am, they're all base cabinets. Same dimensions other than the width, 9, 15, 21. They're 24.5-inch deep, 30 some odd. I don't know what the dimensions are tall. So, but I bit this bullet because I should have reviewed the email and I should have called before they delivered and made sure it was right. I didn't do it. So I still got that 121-incher coming Thursday. It's coming Thursday. But that one's on me. I'll take that one. That one's on me. Now here's the most recent snafu, right? Saturday, they were supposed to pick up the damaged cabinets.
What the hell is going on?
Saturday, they were supposed to pick up the damaged cabinets, Ron. And they don't refund your money until the same delivery service that has been jacking me around for almost 4 weeks now. They don't refund your money until they pick up their damaged cabinets. That was supposed to happen Saturday. I got a voicemail. Sorry to let you know it's not going to happen Saturday. It's going to happen Tuesday.
Put your hand on the dump button. People on the text line are saying, Tyler.
No, I'm
ready.
I'm exhausted. I'm not frustrated. I'm just exhausted at this point. I said, all right, Tuesday it is. I got a call, nice young lady named Kim. She was literally at the apartment. And I said, ma'am, here's the code to the front door. I literally heard her push it in, and I said, "Now did you open the door?" She said, "Yes, ma'am." "Yes, sir." I said, "There are 3 cabinets, like literally 2 steps inside that door. One of them is literally falling apart. I bet it's in 3 pieces. That's how bad a shape that was in."
They delivered.
I don't even have time to get mad about that. It's damaged. The other 2 are still at least somewhat together. Those 3 cabinets right there. Everything else is in the kitchen, 10 yards away. Right there. Those 3, pick them up and take them.
She did not take any of the cabinets in that kitchen.
The email that I received said that she picked up 4 cabinets.
Oh, my God.
There was no doubt literally I'm talking to her.
Maybe the one that was falling into pieces she connected as 2.
God, I hope if she took that other 9-inch.
I'm sorry. There's a part of me that hopes she walked into that kitchen and took one of those.
I literally, Ron, was on the phone with her.
I think they're having fun now. I think they're in there cracking up.
Well, one of them probably follows me on Twitter and is like, "Look, I'm gonna get this jackleg. I'm gonna give him something to complain about."
Right, crack it up.
I'm gonna tell you, if she took 4 cabinets, it had to be done on purpose. I personally, when I was up, this is one of the reasons why I went up there. The only thing I didn't do was put a label on the damn cabinet and say Home Depot pickup, right? But I literally was on the phone with the lady right there, the cabinet staring right at your face. That stack of cabinets.
You talked her through it,
bro, just like I am right now. I'm on the phone with her. Yes, sir. I got it. I said, "Ma'am, did you step inside the door and see those cabinets?" "Yes, sir, I got it." I said, "All right, thank you. Appreciate you."
So right now, you don't know if they've taken 3 or 4 cabinets.
I don't. The email says 4. Now, I will give Home Depot a little bit of credit here, boys. When I was on hold, when I was on with the customer service agent at during the party, during my once again, one of the most, by the way, I'm not being dramatic here. The worst part of this experience for me, Ron, is how many times I've had to be on the phone for an hour plus with a customer service agent and literally tell my little girl, "Not right now, baby. I'm handling this business." It's happened at least 4 different occasions, whether it's morning or evening, where I've been like, "Daddy, just play with me." I'm like, "Baby, I can't right now. I'm on this customer." That is the most frustrating part of it all. But nonetheless, I think we're gonna be okay. I think I'm going to get through this.
Oh, I hope so. I just wondered if she took 3 or 4 cabinets.
Well, here's the good news.
If she walked her happy ass into that kitchen and grabbed it, I wonder what made her just grab one. Why did she just grab them all?
I don't know.
Maybe she
I don't
saw
know.
one
I don't know what makes them do what they've done so far. Like I'm at about an 80% clip of Home Depot need. If anybody that's touched me, anybody that's touched like. Obviously, the phone calls. Anybody that has been a part of this, they can fire 80% of them. Delivery, customer service. What do they call it? They call it resolution, not resolutions. What do they call it? But I did get Friday afternoon where I was going with that. Friday afternoon during the party, I got $500 back.
Oh, you get $500.
I said, ma'am, look, I've already talked to resolutions, I think is what they call it. I've already talked to y'all once, one of your agents a week ago, and I said, ma'am, he gave me $250 back. I said, I'm at a point now. I'm not the guy to ask for money back typically. I said, but damn, something's got to be done here. I said, that measly $250 ain't gonna cut it. She comes back. Will $500 do? And she.
We're getting close.
Oh man. The thing is, if I got to call resolutions again, I might get 1,000. So I think I'll be by Thursday. I think I'll be all clear of this order. Because remember that 21-inch I said I didn't review the order the right way. That one's coming in Thursday, and I will be donezo with Home Depot cabinets.
Good God Almighty! This is.
The question is, I've got to order a shower door.
How long is this going?
I've got to order all the hardware for the sinks, cabinets, doors.
You're gonna have fun with Home Depot.
Do I go Lowe's or do I go Home Depot and just stay with them?
I mean, listen. I'm open for business, but I know what I would do.
Here's the other deal, boys.
Ace Hardware.
There's no Ace in. I think there actually is.
I'm just letting Home Depot know that here I'm open for business right now. I can sell the hell out of Home Depot,
and you need it, and you need it right now. You need Ron to really do something.
So I trash Home Depot, but I know what I would do if I were you in that situation.
Well.
I've
got a gift card. They gave me a gift card, by the way. Here's the stickler, Ron, for the record, right? When you buy more than 6 of these cabinets that I'm buying, I automatically get a 10% discount, right? When I bought the 3 replacements, I didn't get the bulk order discount. Now, I got the, hey, we've been screwing you over discount, but I didn't get the bulk order discount that I originally got with these cabinets. When they return these things and give me my money back, I bet you they give me the discounted money back. I bet you they don't give me full price, which is ultimately what I paid for when I repurchased them.
I think you should just expect it. From the text line here, Home Depot employee just got fired, and they said it was some talking head on radio's fault.
Well, if you got fired from Home Depot and it's my fault, your ass wasn't doing your job.
Be better, man.
You deserve to be fired. And thanks for listening in Arkansas, by the way.
I just want to let you know that I'm open for business.
And y'all need it. Y'all need somebody.
Home Depot,
The showman.
Lowe's, Ace Hardware, Cooking Channel.
I ain't never the lack of Ron,
Pet Supply Store.
Is it fair that I should get a call from somebody higher up in Home Depot?
I think so.
All things considered.
What has this been, a month?
Yep.
How long
ships
have you
in one day?
Trying to get the ships in one
May
day?
23rd, I made the purchase. Ships in one day, and I'll take the blame. Even though obviously I said it 15 times in a very stern voice.
Randall's.
Randall's.
I'll do it all. I'm just telling you.
Is Randall still a thing?
Yeah, it is.
If they are, you'll take them, huh?
I'll take them.
Albertsons.
Sell the hell out of it.
Fiesta.
Sure.
That would be the ticket in Spanish.
I'll do it, man. I got La Micha Wakanda down.
There you go.
Bienvenido.
That is great.
We'll strip it up. So he does not have the cabinets yet.
Thursday, everything should be done. Should be sewn up, boys.
Yeah, my ass.
I mean, I'm telling you, it's too. I couldn't make it up.
I know you can.
I told that last lady that gave me $500 back, Ron. I said, ma'am, I said, I'm just going to be honest with you. She said, well, tell me what else happened. I said, ma'am, you don't have the time, and you wouldn't believe me if you did.
No.
She said, sir, this is what I do for a living. I believe anything you tell me. It's the first one I felt like listened to me. And then she hit me with that $500 gift card. I said, okay, hello. I'll be back.
We'll see if you actually get it. All right, coming up.
Oh, I got it. She emailed it to me before. She said, sir, open the email.
She got disconnected.
No. By the way, never. I've been disconnected 5 times in critical moments.
Critical moments.
Oh.
3rd down and 7.
Oh.
Been disconnected.
Dropped the ball again.
Astros, White Sox get going tonight. Framber gets the ball. What do you think when you hear the name Framber Valdez? What's the first piece of emotion that comes to your mind when you think of Framber Valdez? We'll get to that, give you the latest on Justin Verlander and important dates for the Houston Texans. That's coming up next.
Woke up a couple mornings ago with a little pain in my left ear. Made me think of my man, Dr. Matoran. He is ENT, ear, nose, here in Houston. He
Tools. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/19. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, Astros, they get going tonight against the Chicago White Sox in Chicago after a day off. The big news here, and this is a developing story. We'll see what happens. But Astros manager Joe Espada, while on with the Astros flagship, he said about Justin Verlander's progress, it's slower than we expected, and that Thursday's starter against the White Sox is to be still determined. We'll see what happens there, but Verlander's progress is going slower than they expected.
No, God!
Is this a high alert, code red level of alarms going off in your head when you hear the neck issue is what caused him to skip his start on Saturday? There was some thought that he would be ready to go Thursday. They've left that open, but now we're hearing it is slower than expected, his progress.
I'm not code red yet, but I'm uncomfortable with it, Ron. And to be uncomfortable with a situation that deals with Justin Verlander that's saying something. I just got a level of trust with him from a professional standpoint of knowing how to take care of his body, knowing how to rehab, trusting that he's gonna be there, he's gonna get it done, trusting that he's not gonna miss multiple starts because of crick in his neck. Like I'm so confident and have so much confidence in that I now lose even more confidence in the report. Right? I mean, because I just don't believe that Justin Verlander's cut from the cloth of, I'm going to miss 2 starts with my team in a 9-game hole in the division. They need me more now than they maybe ever have, and I got a crick in my neck, so I'm going to have to miss another start. I don't believe he's got that in him, and so I believe that the reports coming from the team, coming from Joe Espada, are faulty to some degree.
Yeah, for me, fellas, the thought with him is, one, it's hard for me not to just look at the last time a pitcher, had an issue with the neck and where that ultimately led to. And because this is weird. This is, Christian Javier missed multiple starts with a neck issue, and it was weird, and with Verlander too. So it is hard not to get that thought out of your mind of what happened with Christian Javier and what that led to. And then also just with the history of the Astros, recent and past here the last few years of how they are with injuries. I've said it before. My mindset when I hear the Astros, even when Dusty was here, speak about an injury, to me feels like what's worse than what they're saying. It's more serious than what they're saying.
Yeah, makes us all nervous.
Right? Like I wouldn't mind grabbing an update on Kyle Tucker. But like worse than what you would think. Like Kyle Tucker is not back yet, especially coming off from what they said earlier. Last week, Joe said he was doing good. So it's just hard when you look at the history and then what just happened with Christian Javier, because this sounds like the same situation. So that is the latest there with Justin Verlander. We'll see. They have not ruled him out for Thursday. They still have left that open, but it looks like it'll either be him or Spencer Arrighetti coming up on Thursday with that. But they got to get their top guy back soon, if possible.
Yeah, well, they're just so thin right now at the starting pitching spot that they just can't afford to have anybody out of that top five, much less Justin Verlander. And so, they got to get him back into the fold at some point. Luckily, you want to talk about a silver lining. Luckily, the recent issue come at a time when there's been a couple of off days between some series, and so you can get by with a 5-man rotation and ultimately a 4-man rotation with Verlander being out. You can get by without having to place a bullpen start there somewhere in the mix. So now if it goes much further, we're going to have problems. But at this point in time, the off days have come at a critical time given what's going on with JV. So hopefully he'll get back right, and we don't need any more of these off days, and we won't have to sweat the rotation and this injury much longer.
Well, we've talked about it the last 2 days. This is a series where you feel like the Astros being down 9 to the Mariners playing well, and being 7 back with 4 or 5 teams in front of them in the wild card. This feels like they need to grab these 3. Well, it starts tonight with Framber Valdez, who's 5-4 with a 4 ERA. And I said this. When you think
3.99.
It's a 4 ERA. Okay. I'm going to round it up, Framber.
I got you.
He don't deserve to not go with 3.99.
You bring up good points.
I'm interested because I saw some people text in. Someone texted in, oh, the first thing I think of when I see Framber is, oh, hell, here we go again. What's the first thought that comes to mind when you see Framber? When you see Framber, what's the first thought that comes to mind? For me, it's pure frustration. Like it's just, he is so frustrating to watch because whether he does well or not. Because if he comes out here and does well, it's like how come you can't be more consistent with this?
Yeah.
What has happened? And then when he has one of those Framber games, like he did in this last one, it's like, who is this dude? Who is this dude? He is just stressfully frustrated.
Yeah, there's got to be. I mean, look, when I see Framber out there, I'm wanting, like, I'm jonesing for somebody to step up, man, and help the dude. Like, you got Bregman at shortstop, you got Altuve at second. I mean, either one of the catchers, whoever's catching him, I think, are capable of doing it. Clearly, somebody in the damn dugout that has to be capable of doing it. But like, clearly the mindset isn't consistent enough for him to go out there every day and pitch his best baseball. And that is something that he's going to deal with, I think, long term. But to me, the in the moment stuff, Ron, every time he pitches, I want Bregman to be Correa.
Like
and fair foul,
in the ALCS several years ago.
Fair foul. I know a bunch of people say, "Oh, that's not who Bregman is." Well, look, I mean, when you're going through adversity like the Astros are right now, some guys need to step to the forefront. Some guys need to
the top.
That's right. Some guy, you said it yourself, Bregman. Like I want Bregman to visibly show us, like, hey, man, settle down, man. Get it together. Let's ride.
At that time, Framber started walking the mound, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Correa just appeared in his next step. He came out of nowhere with it. Someone texted in, he looks anxious. Framber is just all or nothing, is what I think.
My one word for Framber is pretty synonymous with frustrated, and it's head case. I feel like pretty much goes hand in hand because that dude is just, I mean, calling it what it is. He's mentally unstable whenever things go wrong in the least bit on the mound. I mean, he loses it.
It feels like it is how did he wake up today?
Oh, what side of the bed? No question.
Like, it does feel like, well, what are we getting today?
And
like,
how much salt did he take in last night?
Did he wake up confident?
Did he fully dress his Coronas?
Did he wake up confident? Or did he wake up, I'm on, let me get cute with the corners. Let me get cute with the corners. That's what gets me every time you look up. When he's struggling, 3-1, 3-0, 3-2, 2-0, That's the counts. Every single time he is fighting. So
I do wonder at that level, boys, if because it's possible, but it's just rare at that level. Like, is there somebody in that organization, one of those pitching coaches, that has the ability to have that level of conversation with an established pro like that? In college, high school, obviously, it's different. Like, you're still like the authority. You're still the head coach, and I'm still developing you as a young man, kind of. When you get to the league, it's like because that's what he needs. I mean, he needs someone that he doesn't want to disappoint to consistently monitor his ass, and make sure he's right. Yeah. I just wonder how the organization is set up from a personnel perspective. Is that something that's real in the Astros organization, or is it just like, hey, let's hope he fixes it?
I'd take the over in the strikeouts tonight.
What is it?
I'm on the under.
What is it?
5.5. It's one of my best bets for today.
I can't believe you're doing that, Tyler.
I would take the over.
He's not a strikeout pitcher.
He wouldn't allow you to do that, would he?
Yes, I would.
He wouldn't allow me to do that.
Yes, I would, because strikeouts don't translate to winning or losing. He's a ground ball pitcher.
Strikeouts don't translate to winning.
But can we all agree that the more
pitcher too, though?
Can we all agree that the more strikeouts he has, the better
Not near
performance?
like ground ball.
So if he goes out there with 10 strikeouts, odds are he had a pretty damn good.
And I would love it, and I would love to lose that money. But I'm not betting against the Stros by betting his under.
I think he's between 8 and 10 strikeouts tonight.
I do know.
Flirting with it, T.
8 and 10 strikeouts.
You think he's between 8 and 10?
8 and 10.
Ron wants to put $3 in his pocket on that.
I'll put it down for you, but he's going to go under 5.5 Ks.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
I can't wait to be right again.
He's got 4 in the first 3.
Should have gone with me on those basketball bets yesterday. All right.
I'd already placed them, dude.
All right. The Texans have announced their training camp dates, and I know that's something we're looking at because that's when things we're going to be rolling out there ourselves. Camp will begin Thursday, July 18th, and this is something, as I said, I think this is the most anticipated season, the most excitement for a season that this fan base has had held in a long, long time, in a decade. Wade Smith played. Matt Shaw, before he was throwing pick sixes, when he played.
Bro!
That time frame. But there are 8 training camp practices that will be open to you, the fans, July 23rd. And the 24th, that's a Tuesday and a Thursday of that week. July 26th, a Friday and a Saturday on the 27th. And then Monday, July 29th, as well, a Sunday, August 11th. And then to close things out towards the end of training camp, August 21st and the 22nd, a Wednesday and Thursday. Those will be open to the public. I can't wait for that, Clint. I bet the energy is going to be crazy compared to the last couple of years from fans with Diggs and with Daniil Hunter and Stroud, and those things are built for fun offensive games. And when you look at this group, this has got to be one of the top offensive groups, receivers and backs and things like that.
That Big Nick energy
in the league, and that'll be fun for fans to
watch.
Well,
when you talk about the fans attending training camp, there's just nothing to be negative about.
No.
And it's been
at least by training camp.
Yeah, like you said, it's been a long time since there was nothing that you complain about. You love the head coach. If you don't love the head coach, something's wrong with you. Love the quarterback. If you don't love the quarterback, something's wrong with you at this point. I mean, you've got multiple skilled players that are huge upgrades.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
Yes, indeed. Love you too, Miko. There is no reason, like zero reason, to be frustrated, to be disappointed, I mean, everybody that shows up out there has got to be on cloud 9. And so these open practices, again, man.
And when they get there, the practice, I think CJ and this crew will give them things to be really excited about. Yep, they will. So remember those dates, eight times that fans can get out there and watch this group before the season starts, the most exciting season in Texans history, I believe.
Rock and roll, meow.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, Clint, the Celtics won last night. Were you surprised how that looked last night? Were you surprised?
No, I've watched the series. I've watched the series.
They were clearly the better team in this series.
Look, I mean, there is no top to bottom. There's no doubt about it. Boston was the best team in the series, and not just the best team. They were by far the best team. They made the Mavericks roster top to bottom look silly. The gap between Dallas and Boston from a roster perspective, from a depth perspective, was, huge, right? And I think it was obvious in all but one game, if we're being honest. It's one home. It was a tough watch. I'll be like, I've thought about, if I hadn't been in this business and knew that we was going to be here talking about it today, I'd have shut that thing off at halftime.
After Pritchett hit that three, that half quarter for the second time in the
started
series.
chest bumping with everybody, and the place went nuts. At that point in time, I'd have went on over to Mayor Kingstown.
We did it!
Still haven't started that
Is it
yet.
Kingston or Kingstown?
It's Kingston.
There you go.
Great
Still
show.
haven't started
that yet.
Great. You what?
I still haven't started.
Oh my God! You got 2 seasons and now 3 episodes into 3. Damn, man. This one's right up your alley. I bet it ends up in your top 3
of all time.
No, I'm talking. I mean, it's hard to be all time.
Right now,
the Netflix era, which it's on Prime, by the way, but of like, it is, man, and it's gotten better. Like, it's grown on me. Usually, you like the first season, and then you're like, okay, kind of tails off. Man, whew.
Yeah. Well, I didn't switch over to that. I am going to. You've really talked it up. We all talked about Kyrie, Luka versus Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Mm-hmm. And clearly Brown and Tatum won that battle, but the real conversation was and should have been about the others. The Celtics may have, I don't know where the rank is. Their secondary players, they have to rank up there as high as we've seen in a long time. That was the clear difference in this series. It was a no contest when you take out the stars and what the others did in this series. That was, to me, the biggest advantage in the whole.
It's clear on like what one supporting cast can mean to the superstars, and the lack of that, just like they were just smothered. Kyrie and Luka are just smothered on the offensive end of the floor.
And they didn't even have Porzingis, the real Porzingis. Right. Drew Holiday could have won MVP as well. All right, coming up, this I wonder. Is this one thing about C.J. Stroud that will change from year 1 to year 2? I'm not sure if it's a good thing for the Texans if it does change. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, are you dealing with chronic joint pain? Is it keeping you from
610 and click on Payne and Pendergast. Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Halloween, that's like the midway point of the season. That'll be the ninth game of the year, week 9. They'll be playing the Jets on Halloween night. I believe that's Monday night. They'll be playing the Jets October 31st. That'll be the 9th week of the season. And I am curious, especially from you, Clint. I'm curious from you too, Tyler, and the people. Because everybody's got a thought on this. By week 9, do you think things will be different than it was last year? Last year, by week 9, I think maybe we thought we knew who this team's clear number one receiver was. But I think there are arguments many ways. I know many times I think you felt it was Tank. And a lot of people felt it was Tank. But I think there are numbers and people who could say it was Nico. And through the first 9 games of the year, they had 4 different guys who were the leading receivers in the 9 games. 4 different guys between Nico, Tank, Noah Brown, and Dalton Schultz in those first 9 weeks. I wonder if it will be similar to that, or do you think by the midway point we will know who the clear number one receiver is? Because I think because that's the potential here. Because last year you could see it in the numbers. 4 different guys led the team in receiving yards, the first 9 weeks because, hey, he's spreading that sucker around wherever it needed to go. You think it'll be clear we know who the number one dude is?
If everybody, assuming health.
Yes, everybody's healthy. Yes.
I think it will be clear. Last year, and again, this is a huge plus for C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick, but last year it's really hard to gauge who is going to be the one because Tank didn't start the season, wasn't a starter. Then he comes on and he does what we all thought Tank was going to do. He goes out there and makes plays left and right. And is producing in a big way. Meanwhile, Nico's quietly putting together a good season, kind of starting to arrive. Well, then Tank goes down, and Nico explodes. And so how much of that is like, well, it was really the only option, right? We were focusing everything on Nico because everybody was hurt. We were focusing things on Tank early on because he was more cut from that mold of kind of a move receiver. So I don't know where those guys land. Now you throw Diggs into the mix.
Yeah.
I don't know where those guys land. I think Ron, I think if everybody stays healthy, I think there will be, maybe not from a stat perspective.
But it'll be clear.
But I think it'll be clear who they're making the primary receiver, yeah. Assuming everybody stays healthy, I think it will be.
So you'd think it will feel different than last year of just – it felt like to me the number one receiver was – whoever maybe that day that had the best match, whoever that day may have been in the first read or whoever that day just happened to be open. That like it didn't feel like it felt like it could morph every day. Like maybe that first time Noah Brown went crazy, you're like, oh. But then after that, you're like, yeah. I'm not surprised that Noah had 172 yards against the Bengals. I'm not surprised that Nico led them in receiving. I'm not surprised that Tank led him. Hell, in Tank's game against the Buccaneers that we think about, he was so – Noah Brown led the team in receiving yards that day.
Tank is a freaking beast, bro.
This year, I don't know. I feel like CJ – but we've only seen him one way. It feels like that is when CJ is at his best.
When he's sprinting around?
When it's just –
that's when Bobby's at his best, too. I just don't know. Like, I don't – I guess when –
By the way, I get the feel – I think it's Diggs.
I do too.
That when you say who they're trying to showcase, where you'll get the feel of the targets are banged this way, because targets weren't crazy to Nico or crazy to like, especially when they all played together and CJ really started to feel himself.
Well, I think it's, to me, and I know Bobby Slowick likes the guys that can do it all, that are interchangeable, and he believes in just running the offense and CJ making the right call and taking the ball to the right spot. And ultimately, I do I do think that's how this thing works out. I've just never seen a team that just, not that they're doing this, but just to call plays and says, hey, QB, take this wherever you want to take it.
Yeah.
Take this wherever the defense dictates. Like every team, every offense has a, hey, in this particular play, this is who we're trying to get the football to. Who is first in the read? And now that could change given whatever kind of coverage you get. But I just believe the guy that is going to be – I think the guy, to me, what makes the most sense – Diggs is the guy that makes the most sense to me because I think he is the one that can handle the load of being the move receiver ultimately. He can line up anywhere. He understands the terminology, the playbook to a level of he can line up anywhere. He's a veteran. He can handle all the pre-snap movement of how to get it accomplished and how to do that workload. Seems to fit him more than it does Tank. I think it'd be unfair even at this point to ask Tank to do all those things. Not that he can't, but I think when you've got the luxury of having both of those guys who have a very similar skill set, I think Diggs is more the guy that you pour as much as you can onto Diggs. He's a veteran that's been an all-pro guy multiple years. And I've said it all along. I just think Nico is a boundary receiver. That it's in when you're fully healthy, Nico's right over there. And as a quarterback, I know anytime this defense gives me the look, I can pull the plug on everything else and go to Nico. That's my safety valve. I think that's where Nico best fits. And so hopefully if everybody's healthy, good at it, and then the other guys can bear some of the load.
I think I agree. I think it's more likely that this team has a very clear, defined one receiver as opposed to a, hey, man, you don't know who it's going to be. Like I'm not saying none of them are capable, but I think it is going to be very clear who they are trying to get big plays out of and who they're trying to get the ball to for the most part. Like, I mean, you can look at teams that have really good weapons, but you know who the defined top person is. Like I think multiple teams, like even with the Ravens, they've got a lot of players with weapons, but you know who he's trying to get the ball to as their top guy. And Mark Andrews was, when healthy, was his top guy.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you know who it is, even though they've got a bunch of weapons, right? Kansas City, you know who the guy is that they're trying to.
Even when Tyreek Hill was there, you knew who was driving that.
Who was. And I think even with the weapons, I think it'll be clear with that. As you said, though, Bobby was at his best that way. It will be interesting to see how Bobby and CJ are able to adjust to potentially have to change things up a bit. All right, what did we learn from the great player last night with the Dallas Mavericks with Luka? Is there something that he can learn? Because there is a thing that a lot of people are saying coming out of this series that Luka definitely needs to change if he wants to win a championship like the Celtics did. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Stay after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Fellas just got another invite. I am. Where
are you going?
This is my third invite to be in somebody's fantasy football league.
Oh hell!
To turn it down. I'm turning it down. I am not into,
popular guy, man.
I'm not in. They just want some money. I'm not into fantasy football anymore.
Really?
I don't think I'm going to play.
Damn.
I've had 3.
I'm with you, man.
It's kind of run its course for me.
Me and Boss Man Park were just talking about starting an office league this year yesterday.
I'm just not into it. Really?
Yeah.
Are you still doing your damn thing with your boys where you all go to College Station? And
this year we're going to New Braunfels.
Let it go, Ron. You just whenever you get the Jones and Fort, man, just play a little daily.
I'm not like it used to be cool. All right, draft night. I'm gonna sit around. I'm gonna wait for this draft. Try to put this team together.
Oh yeah.
I played last year, and I was kind of over having to watching the games for that. Now it has run its course for me. I think I'm out on fantasy football.
I mean, I'm only really dedicated to like that one league. I'm normally in 2 to 3, but there's just the one that's like really important. I'm not going to miss it every year. It's very competitive. It's all my boys from A&M.
Yeah, from the text line, sounds like they're trying to recruit easy money. Now, listen, man, I was a top 3 finisher last year. Now, I'll just say that I don't think that's it. I don't know. I'm out. Yeah, like someone says, it becomes a nuance and it just is nauseating at times. I'm out.
You're not going to do any of it.
No, I'm out.
I think it's smart, man.
I'm out. It's not even the money thing. I'm sure the one is Parker talking about this for fun or he's talking about money.
Well, we were talking. He brought it up. Park said we should maybe start an office fantasy league this year, and the loser, whoever gets dead last in the league, would have to do this thing where you go to a McDonald's on like a Saturday, and you have to spend 24 hours at the McDonald's unless menu item you eat from McDonald's, you get to subtract an hour from your 24 hours owed. Just what we do in my league, but it's with Waffle House, and for every waffle you eat, you get to subtract an hour off that 24.
And I ain't never heard of that.
Where did y'all come up with that?
It's gotten popular.
That's just. I don't need do you know what he said?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
You have to spend what's on the line is whoever's in last place. If you finish dead ass last, you've got to go to a fast food restaurant and you got to sit there for 24 hours unless whatever item it is that they name, whether it's a waffle or it's whatever it is, a dollar menu or whatever. Every item you eat, you get to subtract one of those hours from 24. So you depending on how much you want to eat is how long you're going to sit there.
Like the last place guy in my fantasy league this past year, he ended up spending one Saturday. He spent like 16 hours in a Waffle House, but he got 8 waffles down.
Ain't no.
It's hilarious.
Ain't no fantasy football experience worth that cheap. 16 hours at a Waffle House.
Don't get last.
Can I say it?
I mean, the dollar menu thing I could get down with, but the waffle, good God, a pecan waffle.
You can't leave either until
that's a bit much right there now.
It's awesome.
Can I say it?
What would you do if Courtney came in and said, hey, I'm going to go to New Braunfels for 2 days with the fellas and do a draft, and then I got to spend 16 hours at Waffle House?
The draft one I get. The draft one, cool, that's fun. That other one, that sounds like something some white guys that came up with, man.
I got guys that aren't pasty in my fantasy league, sir.
I'm not, they didn't come up. They're not like, hey, man, this is what we could do. Let's go to a McDonald's for 24 hours, and each hour you could lose an hour by food you order.
Just don't get last.
No, man, let's just put some damn money on the line and keep it moving.
We do money and that. Makes it more fun.
Make it Popeyes and give me an hour for every spicy drum I eat. I'll be out of that son-bucket.
That's not what they tell you to do at Low T Center right there. Yeah, man, go ahead and do that. Bang that out.
It's funny, dude.
I'm not just saying that because you and Parker that came up with it. You just just how long and hard it was to explain, like that. How well, maybe it wasn't hard, but it was too long to explain what you got to do. Like, well, come on, let's put some damn money on the line.
We do all
or buy a bottle. Hey, here we go. That's what we're gonna do. Hey, man, let's head over to CC's. You got 24 hours to sit in a CC's pizza
It's funny. We make the guy, whoever gets last too, like when you decide to do it in that off season, you have to send pictures with updates so we know you're still.
So y'all don't go and like spend an hour
House.
with him and eat and just kind of laugh at him or anything? Like,
I think somebody has stopped in on one of the guys before.
Is this a common thing? I had never heard of this in my life.
I just understood what he said. I had never heard of it.
We stole the Waffle House idea from somebody. It's definitely been out there. Punishments for last place, man. They can get pretty damn funny.
Yeah, I'm not I mean, I would be apt to be in last place. That's why it'd scare me a bit. I mean, from jump, I'd be just fighting to not be in last.
Yeah, I've never gotten last. I'm one of few multi-champion winners in my league.
Well, I mean, you got to have, like, I'm sure there's a couple guys in your league that start out real interested and real involved, and then all of a sudden they forget about bye weeks and turn in a screwed up lineup.
If they did that, they would not be in this league.
Oh, really? You kick them out? Well, y'all are dead serious, huh?
Well, we've never had to kick anyone out. Everyone in this league, all these dudes are competitive enough.
Text line, white guys, did you hear him say Waffle House? Yeah, white people eat at Waffle House.
Some of the best nights of my life.
I guarantee it's the most popular spot that doesn't serve alcohol that my family goes to.
It's not the restaurant. It is.
Last time I was drinking cold beer with my family, I went home and they went to Waffle House.
Let's think of something more than just money on the line. More than a bottle on the line. I got it.
Don't suck.
That'd be tough.
Well, I don't have to participate in that. I'm out.
Well, I should say you either, if you get last in my league, you either have to do the Waffle House deal we just talked about, or you can opt to pay for the Airbnb at next year's draft weekend.
That makes more sense, right there. That makes more sense. That's
a lot of
easier.
money,
Yeah,
though.
pay for the. But that's
got to house 14 dudes.
That's better. Like
2 nights.
2 nights.
Like basically what we talking about, because basically what we talking about, I'll go into this McDonald's and I'm just going to spend $35 to go get me some food and I'm leaving.
But you can't do that. That's against the rules. You gotta
you gotta eat it.
You gotta eat each item, and that's how you subtract the hour down
until the number of hours that you've been there, and the plus the number of items that you've eaten equals 24. You can't leave, Ron.
Need some drinks. I'm drinking them drinks.
It's not part of the deal.
No,
it's not part of the deal.
It's on the menu.
You gotta eat.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's easy. Yeah, go ahead.
So I guess you're not going to be in the office fantasy league?
No, I'm not going to be in that office. I'm a man about, lose my money. Get a bottle. Buy the Airbnb. You pick up the Ubers next time we go to the Super Bowl. Like, yeah, I mean, that I got it. Or the next time Tyler goes to Hoover. Hoover. Isn't that where I think Tyler, it would be so great to go to the Senior Bowl. I really.
Oh
my God!
Report with Johnny.
Yes, I'm telling you, man. I think Tyler would
with
be
Johnny.
Amazing. Sending him down to the Hoover Bowl.
I mean, I am typically amazing. I'm not arguing that. I just.
Yeah, last place in our league gets a tattoo. I mean, I wouldn't agree with it, but I mean that's.
We had that suggested before.
What tattoo?
I gotta get past just that. Like winning money just ain't enough, huh?
It adds insult to injury, man. Don't get dead last. Don't suck.
Winning money just ain't enough. ain't enough. All right. By the way, Tyler trying to use that maroon money. Said he talking about Tyler gonna do this to himself. Talking about trying to get a trip to Omaha. His A&M, his Aggies are itching closer.
They're one game away, right?
They're one game away. He's up
7-0,
trying to slide to Omaha.
Omaha.
What?
Omaha's a little bit better than you think it is. I mean, it should. It's not tremendous. It's not. It's better. Well, they're trying. They're trying.
For a college baseball guy, or if your team were in it, it would be tremendous.
I'm sorry. This is one of my soapbox. I didn't mean to go here. It is the stupidest thing ever.
What is?
Why they're sending these kids to Omaha.
To Nebraska.
Where do you want them to send them?
I don't know, somewhere fun. San Diego.
Vegas, Miami.
Vegas, Florida, anywhere. Not Omaha.
Well, man, that's where the College World Series is at.
I know where it is. I know that Rosenblatt, they have conned them into thinking this thing should be in Omaha. Like, Tyler, you're excited to see your team, but Tyler, you're not excited to say, hey, man, hey, Megan, let's make it a trip out of it. Let's go to Omaha. Oh, there's some hotels in Council Bluff, Iowa, just right across.
Oh, I think it's tremendous.
Like, are you thinking you're gonna go to see? Clearly nothing else but your team. Maybe there's a pit stop at the Omaha Zoo. I've heard it's really nice.
They gotta have a hell of a corn maze up there.
That's the whole point, though, right? There's nothing else but college baseball, and it's tremendous, Ron. Would you go to Lawrence, Kansas for a basketball game?
I don't think the championships of the NCAA should be held in Lawrence, Kansas. No, it should be a fun reward out here, and they're in Omaha.
Well, no. This
should be.
This is tremendous.
It's
all about college baseball.
They've conned these kids. And
you can't go to the Shake Joint in Vegas. You can't go to San Diego.
No,
you can't get to college baseball. That's all it is.
Yeah, and Chili's.
Yeah. There too.
Yeah,
I like Chili's.
Yeah, bang out an Applebee's.
I ain't had. Is it Chili's that has the Southwest egg rolls?
Oh, they do with that.
Oh, they are tremendous. Yes, they are absolutely tremendous.
Like they have conned these kids. You see the excitement of these kids, and they're lying to themselves. This better be good.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Better not be Justin Verlander.
We have breaking news coming in from the Houston Astros. It is not good news. The Astros have let us know they have placed right-handed pitcher Justin Verlander on the 15-day injured list due to neck discomfort, retroactive to June 16th. To take his place on the active roster, Houston has recalled right-handed pitcher Nick Hernandez from AAA. Son of a bitch.
No.
Nick's a bullpen arm, isn't he?
Oh, these freaking necks are going to drive me wild.
What are they doing? What are they going to do, Bub?
Where's Mattress Mac with these orthopedic mattresses, man?
Oh, man, this dude.
Tempur-pedic, whatever.
This ain't no crick in his neck.
This dude been playing baseball for 40 years. He ain't just slid up in here with his neck. Shoot. All right, if you just heard it, it is retroactive. We've heard that. We've heard that before. But Justin Verlander is going on the IL. As Joe Espada, I guess that was a clue. It's going slower than we expect. And then he states they're going on the IL. So Justin Verlander going to be down at least 15 days on the IL. Clint, I'm sure you'll jump into that a little bit coming up. What you got going on at the 4?
Well, we had a little NBA talk, Ron. I was going to have this Luka conversation, talk about old Mike Breen getting raked over the coals on social as well. But looks like we got a little Justin Verlander to talk about. Obviously, we're breaking news. If you're just now joining us, Justin Verlander on the 15-day IL. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet, baby.
Get your stream.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, we got a little bad news. Probably felt like this was coming.
Did you? I didn't. I don't know why.
A little 15-day IL?
I did.
Well, okay, let me rephrase that. I think a lot of folks figured that it was more than a crick in the neck with Justin Verlander. Didn't really believe what the Astros were saying. But the report is out. T-Mill, he broke the news in the last segment. Scared the hell out of me, to be honest with you. And I'm not even talking about the Verlander part. Just the noise got me. I'm hoping to do the same to everybody out there. Justin Verlander has been placed on a 15-day IL due to neck discomfort. That's been announced by the Astros. It's retro to June the 16th, which is 2 days ago. And the Astros have recalled right-handed pitcher Nick Hernandez from AAA to take his place. Nick is a bullpen arm, right, Tyler? Do you recall? I think he came out of the pen when he was up. He was up last week or last 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
He got it.
So, he came up. He was up briefly. I think he made 1 or 2 appearances, but he is a bullpen arm. So I think we'll have to dig into that. But anyway, this is a team, Ron, that obviously is in a situation where they just can't afford to lose Justin Verlander for any amount of time. And here we sit with 4, what I believe is 4 healthy starters.
Yeah. Romo of the Athletic says the Astros could start Spencer Arrighetti on full rest on Thursday against the White Sox, but he also says Blair Henley, who is on the 40-man roster, is scheduled to pitch for AAA on Thursday. Astros could call him up for a spot start.
I'm here for it.
Or turn it into a bullpen game.
No, I'm here for it. I'm going. I mean, I'm going to look. Blair Henley deserves this, Ron.
Clint, we just talked about this has to be a must sweep. Like, I mean,
more of a reason. Blair Henley it's the right thing to do. Blair Henley deserves
the right
this.
thing to do.
He deserves to get us. I don't care if it's one this weekend against the White Sox, but he deserves to get one. If you want to throw him to the Wolves or the Orioles, that's fine. But Blair Henley, he deserves it, Ron. He was the guy, if you remember correctly, he was the guy that had to wear the damn catcher's shoes because they didn't have his shoes, didn't have his glove
either.
Whose glove did he use? I forgot whose glove. Whose glove was that, Tyler? You remember?
Was it Corey Lee, the former catcher?
It was Corey Lee's. No, he did not go out there with the catcher's mitt. That'd have been really. That's the only thing that could make it worse if he was out there with the catcher's mitt, Tyler.
Whose glove did he have to use?
It was Corey's.
It was Corey Lee's shoes that they had left over from a year before, but I forgot whose glove.
Henley, maybe? No,
I can't remember. It'll come to us.
Pause. Yeah, no, that's interesting. I'm glad you threw that little nugget in there, man. But no JV, man. 4 starters right now, a rotation that, gosh dang it, just couldn't handle any more injury. And here we are after the Astros telling us a little neck soreness. Here we are.
It was Arrighetti's glove.
There you go.
Confirmed. Yep.
Was it? Sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
I trust.
Sorry, I mean to interrupt, but I found it.
But here we are.
Arrighetti's glove.
Here we are with a short rotation. A team starts the season with 8 options, I think it was. Now knowing that Spencer Arrighetti's an option. I mean, this squad started the season with a surplus of starters, 8 starters potentially, and a couple of them that were injured. You'd hope to get back by July. Who would have ever thought that we'd be sitting here down to 4 starting pitchers before the All-Star break and having to get through a 15-day IL stint with Justin Verlander just to have 5 guys out there? Because I don't think there's anybody else they can pull up at this point in time. We'll see. We'll keep our nose on the news and see what happens. But
they just can't get a break.
Can't catch a break. Here's the deal: the Astros have two. They've got 2 off days on the schedule that I believe that will actually fall in this 13-day window. So you eat 2 of the days of the IL stint up because it's retro to the 16th. You eat 2 of them up in off days. So you're looking at, Ron, 11 ball games potentially.
But how confident are you that this is just
not at all? I'm not. I told you I have zero confidence. I have zero confidence in the report that Espada put out there from jump. And that goes back to I believe that Verlander he got enough dog in him where he's not missing starts over a crick in his neck. This had to be worse, and so it makes that, as you mentioned, we need a sweep here.
And you want Blair Henley to start Thursday.
Well, I want Blair Henley over a bullpen game.
And over Arrighetti?
I won't. Well, no. If I get Arrighetti, obviously I want Arrighetti. But, I mean, if Arrighetti does start, then somebody's got to be thrown to the wolves against the Orioles. I'm fine if that's Blair. I just want behind all of this, if you got to pull an arm up out of the system, out of the minors, I'd like for it to be Blair Henley. I'd like for them to give him his shoes and his damn glove. Bring his grandma back out wherever it's at.
If they forget his shoes and gloves this time in Chicago, well, hell, Corey Lee is in Chicago, so maybe he'll just wear.
Maybe he can just borrow another pair.
Corey Lee's shoes.
A wide foot catcher.
You know what? Maybe they should give Corey Lee his shoes back.
I think Blair Henley should walk out there and leave him behind home plate in warm-ups. I think that's what he should do. Hey, bud, last time I got shelled in these shoes, man. You can have them.
And leave them bad boys there.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll be here for that. I'm concerned, Tyler. Where are you at with this Verlander news? I know it's a 15-day. Let's just assume right now. Put it in your mind. It's 15 days and he's back.
Tyler's in shambles.
13 days from today. You think we can weather this storm? We're gonna be all right?
Well, weathering the storm is one thing, and I know you framed the question a certain way, Clint. But I mean, there's no way I can feel good about this right now. I want to believe it's just a neck. I want to believe he's going to be okay 13 days from now. But the Astros and the brass and the shot callers have made it to where you can't trust these fools. Like we cannot trust anything as far as injury reporting from the Houston Astros. But if he is back in 13 days, yes, I think they can weather it.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, yes, the reports are annoying as hell, and I don't know. You didn't know what to take. You just knew it was worse than he's just progressing slowly. Now, for me, it's just what's wrong with him? Right? Like, where is this? Because the neck, what's wrong with, is this a shoulder? Is this further down? Like, he's had multiple Tommy Johns already, right? Like, what's wrong with him? Like, people have talked about, maybe trade Verlander. Really? No, not with Christian Javier and Urquidy, that you need him for next year as well.
Yeah.
So I'm more concerned. Like, what the hell is this? Because I believe it's more than the neck.
Well, just for the listeners out there, the frustration stems from the starter in Game 3 of this next series was to be announced, and it was thought that it could potentially. The reason it was to be announced was because Verlander was still up in the air. Joe Espada came out earlier today, and Joe Espada actually said that Verlander was progressing a little slower than they thought, and that third game in this series is going to be tagged as to be announced. And then all of a sudden, boom! Here, Tyler breaks news that it's 15-day IL. So clearly, the reporting from Joe Espada is, and look, it's the organization. All Joe's doing is relaying the message at this point in time with these injuries, I would think, but. Going back to, I would prefer Dusty's just, hey, Hip, I can't tell you about it. I would prefer Dusty leaning on Hip instead of these guys. Well, now they're just fumbling over every one of them, or the players in the clubhouse after the game giving updates, whether that's Lance or Alex or whoever giving their updates. So it is a tad bit frustrating, but nonetheless, doesn't make each game any less important when it's all said and done. 5 of your next 8 ball games are against 2 of the worst teams in baseball, and I don't give a damn if Blair Henley is on the bump in one of those games. You should win that ball game. At the end of the day, they should get through it. So we shall see. We had an NBA season come to come to a final last night, Ron. Obviously, the Boston Celtics, would they win their 18th or 19th?
18th banner, the most of all time. They broke the tie with the Lakers.
Yep. The big story, one of the big stories coming out, there's several. It's all fascinating, but one of the big stories coming out of this thing, Ron, and I know we've talked about it multiple times on the radio. We've talked about it on through text messages, and I know a lot of people nationally are talking about Luka and the fact that Luka was out of shape, and how it impacted them defensively, and he wasn't able to keep up. And let's be honest, I'm fascinated with this. By the way, a guy gets all the way to the finals. I mean, the team is on his back the entire way. The guy leads the NBA in the playoff in 5 or 6, 7 different offensive categories, and he gets exposed on the defensive end of the floor. I'm fascinated with that conversation, Ron. But at the end of the day, I understand it because I watched the game, and Luka clearly is one of them old boys that when he's out, when he's out, you can see it.
Yeah, I just you got to look at what you can learn from this, right? If you're Luka, and we watched game 4 is the level of defensive intensity and game he needs to have at this level more consistently. And I do think one thing that probably holds him back is that he's just clearly, and we've been talking about this for years with Luka, he's just not clearly in the best shape he could possibly be. I mean, he's not, and he could only, and I said this yesterday, I wonder if Luka can play that way defensively and offensively like he did in Game 4. Can he do it 3 more times? Can he keep up that level and do that 3 more times? Because Clint Tyler texted me, he said, man, they are whoever Luka is guarding, they're giving him the ball to go right at him. And when you are in that situation and they're going right at you, Clint, that's going to affect your offense, especially if you're not in great shape, because he was worn out. And he had to be on the court the whole time because he's their guy. I think Jokic, this happened to him. He dedicated himself and got in better shape. I think that for Luka, because it was as clear to me as it's ever been. Like they all said, we're going to go at him every time, and we're going to tire him out on both ends. And I think that's he ain't going to get extremely quicker. He's not going to turn into Ron Artest or Dylan Brooks as a great defender, but he can be better than just there's the duck. He can't be the duck.
Yeah, look, I think the story behind the finals is clearly Boston's others were better than the Mavs.
They were a better team.
And they weren't just a better team, Ron. I think directly to the conversation. Now, look, Jaylen Brown didn't need no help. Brown and the amount of energy and effort that he spent on guarding Luka on the defensive end of the floor is a beautiful thing. But he also had guys around him that were making plays, Tatum, and then the ability to dish to some of these guys that could go make plays and weren't overwhelmed in the moment. I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, Luka can go get in better shape, no doubt, but this ain't a Jokic deal. Like, Jokic got in better shape, and he's dealing with the biggest dudes in the world on the floor. Like, Luka's not going to get in better shape and be able to keep up with Tatum or Brown. Right, I mean that's at the end. Now I know your point was more he's not going to be targeted the way he was.
He could just be better, and and it didn't affect. Like he couldn't make threes in this series late. His legs were going.
Well, there's Ron. There is no there's just no relief right now when you're with the Mavericks. Like there's no relief whatsoever. He had to, because he needed to shut Luka down. And just blanket him and play the way that he played. It's twofold, right? Brown has other guys on the team that can make buckets and produce, right? And then Luka doesn't have other players around him that when he does get by, like when he would get by Brown or by Tatum, I mean somebody would collapse on him and the other guys couldn't make buckets.
Yeah, no, yes.
I mean it's just like there's just that, to me, that's the most exhausting thing for Luka. I mean, I agree with the shape issue, but the most exhausting thing is it was obvious in the first quarter, Ron. They didn't have answer. He didn't have an answer.
Kyrie
he's
was
helpless.
Doing nothing. Yeah, he was helpless. But to the point you made, the two players are a good comparison.
Like Jaylen Brown knew, all right, I got Luka. And you know that's going
telling them boys.
You know that, but that's going to be a task, right? That guy's going to have the ball all the time. You're going to have to give a lot of energy on the defensive end of the floor.
Right.
But he scored too.
Yep, 21.
Like he in the series, he scored as well. Him and Tatum were the leading scorers. Like, he was able to do them both, and I think a lot of it had to do, one, his talent. He's a better defensive player, but I think he was also in better shape. Yes, they got to get Luka more help to go against a team like this.
Yeah.
And a lot of the teams in the West that are getting older and getting better, but it has to start with him. Steph got it and became a better defender. Not a great one, but became a better defender. Jokic, the same. I think Luka's got to do that.
The interesting thing, too, another fact for me, and I think they're all very true. It's just the amount of time that's spent, and I know it's because their name and the superstars, but like the Kyrie stuff. Like, yeah, Kyrie didn't play well, but if you watch, like, Kyrie was smothered by a bigger defender, and every time he would get by him, there was help there to strip the ball. There was help there to make it difficult for Kyrie. I mean, I think the Mavs go out there and get him a Derek White. The Mavs go out there. They really need to add like not necessarily a Porzingis, but that caliber player that changes your team. And you add some of those guys that can actually make buckets and can actually provide a little bit of relief from your superstars, then I think you got a shot. But what a hell of a game by Boston. Big shout out to those guys for winning that 18th
championship. All right, coming up, we'll catch you up on the breaking news with Justin Verlander going on the IL. We'll give you more things you need to know with that. And Clint's going to blow a gasket.
Oh, hell. What happened?
Tyler already has non-verbally, and it is annoying. Clint's going to blow a gasket coming up. The lineup is out. They have to sweep this series, we said, and the lineup is out. Cannot wait till you see that. That's coming up next.
All right, look here. We can't predict.
Tyler Milner. All Astros, all the time. Find new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the breaking news, Justin Verlander. This is one we'll be looking at. Justin Verlander, he is going to the 15-day IL. Carlos Hernandez has been called up in his place. He's a reliever. I'm certain that may not be the final move with this situation. I'm sorry, Nick Hernandez was called up from AAA. Sugarman. I call him Carlos.
Oh,
I don't know where I just.
You say you done brought Aaron back.
Where
huh?
I didn't roll. Where I saw Carlos from. But also coming from Chandler Rome. The Astros could start Spencer Arrighetti on full rest on Thursday. That would be my vote against the White Sox. But Blair Henley, if you remember him, he made a spot start earlier this year in Arlington against the Rangers, where he had a rough first inning, but the Astros were able to come back and win that game. But Blair Henley, who is on the 40-man roster, is scheduled to pitch that same day in AAA. They could hold him off and then have him come to Chicago to pitch that game, and could have him there for a spot start. Or
I'm dead serious. I'm here for it, Ron.
I know you are. Or they could go to a bullpen game. So it seems like the three options from Chandler: Spencer Arrighetti on full rest, and then Blair Henley could come up, or a bullpen game with Nick Hernandez, a bullpen game there in Chicago. So those are the options. But the big news is, with this neck discomfort retroactive to a couple of days ago, Justin Verlander is on the IL, and so the Astros, another starting pitcher down in this thing before they've even reached July.
Let's get these first two against these White Sox.
Okay.
Best
foot forward.
Let's bring Blair up here. He deserves another shot, man. You know what this could mean to this kid?
No, he doesn't deserve another shot.
Ron. I mean, everybody's been injured. Hell, who else deserves it?
Spencer Arrighetti.
No.
Got to get back at it.
Get Blair in there with his shoes on, with his glove, and give him another shot. And this guy, if he never gets back to the big leagues again, and that what we watched was his only shot, Ron, he's gonna be miserable the rest of his life.
Wait, okay, well, he's gonna.
If he gets up here and has a decent little outing, it'll change his entire life, man.
To take my inner Tyler Milner, we're not really here about Blair's misery right now. Okay,
boy, I tell you, man.
Just like there's no need to bring back Abreu to give him another shot.
No, he's done. I mean, look, he's about 40, man. He's fine.
Yeah,
off the glove of Abreu.
So right now,
Tyler, you want to see Henley back up here?
No, 9 games back,
Texas
7 games
kid.
back. Gotta have it. You want to have him here on Thursday? That's the best chance to win. Or you want to have Spencer Arrighetti on full rest?
Somebody's going to have to pitch, Ron.
Yes, Spencer Arrighetti on full rest.
Then game 1 against Baltimore, somebody's going to have to pitch.
Yes, everybody's in full rest.
As Patrick Creighton would say, I will pass on the Blair pitch.
Everybody can't be full rest the next 13 days.
No, they won't, but that next one won't come until the Rocky series.
Blair Henley. I'm not bullish on it needing to be against Chicago. I'll take it against
Thursday.
Well, no, I mean, hell, I didn't realize that everybody else was on full rest. Okay, yeah, Colorado Rockies, that'd be good.
They've got to figure out something else. God, where's Brandon Belak? Why did they let him ride?
I think he's on the streets, man.
They might need to bring Brandon in.
Them Las Vegas A's picked him up, but Vegas, that's where they're headed, ain't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. They
Sacramento first, though. They got a pit stop in Sacramento before they go to Vegas. They'll get more fans. No, I just, to me, man, they got to put their best foot forward. They've got to figure that out. And I'll be honest with you, Clint, I don't think they're doing it even today. We said that we feel like they have to sweep this series. They've got to start to make up some ground. 9 games back in the Mariners, 7 back in the wild card, 6 games under 500. this is the lineup they decided to roll out with. And when I say they, I think multiple people had a part of this. Altuve leads off. Pena bats second. Bregman is batting third. So, yes, Kyle Tucker is out another game. Diaz is the designated hitter. Singleton is batting fifth. If you're wondering why you haven't heard a particular name as we have reached the fifth spot of the batting order, it is not a misprint or a mistake. I know some of you question my reading skills, but I can tell you I know when I see Alvarez and I don't see Alvarez.
Where art thou?
Dubon is in left field batting sixth. Vic Caratini is catching. Myers, who is now sliding backwards at 253 after hitting 300, it felt like a week and a half ago. He is in center field. And yes, no Yordan Alvarez, but why not get Cabbage a start? Because he's in right field. Chad Salazar on the bench today.
It sucks.
Yordan Alvarez clearly needs another day off from yesterday.
Cabbage is probably he's probably swinging the bat better against this Cannon fella than McCormick, who was your starting center last year.
I need to hear
center fielder last year.
I need to hear that Yordan Alvarez tweaked something.
Hopefully not his neck.
I'm just saying it is the only thing that would be acceptable for him having back-to-back days off. When you're down 9 in the division and 7 in the wild card. Someone's got to help me understand. When you know you don't have Kyle Tucker, how Yordan doesn't get a day off until Kyle Tucker comes back.
That's how I would feel about it. That's how I would plan it. Mm-hmm.
So what I need to hear is that this was the worst day of the season because we found out that Verlander has tweaked a neck that he has to go to the IL, and something happened to Yordan Alvarez because he's not in the lineup today. I need somebody to help me. I need it. I need something. A big toe, foul something off. Something. I need something.
I don't.
Craig Cabbage can't get a start. He can't get a start over Yordan.
I don't remember anything happening, Ron, where something could have even we missed something. I don't remember anything that was even close.
I don't either. I don't. Am I wrong? Just something help me out. They were off yesterday, correct?
Yes. They were off yesterday, sir.
Yordan needs another rest day, I guess. God.
Look, I'm not crazy about him playing in the outfield. Hell, he can grab left field. He needs to be in the lineup.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Spot is crapping all over my face, man.
Which is fine because, again, you're probably going to end up beating this team. And everybody be okay with it. But at the end of the day, I agree with you, Ron. This is Bush League. The hole that you've dug, the importance of getting some wins here. Hell, you just won 2 or 3, and you watched the Seattle Mariners somehow stretch the lead.
I want somebody to help me because I know there are a lot of people who like to text in and tell me about my so-called lack of knowledge of baseball and just let these guys who know more baseball than me. Yeah, they do, but you make sense of this. You're 9 games back. 7 games with 4 or 5 teams in front of you in the wild card. Kyle Tucker is hurt, can't play. By the way, when is he going to be back? We've passed 15. Your offense is struggling. Yordan is not in. It's got to be an injury.
You're probably going to have a bullpen day, if not a Henley day, coming up pretty soon, and that can't be a game you're banking on.
Text line comes through. Good spring training lineup. You ain't lying. I'm going to believe.
Legit think Dana Brown has something to do with this?
I think he is helping putting his head together with a lot. I think it's about 4 or 5 guys putting their head together.
Really?
Lineups up. I do. I know we need to go to break. I am flabbergasted, Tyler. I really am. All right. Important dates for the Texans.
He's going to make me bring my white towel back.
My blue one has been thrown into the ring.
Makes you feel good. Just makes you feel good about it.
Yeah, it's just hanging in the corner.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
Thanks, Tyler. Important dates for the Texans, but one question as we head into training camp that I want to know. I'm going to make you have to use your mind and think about this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, did you know that the time between
$50 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Verlander on the IL, 15-day IL if you're just getting in your cars and or at work or just now hearing this, just want to pass that along. That's the big story thus far. It is retroactive to a couple of days ago, but he is on the IL for 15 days. So that is the latest there with your Houston Astros. There are some important dates. I want to pass these along to you with the Houston Texans. And training camp dates have been announced, and training camp will begin July 18th. All right, so Tyler, go get you some shorts, get you some comfortable shorts so you can wear out there. All right?
Good call.
Not them hot pants
yeah.
you'd be putting out there. Get you them comfortable shorts.
Good call.
Some good ones.
They got
some where you don't got to button them.
You better get them legs tanned up. Mo twin fungos.
At this
you
point,
walk
to
around.
hell with them, man. You got to be comfortable over there. All right? But they also have 8 dates that are open to the fans. July 23rd and 24th, Tuesday, Wednesday. July 26th, 27th, that's a Friday, Saturday. And July 29th on Monday. And then into August 11th and August 21st and 22nd. That one August 11th is a Sunday. And the last 2 days available are August 21st, Wednesday, August 22nd, Thursday. So those are important dates for as they will begin training camp coming up. So now we see this. They're going to report. Here we go, July 18th. Hell, what's today? Today's June 18th. So we are literally a month away from the start, the real start of what I think many people here would look at as the most exciting, the one they have anticipated the most this season for the Houston Texans and Houston Texans fans.
Yes!
There you go. Yes, Mark can't wait. They all can't wait. Since we're a month away from tryouts, you can jump in on this, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, hello, we appreciate you. With a month away, I want to go bold. All right, I want to go bold. I want to hear Michael Dieter if he were still here, or somebody else. I want to go bold. Give me a bold player that you think could get cut. A bold player that you think may not make this team. We're a month away. We'll see what happens. But we've had some mandatory minicamp. We've seen some things. We've heard how coaches have talked up certain players, and we've seen how people have filled the roster. I want to hear bold potential players that could get cut and not make this team. I'll kick it off. I think Dameon Pierce I could see as one. And I'm saying it's going to happen. I hope it doesn't happen. Clint, and Tyler, I'm sorry. There is something that I don't think, not the dude or anything, but I'm just saying the player. It is something that just doesn't mesh with what they want to do. Yeah. And it's clear they had a full year to do so. I mean, there wasn't even a role that they were trying to allow him to have. Like, I mean, even short yardage or anything like that. There's something that doesn't mesh. I believe they love the dude, right? There's something about it when I hear D'Amico talk about Dameon Pierce, and he talks about, like, a lot of the dude portions of him. Like, boy, really, really proud of him that he went and got his degree at Florida. Like, really, like, that stuff is just something to me, something about his game they don't love, Clint. And I would not be surprised at all, them drafting a running back in the 5th or 6th round or whatever, right? Obviously bringing in Joe Mixon. I would not be surprised at all. D'Amico and them didn't draft him if they made a move and Dameon Pierce is a guy that isn't on this team. And I don't agree with it. I like Dameon Pierce a lot, but he is one. Bobby Trees, guys, I saw somebody text it in. I don't think that's not bold. I'd have a problem if he's still on it.
I was going to ask you if that was bold.
I don't think that's bold. Me personally. And I don't know. I don't think that was bold. Someone texted in Jimmy Ward. That's bold.
That's where I was going.
Really?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
That's bold. I would be surprised if Jimmy Ward wasn't on the team.
I would be surprised as well. That's why it's bold, I suppose.
Yes.
But the Bullock kid.
Yeah, they did draft somebody there.
I really, really like. Clearly, they like Eric Murray, that's interesting, by the way. He caught a lot of flack for that contract. That maybe he didn't deserve that amount of contract, but he clearly is a good player, and D'Amico Ryans believes it. Eric Murray's getting a lot of run with the ones with Jalen Petrie moving down into the box. Jimmy Ward is a guy that, look, I think Jimmy brings a lot to the table. And but the problem with Jimmy is I think you got a better player, a more athletic player, a more rangy player in Bullock, who they just drafted in the third round.
They went and got him.
They
got him in the third round.
And
second pick they went with.
I think you've got a lot of the backup safeties on this team that are guys that are hell-bent and more than happy to excel on special teams.
Is the safety position something you worry about, though? Like with Jimmy Ward, I know there are some fans that position is a position that they get concerned with Jalen Petrie and the injury history with Ward. Would you?
Yeah, no, I don't worry too much about it now that Bullock's in the fold. I don't, because I do like finding a safety that can roam center field and just get the job done under a good defensive coordinator that's developed in the right way. That's not terribly difficult to find. That's not a guy that is going to just rip your heart out, right? Just find a guy that's disciplined, that can play center field, and then you got your pieces around him. It's not hard to find that safety that can again, now I'm not talking about a Pro Bowl safety, I'm just talking about a guy that can go out there and get the job done. I trust that D'Amico would be able to do that if indeed they did cut ties with somebody like Jimmy Ward. Look, I'm trying to find some information. I think the dead cap on him is just 2.9.
Yeah, it's not
this
not
year.
A lot.
So
yeah.
He's an older player that doesn't move as well as he used to.
But you could see, Clint, if Bullock comes in training camp and week by week by week by week, and then gets in the games and starts to really, impress him. Because if he takes the starting job, I don't know what you need Jimmy Ward for.
I mean, if he's even close.
Yeah.
If it's even a competition, if we're being honest, the older player that doesn't move as good as he once did, that's coming off of an injury, that you got a young stud coming up behind him. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I just don't know that Jimmy Ward can. I don't know that Jimmy Ward's ceiling is anywhere close to Bullock's, and I haven't seen a whole hell. He is long and rangy and can roll, son. He's one that I can get real excited about Bullock. So I would go with Jimmy Ward. It would be surprising. It would be I'd be shocked if he hadn't on this team, but I'd go with Jimmy Ward if I had to pick one.
Yeah, text line coming through, as I said, a bold one. We're a month away, a bold cut. Someone text in Kenyon Green. At this point, I think that would be bold. The way they've talked about him, the way he has shown, and the way they have not really addressed that position.
Yeah,
I would agree. I think that one is a bold one. Shaq Mason, that's just not going to happen.
What the hell they cut him for?
Yeah, I don't know. Like
the other trying to figure out the left guard.
Yeah.
Oh no, hell no.
Tyler, you got one. Who would be your bold one?
Has anyone said young John Mechie yet?
No, but that
John Mechie is what I'm rolling with. They've been singing his praises, but man, at some point it's too little, too late.
Oh, that's a good one, because you can see a numbers game that could get caught up.
Yeah, I think that was likely.
It's a crowded receiver room.
It's likely. So you didn't even go John Mechie because you don't even think that one's bold. You said that one's likely.
Oh my God!
That may be a little strong, just because he's cheap right now.
He's cheap. He's a second-round pick. They committed to him,
and they go through him left and right. And so I would be very I'm going to tell you, I think best case scenario, he's inactive every week.
He's got a lot of like-sized guys that are clearly better than him right now.
Absolutely,
in Diggs and Tank. Would I be surprised if Hutchinson comes out and is more impressive than him?
I mean, all Hutchinson has to do is be better on special teams.
Yep, and Sims, who's
be better on special teams.
Yeah,
you can't even justify it.
That one's not out of the question. Someone else texted in talking about one of the other corners. That's a good thought too. One of those corners, Okudah or C.J. Henderson, because the way that Lassiter has already stepped up and showed himself.
It would like to me the bold prediction is both of them. I will bet you a good chunk of money right now that
you think both of them.
One of them. No, that would be the bold decision.
Yeah.
I think one of them is definitely getting released.
Yeah. You don't think they would keep all three?
No.
Did you think that before Lassiter started at mandatory minicamp?
No. I would have
thought Dez King was.
I thought they'd keep all three. Dez King was going to be my bold cut, but it wasn't quite as bold as Jimmy Ward. I could see Dez King because I know they don't like him.
Yeah, Texans text or somebody text in Davis Mills.
Tim Boyle and Case Keenum, I could see Davis Mills getting cut.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not a bad one. All right, coming up, the Astros. A tough day with the Astros. Justin Verlander news. We will give you that info and everything about that. He is going on the IL. We'll give you more of that. We'll tell you about tonight's game. We'll give you the lineup that is a bit odd and questionable as well. We'll just a champion last night as the Boston Celtics won their record 18th championship. We'll discuss all of that. A little 5 o'clock fire coming.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dill.
the big deal.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags, have the latest for you. Remember, how about Moneybags last night?
$350 in the red, baby.
Yeah, I thought so.
Rebound tonight.
I was supposed to pass a message on to you.
To who?
Tyler. Oh. Last night was the first time that old Pendergast decided he was going to jump on board with Tyler's
I remember,
bets.
Tyler had posted those, and I remember when he read them off yesterday in 5 o'clock fire. I didn't love the game total. I certainly didn't. I was adamant against the PJ Washington. That was a tough one. And they said, what was it? Dallas minus 6.5.
Plus
6.5. Excuse me. Yeah, I didn't love that either.
Yeah, that didn't work out from the jump, did it?
I texted him last night. I said, boy, you're gonna have to really push it to get this game total. Tyler had accepted it at that point. 3.5 minute mark. I was thinking, boy, you better hope one of these Maverick guys come in here and just get hot. Just start shooting threes and knocking them down.
Hey, I will say, though.
Luka late trying.
I recommended Pendergast call in and give you hell about it, Tyler, but I just want to let you know he was a bigger man, said no.
I heard him say something about it this morning driving around. He said, yeah, I got a bone to pick with Tyler.
We do have an hour left. Maybe he calls in the 5 o'clock hour. If I know Sean, he's going to call in the hottest hour for sure. So.
Yeah, he's walking. He's walking and sweating.
Getting good and worked up.
Right now. Yeah, he is.
You make the decision to risk your own money there, sir.
We'll get into the Celtics in a little bit. Remind me my favorite stat of the Celtics' dominance this year. Remind me to give that. Remember, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. The big news here in Houston, the Astros, they had to place their ace, Justin Verlander, on the IL with neck discomfort. And it is retroactive to a couple of days ago. Nick Hernandez has been recalled from AAA. Now, he is a reliever, as Clint talked about earlier. This also coming from Chandler Rome, that the Astros could start Spencer Arrighetti on full rest on Thursday. That seems to be the most logical choice. Blair Henley, who is on the 40-man roster, is scheduled to pitch. For some reason, this is Clint's dream, although he was losing his mind about this team putting their best foot forward. But he wants to see he's special place in his heart for Blair Henley and his grandparents at that game.
I can just picture that old gray-headed lady up there in the stands just damn near crying.
Yeah, she could, yeah. She probably left disappointed in him. Anyway, probably not. But he's on the 40-man roster. He is scheduled to pitch in AAA, so the Astros could call him up for another spot start. It did not go well the first time, as Clint just alluded to. Or they could do a bullpen game, Clint, the rest that Thursday. But as you said earlier, somebody's going to have to come around and fill the void in this rotation, and it may be Henley there coming up a little bit later. But I think they need to go ahead and move everybody up and kind of handle things that way. But the major news is they've lost yet another starter, another pitcher, and this is the second time that Justin Verlander has been on the IL this season, and it is June 18th.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. June 16th, it's back. It's retro 2 days back. Because today's June 18th. Obviously, there's 2 off days in the next handful of days for the Astros, and so you got to find a way to navigate that. The only reason I mentioned the off days is because I think those could come into play in terms of if you have to go a bullpen game, or if Blair Henley does end up having to pitch one of the games at some point in time. I don't know how you avoid at least having to do it once, but with the off days, maybe you can get away with Verlander if he is legitimately only out 15 days. Maybe you can get away with only one of those bullpen or Blair Henley days, and weather the storm that way. We'll see. Obviously, Ron, I'm with you on the. If everybody in the rotation moving forward, at least this go around, because of the yesterday's off day, if everybody's on full rest, then I don't want a Blair Henley game either. I'd rather not have them. But if you got to have one, Give me the feel good story of O'Henley, man. At some point, make it against the Colorado Rockies, maybe.
Yeah. To the point you made earlier about the retroactive, the days and the off days. That's if everything is as good as it can be.
Correct. Yep.
Right. We'll see. They're saying neck discomfort, but neck discomfort on the IL. You made the point earlier. Justin Verlander, this must be some hellacious neck discomfort for him to miss potentially multiple starts with his team in desperation. And we'll put a pin on desperation because in some ways they should be, but they're certainly not acting that way.
Ain't that the truth?
But you would think this is probably a serious neck discomfort for him to miss multiple starts with his team down in the division by 9 games and down and then back 7 games in the wild card with multiple teams in front of them. So that is the latest with Verlander. And when I said stick a pin in acting of desperation, they're playing against the White Sox, the worst team in baseball, a team that we said that they should sweep. And they need to sweep with the situation they're in right now. Framber gets the ball tonight, but this lineup, to me, does not reek of a lineup in which you are in desperation. And I will withhold. I'm not going to lie to you. Yordan Alvarez is not in the lineup tonight. Kyle Tucker is not back from injury. He is not in the lineup tonight. I need to hear what is the injury. Is key Yordan Alvarez. Did he tweak something? Did something happen? Because that is the only acceptable reason for him to be off back-to-back days.
Boy, we would have heard of that, right?
I hope so.
It's the Astros, man. Of course not. You can't just lock that into being automatic.
But Clint,
common sense tells you that if you're going to sit Yordan and there is something wrong, maybe in your little pregame meeting with the media, you would
say something instead of sitting here looking like a fool. On a game. I mean, here is the lineup: Altuve, Pena in the 2 spot, Bregman batting 3rd, Diaz is the DH with Singleton playing 1st, batting 5th. Dubon's in left field. Caratini is the catcher. Myers is in center with Cabbage in right field, batting 9th. Because you said it last week. You said surely they're not this ridiculous that they would do a move like this. This one takes the cake for me. You had a day off yesterday. Kyle Tucker is clearly not injured to be back. You just put Verlander on the IL. You've already got some injuries that you're dealing with to begin with, and you got Cabbage in this lineup today. Caratini in this lineup today, and you're sitting Yordan Alvarez.
It's not ideal.
Either they have some sort of a tweak or some sort of injury that they have, or they are delusional and think that they're this much better than the White Sox that they can go in a game without Kyle Tucker, Yordan Alvarez and company. It may work out. Agree with move whatsoever. I think it is wild that they would be forced to feel the need that he would need back-to-back days off and he's healthy.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think it's probably going to work out, and it's going to be one of those water to the bridge, no big deals, which as on this show I typically don't like to allow that to happen. So I'm with you, Ron. I think it's silly. I think these kind of decisions right here are the ones that bite you in the ass. This is the kind of situation where throughout the season, you pull this kind of jive 4 or 5 times. You drop 1 or 2 of those games when you shouldn't have, and you look up and you miss the wild card by a game. These are the kind of games you point back to right here. You're not putting. I mean, I just don't understand. Again, I'm not a load management guy at all. I don't understand the load management approach to healthy players anyway. I damn sure don't in the game of baseball. I damn sure don't when it's a guy that half the time, if not more than half the time, is simply a DH.
You got some more damn sure.
I do. I got a couple more. It just
sissies.
It just yeah.
I damn sure don't know.
League full of sissies.
I damn sure don't know when you're 9 back and your other best player is injured.
I damn sure don't know when you're in a must-sweep situation because you've got one chance. You got one chance before the All-Star break to play this lousy baseball team. You're going to have a handful of opportunities moving forward to get sweeps. This is one of them.
He went 2 for 4.
You decide you don't need one of the best hitters in baseball, who happens to be hot. Don't need that guy. I mean, this is one of those where even if Jordan believes in load management, even if it's just, I don't care if it's in the contract, which I know it's not. I'm just saying, I don't care the most extreme situation. You go to Jordan and say, hey, Jordan, we dug ourselves a little hole here, man. We ain't got no tuck. Hell, we at some point, we're going to have to throw a bullpen game here in the next 10 days. We got to get this one, man. We got to have you.
I hadn't heard of the load management back-to-back days in baseball.
Unbelievable.
It's been a hell of a travel day. I'm serious. I am going to wait before I lose my mind. I'm going to wait to hear there has got to be something that is keeping him out of the lineup.
You've already thrown the towel in, Ron. This plays perfectly into your line.
But I can't believe this. I've thrown it in, but they are not. They've repeatedly said, hell, I'm not even looking at being a seller. What Dana said.
Oh my God, this don't make no sense.
I'm awaiting. There's some sort of a hand thing. There's something happened with something. It has to be. Because if I'm Jordan, I'm the DH tonight.
Well,
so you can go to hell, or I'm running in left field.
I agree with you.
So you could go to hell. I'm not sitting.
This is one of those situations where I absolutely love the Tucker, Bregman, Pena. Hey man, I'm playing load manage my.
He shouldn't get a day off until Tucker comes back.
I agree.
I'd be in protest to wear my uniform inside out on the bench. If I go sit down by myself, wear my
hell, half of them are wearing warm-ups.
Wear my hat. I pull my hat inside out and put tape on to say this is not a rally cap, and I wear my stuff inside out.
Hold on,
and protest. You gotta be kidding me. Hell, am I sitting down?
5 o'clock fire.
You better let me get these numbers against this White Sox outfit. This
load management generation.
This Jonathan Cannon. I want a piece of his ass. All right, the Celtics last night, they won the championship. I'm gonna tell you this. I thought it could have gone either way with the MVP, Clint. Watching the entire series, I think at the very beginning of the series, Jaylen Brown was clearly the best player for the Celtics and arguably on the floor. I think the last 3 games for the Celtics, now in Game 4, they all really sucked. But even in that one, I felt like Tatum was the best player on the floor. So I think this thing could have gone either way. It went to Jaylen Brown. The one thing I'm surprised about, I wonder are you feeling this? And I followed the game, and I knew there were some things, but the hate that comes towards Jason Tatum is really surprising overall. Me and Tyler were talking about that. We came in, he's getting hit on how he celebrated. They're still talking about, he's not the best player. Like, I knew there was some things people kind of doubting him, but I thought once he won and once he played well, it will kind of go away. It feels like he's like being made fun of because Jaylen Brown won the MVP and he didn't win the MVP. Like he wasn't right there. That is fascinating to me, the feel that people have towards Jason Tatum.
Yeah, I saw the fact of how apparently he's celebrating using all the phrases and memes or whatever.
He used the phrase. He did it. I think he held the trophy like Jordan.
Yeah. Look, I mean, here's the deal. I'll be honest with you. I as we know, I'm just a casual fan. I watched damn near every moment, every quarter of the game. I think I saw the first half of one of the games in the finals and missed the second half. To me, it was Brown all the way along. The way Brown defended Luka.
Took him over the top.
Well, it was just it just became more and more obvious, and it was never more obvious than last night. Like his defense overwhelmed one of the best offensive players in the game in multiple games and in the biggest moments. Because look, the way I watch it, Ron, is I'm like, all right, you're telling me that Jaylen Brown can fight his ass over and under every screen and stay stuck to Luka like glue, one of the best offensive players in the game, but somehow on the other end of the floor, the Mavericks can't defend their 2 superstars without them getting matched up on Luka somehow, some way, and eating his ass up, right? Like, don't tell me that they couldn't have played better defense without Luka being in better shape. Obviously, it would have been better if he was. But I know this. The Mavericks weren't able to pull Jaylen Brown's ass off of Luka. I think
that's the thing that pushed him over the top.
Oh, it had to be, Ron. Yeah. I know For me, I didn't even pay no mind to it till you brought it up. Like, I didn't even think it was close after watching him play defense last night. I thought this is because he even when he was playing defense like that, he's still getting buckets.
Yeah,
I mean, that was impressive, man.
To me, they were when you add defense, I think they were the two best players in the series.
Yeah.
When you add defense, a couple of stats. I know you got one. My favorite stat of the dominance of the Celtics this year. They led by 30 in games more times than they trailed by 10.
Wow.
They led by 30.
That's nuts.
They led by 30 17 times in 17 games, and they trailed 16 times by double figures.
Wow.
Damn.
Like, they're 80 and 21. It's the craziest thing.
Rightful holders of that trophy.
That is insane. 30-point leads 17 times. 10, like not 20, 10. Like they went down 11.
Yeah, that's pretty bonkers.
Like 16 times. It's insane. What's your Tatum?
Yeah, hell of a stat for you regarding Jason Tatum and the MVP y'all were just discussing. Jason Tatum is the first player to lead an NBA champion in playoff scoring, in rebounds, and assists, and not win the Finals MVP.
Yeah, that was the part. Yeah, he led the team in.
Yeah,
Larry Bird did it, MVP. Olajuwon did it, MVP.
Yeah, Celtics. He was the first Celtic to ever record 30 points and 11 assists in a playoff game. So, or 10 plus assists. So, yeah, man, it was close. I think put him over the top, and especially who it was on. It was on Luka, right? That was
and how dominant it was. Good God.
All right. Coming up, will this be different from C.J. Stroud? And then I want to know from our quarterback, is this better for the Texans? Is this better for the Texans if this is different? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that,
miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Yordan Alvarez out of the lineup from the text line. Someone texted in, hey, guys, remember the other day, Sunday, I think it was him when he got done chasing a fly ball, he ran into the left field wall, and he cringed like he got hurt a little bit. He shook it off and kept on playing. Maybe that's it.
I hope not. Ron, I know you do. You hope so, but I hope not.
Well, the reason I don't hope Yordan is injured. What I'm saying is, like, it makes no sense whatsoever. None. No, there is no explanation. You know the state of the Astros. You know Kyle Tucker is not playing and not available for you. There is no absolute reason whatsoever that would make sense to have him out of the lineup today.
I couldn't agree with you more, brother.
And to me, if
we have an update.
Oh, God.
We have an update. Wanted to jump in. I know you're talking about this right now, but our guy Will Kunkel, he is reporting that Yordan Alvarez is not with the team tonight due to a family issue, per manager Joe Espada.
I was going to say, there you go. I was going to say, it's got to be something. It got to be something. That's why I said I'm waiting to hear the reasoning, the injury or whatever it is.
Appreciate that, Conk.
That makes sense. They ought to announce that, like, very, very soon when they're.
They ought to announce that.
It's not good for your mentals.
No, I'm just.
I think you should put it in parentheses by Alvarez's name on the.
But I'm just. First off, prayers up to Yordan and his family, whatever is
no doubt.
Shift gears, didn't he?
Is happening there
for sure.
But I'm just saying, like, it's just not first. Like, you have to know how people are viewing your organization right now and your manager and the guys in the front office. You have to understand that. I guarantee you when they put that lineup out, clearly they knew that he wasn't going to be in the lineup and why. That should automatically come out. So you don't look like this. Clearly they don't, Clint. Clearly they don't. So that is the latest. Will Kunkel has come out to the team to a family situation. That makes sense. Because it would not make sense. Not make sense. As Julia Morales just tweets this out 3 minutes ago, Yordan Alvarez dealing with a family matter. Joe Espada said he could return as soon as tomorrow. Now that statement's got to come out quick, Jack. I'm just saying, when the Texans was going like the Texans, they just left out weird stuff lingering. Like, come on, man.
Isn't it weird? He's got I hate to pile on Joe. He's got a real Cully vibe going on, doesn't he?
Absolutely. And he's got a Cully vibe. And they are running it just like he is a Cully vibe.
Football playing Jesse.
Because, again, I'm telling you, Clint Tyler, no, Jack, we're going to put this out right now. Y'all not about to make me in here look like I'm an idiot. Like I'm making lineup cards and not having and with him available. Because if you look at the lineup card, Tyler, this is what it look. If you look at the lineup card that was written out, it has Yordan on the bench.
Right. It doesn't have him on.
It doesn't have like a line through him or unavailable. It has him on the bench. So you're reading this, and I'm like, no, we got to have something.
As if he's available, just not starting.
Yeah. So I mean, this makes more sense. As I said, update on that. Yordan Alvarez. The reason he is not in the lineup is because he is dealing with and the manager, Captain Joe Espada, said he could return as soon as tomorrow.
Stop calling that man the captain.
He's the captain, man.
No.
Capitan.
Yeah, he is.
Captain of blind optimism, maybe, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Don't.
All right. Makes more sense. I'm just saying, man, like that don't make no sense. You just leave that lingering out there for 45 minutes. All right.
Lingering.
It's just like, hey, man, chill out there.
Lingers.
Come on, man. That lineup card, I saw him down on that bench. I said, oh, he down on the bench down there with Chaz.
Spada definitely gets the snickle fritz.
On the bench, Jordan, Chaz, and Salazar. Can you hunt this down for me, Tyler? Maybe we can let the people.
Cheryl?
Do they get to add anybody? Because he is away from the team on a family matter? Because they're short on the bench. I'm just wondering if if they want to waste another one of Joey's his times to be able to get sent up. I don't know if they want to do that.
Bring old Loperfido up.
Bring old Joey Lowe up one more time.
Yo-Yo Lopo.
Yeah, just waste one of his. Yes, all right.
Bring him back up.
Kunk. He'll get back to me.
Just ask the Kunkinator. Yeah. I just not.
Yo-Yo Lopo Kunkinator. I mean, I bet people listening like, what in the hell? Are these three drunk?
What the hell happened to these two?
The Kunkinator.
The old Kunkinator. Shout out to the Kunks. Big Kunkinator. Willow Kunk.
Willow Kunkinator.
Willow Kunkinator. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. I don't know why that made you laugh. That made you just laugh when I said that first off, let me first off. And you
just shifted gears real quick.
Well,
you
I had to
pissed
get that.
off. You was trying to do everything you could to keep from piling on old Joe, and then you just went straight to prayers.
I did. I believe I handled that as well as I could.
You did. I thought it was a good transition.
Well, not just that, but
so
I just leading.
I thought it was funny.
Just the whole time leading up since I saw that lineup, I kept saying there. I'm awaiting. I tweeted it out. I am awaiting the reasoning. There has to be.
Good call on your part. I was ready to chalk it up to JoJo.
Did you? You in your mind, you thought, yeah, he's not in the lineup just because.
Man, I'm telling you that he is the reason. And when I say Joe, by the way, I mean all of them. Joe's just catching the brunt of it because he is the face and the voice.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Like, I mean, that is the reason why I have my towel in my hand to throw this thing in before the damn All-Star break. I just don't get it.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
All right. Just again, if you're missing, Yordan Alvarez, he was not in the lineup today. He is not in the lineup due to a family issue he is handling. He is away from the team. As Joe Espada said, he could be back as soon as tomorrow. So they gotta get this dub without him. All right, this is a hell of a day for the Astros. That's one part. The other part of the news, I think, with the Astros, and not really with Jordan, it's time. It's time, Clint. And I want to get your thoughts about C.J. Stroud because I think this may change for him this year. Is this good or bad for him? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you're one of them old boys or gals, to be honest with you, that's you're losing your hair, you got a hair loss issue.
Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are we're kind of cycling between Astros news. This is how would you describe this day thus far, Tyler, for the Astros?
Chaotic.
It's got to be a must-win tonight, Jack. Can't have Verlander go on the IL. You just missed that. Just joining us, Verlander is on the IL. And then Yordan Alvarez is not in the lineup today. Could be back as soon as tomorrow. As we know, it's not an injury situation. It is a family situation that he is having to handle tonight. So he is not in the lineup, as that came out a while ago that he wasn't in the lineup. Then the reasoning just came out about 15 minutes ago. So that is the latest with the Astros. Clint, as we're looking at this, you were going through it. You said you'd be open to maybe having Blair Henley pitch the game on Thursday. But, Clint, we do know either him or somebody is going to have to pitch. If Verlander is on the IL, he's going to miss at the very least one start, probably two. And, hell, he's already missed one. This is going to be the second start, and then he'll probably miss another. You have something?
Just to add to the conversation you're having right now, Espada just said as he was meeting with the media in Chicago that the Astros are still unsure about who they will be starting on the mound on Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday. To me right now, it makes most sense for Spencer Arrighetti to go.
Yeah.
Everybody's on 5 days rest. But to the point you made, Clint, they're going to have to get a Blair Henley. If he's up next, somebody coming up. And, Clint, I think we may be reaching time for them to make a move.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if is knee jerk make a move now so you can fill that hole, or is it time to make a move just because you're so thin? Here's the situation. Chandler Rome laid it out on his Twitter. They can either do the bullpen game Thursday, or Spencer Arrighetti's on full rest. Then you would have Ronel Blanco full rest on Friday.
Yep.
And then you would turn around and you would have Framber Valdez on full rest. I think Fromber's actually Friday. Nonetheless, Saturday is the day where you would have to do something. So they're either going to do something Thursday or Saturday, but one of those two has to be a bullpen game or a Blair Henley game.
Blair Henley game.
Yeah.
If the in Sugarland left, so they. And to me, if you are trying to make a run, like Dana Brown and this team has said, and we said it, they made the move Friday with Jose Abreu is one of the first things we've seen here in a while that screams, yes, we're going to try to make a run. You're 9 games back, 7 games back in the wild card. Like rolling with Blair Henley for a couple of starts is that's very dicey. And not to mention, to the point you just made, not just rolling with him for some starts, but hell, you are pressed. What we now know, and we said this, like right now with Urquidy and Christian Javier going down, you don't have any room, any margin for error at all. And now it just happened. And now we're sitting here talking about a Blair Henley game and a bullpen game. And that is not a recipe of making up 9 or 7 games, to me. And, yes, people have texted about J.P. France. They said J.P. France was going to be a long-term thing.
Shoulder.
And they hadn't said anything about him, so I'm going to let that go.
Ron, I got to believe, I mean, look, to get back to 5, obviously you need Verlander to get back right in the next 13 days. And the only other thing is we've heard Dana Brown mention multiple times that Luis Garcia potentially could be back late July. So they've got to make a 4 or 5 5-week run and make 4 or 5 week run before you can get back to potentially having 6 guys available.
Yeah.
6 guys not named Blair Henley.
Yes. My only thing is, that's why I say, like, and I'm not even saying it's got to be a big gun. I'm just saying, like a starting pitcher. Like, you know, I mean, if you could find something better than Brandon Bielak, that'd be nice too. But a starting pitcher, a Jose Urquidy type, somebody out there that can get into the rotation, because let's just be honest, Clint, it is June 18th, fellas. The odds of the rest of these guys never going on the IL again. Yeah. like this is the second time Verlander's been on it. Framber's been on it. Right? Obviously, Christian Javier banged it, and or unless they know something about how quickly three technique is coming back in Garcia and Lance. Unless they know that is on the horizon, to me, I think it's time that they got to make a move.
Bury me in the H.
We can't be. No, man, I'm not even looking at Ben Sellers and running Blair Henley out for 2 starts in the middle here. To me.
Well, I mean, the bullpen approach with the guys that you have wouldn't be too damn bad, assuming that things work out. But the first time that it doesn't go, that it goes awry, boy, you really put a strain on your bullpen at that point in time for when you do have a starter. But you know, you've got that could get you 6. I'm not saying all. I'm saying together. By the way,
yeah. Between, you're talking about some run of
Dubin, Martinez, this Nick, what is Nick Hernandez,
Taylor Scott,
obviously Montero, Taylor Scott. You mentioned. I mean, all of those guys.
We've seen him go multiple innings.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you obviously don't want to use them all. You'd rather not put that big of a strain on the bullpen. But a bullpen game, I think, especially when you've got 5 of the next 8 games are Rockies and White Sox. A bullpen game is not a terrible approach to winning one of them ball games against those 2 clubs.
One of them, yeah. I think at this point now, even if Verlander's, let's say it's perfect, it's just 15 days, you got 5 starters.
Yeah.
You got 5 starters until you have to try to depend on Garcia and McCullers to come back. And who knows how long that would actually even take when they're ready to go. Like when they're cleared, when they're throwing in a game scenario. So to me, I think it's about time. If you're serious about trying to make a run, I think it's about time you add some sort of a starter. As you said, you would like to avoid putting because for me, Clint, I could see a bullpen game going that way, and then, hey, we need the bullpen to pick up 3 more innings the next day.
That's where you get in trouble.
That's a fight. All right, you got another comment from Joe Espada?
Yeah, Joe Espada just moments ago talking with the media, asked about Justin Verlander and the neck issue. Espada said, quote, "We're just going to get no throw and see if we can get some of that neck discomfort, that stiffness out of there before he starts throwing again."
So
Espada said it will be day to day for when Verlander will resume throwing.
He's still stiff.
I would be too.
That ain't no creek, y'all.
Pause.
So they're going to go for some time without throwing. Is that a day? Is that 2 days?
I'm freaking
5? Out. Like how many days is that?
They got it could be anything 13 or fewer.
They got 13 or fewer.
Got 13 days left before they need him again. Yeah, man. It's
okay.
That's wild.
All right.
Stiff necks.
Stiff neck.
The old
At least they're saying it's just the neck. All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as always, training camp is coming up. We've got the dates, and they'll discuss that, and the NFL's top 100 players, how many Texans are in the top 100. They'll be discussing that following us on Texans All Access, so stay tuned for that. And then after that, Area 45, Bijani and Creighton. Listen, I'm going to tell you what. I got my start doing nighttime radio. That's how I got going, made my name. These guys are far better than I was at that time. So we got a big time night show that could be on any time.
And it's Patrick's birthday.
Yeah, this ain't. Is
it really PC's birthday?
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I didn't know that.
I'll be damned. That biggest head he got in here and said something. I could have said happy birthday, man.
This ain't a guy who's been doing it for 6 months, like I was 4. So it's a serious.
Well, both of those guys.
It's a yeah. As I said, it's a serious. It's a show that could be at any time.
Did Bijani pull about an 8 hour yesterday, like on air 8 hours?
Yeah. Yeah, he did 4 hours of In the Loop and 4 hours of Area 45.
Boy,
good for him. I bet he did wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning too.
No, he did not.
Just leave somebody hanging. Golf.
He's been known to do it.
Tyler said he'd have rather done the 8 hours than to have Sean have woken him up at 3:30 in the morning to just stand there and twiddle his nipples. Because that's what he did.
Just standing on tee box number 1, twisting my nipples, waiting on Bijani.
I mean, that is a hell of a story.
It's a great one.
The whole thing, though.
And Sean knows Tyler, for the rest of the time of your relationship, he's got the upper hand.
How many dudes out there are going to get to the golf course, one, that early? I mean, there's still water on the ground, still dew on the ground. So who the hell's going to get there that early? So I don't blame Sean for sleeping in. Hell, it's what you should have done, Tyler, with your no-sleep getting ass. But at the end of the day.
Well, no, he shouldn't have. They agreed to go play.
Bro, he got there, Ron, on the tee box waiting on him. Sean doesn't show, so he gets in his car and goes home.
No, I got my car and I came here.
Yeah. Even worse.
Came here to start work.
You didn't even go back and get in bed. You came here and started. Why didn't you play 18 by yourself?
Why didn't you go to? I would have accepted.
Why didn't you call and said, "Hey, man, give me a couple Bloody Marys out here. I'm fixing to swing through 18."
I mean, I've played plenty of rounds by myself, and I don't have a problem with it. But I knew I had a lot on the docket for work that day anyway. So once I knew he was still in bed, I was like, "Man, let me go get a jump on this."
This guy.
You had a lot going. What time?
Yeah, I was still catching up from the Hawaii trip.
He had a lot on the docket, so he showed up.
There are some ungrateful sons of bitches. You know that?
He showed up 6 hours before the show.
Yeah, I got here to work on your damn show, and you're sitting here giving me grief about it.
Hey, that SOB line.
Now it's my show.
That.
Now it's our show.
You didn't feel that.
Hey, your name's on it, not mine.
You didn't feel that.
What?
That SOB, when you said that, you didn't feel that.
No, I did.
You didn't feel that.
No, you are some ungrateful sons of bitches.
It didn't come out.
I just can't believe you didn't play 18 holes.
It didn't come out like you meant it.
I mean, who in the hell would be standing on the green and not hit a ball? Standing on the fairway, not hit a ball.
You should have gone to Denny's by yourself.
I was 0 for 2. You weren't standing on the green or the fairway. You were standing on the tee box.
Do you have it?
Never stand on the tee box.
Do you have your Denny's order right now?
Then you lied.
Yeah, I have my Denny's order. And no, I didn't lie. I never said I was on the tee box.
I thought you went to the range. I thought you went to the driving range.
I went and looked for him there. I didn't step on it.
That's right.
I think the story went, I was standing on the tee box and called him. If you didn't start it that way, then you missed a good opportunity to embellish the truth.
Yeah, you should take your ass to Denny's, man. Started your work there, baby. Had your phone in your hand. Eating your what do you get? What do you get? The Dogwood Classic, the
Grand Slam.
Chiefs.
But I subbed the hash browns with more bacon.
That's the only thing that I would get.
You subbed the hash browns with what?
More bacon.
That's not a bad idea. No, back in the day, that's what I'd get. That little.
Is that Denny's?
Yeah, Denny's.
Well,
but it's been 12, 15 years.
I don't think I've been to Denny's 2 or 3 times
in your life.
In my life.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I passed Denny's. We've discussed that.
You're such a Denny's hater.
I'm not a Denny's hater. It's Denny's, IHOP, whatever. I'm beyond that.
That time I went, there were